There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. This time, entering the seven-colored rift, Wang Lin also had a plan. He was certain that a conflict would arise with Zhang Songzi. Wang Lin could still fight a mid-stage Shattered Nirvana cultivator, and even to mid-stage Shattered Nirvana cultivators wouldn't be a problem, since the other party and Zhang Songzi weren't particularly close. Along the way, Wang Lin secretly observed the man Duan Mo, who had the body of a child. This man was a vicious individual, and his relationship with Zhang Songzi was merely one of mutual exploitation. As for Chen Tianjun of the Beast Transformation sect, he didn't have a very close relationship with Zhang Songzi either. He was certainly also a scheming individual. The only two elders who had a close relationship with Zhang Songzi were clearly the old man surnamed Pang, and the other was Yan Hunzi. According to Wang Lin's analysis, it was because of the existence of Yan Hunzi that Zhang Songzi was so nonchalant in inviting everyone along. After all, if Zhang Songzi and Yan Hunzi joined forces, and with the old man surnamed Pang by their side, they would be invincible in the group. Therefore, eliminating Yan Hunzi would be like cutting off one of Zhang Songzi's arms. Moreover, this Yan Hunzi wasn't good to Wang Lin either, secretly observing him along the way. At this moment, Wang Lin had made a decision. He absolutely couldn't let the other party have a chance to continue their attack. He had to strike first. A perfect opportunity had presented itself. Mid-stage Shattered Nirvana. Thinking of a battle with a mid-stage Shattered Nirvana cultivator, Wang Lin's spirit soared. At this moment, he turned around, and the iron sword in his hand suddenly rose and slashed downwards. The power of the Void Nirvana treasure shook heaven and earth. In that instant, streams of sword energy roared and shot straight towards Yan Hunzi. Yan Hunzi's expression changed. The distance between him and Wang Lin was not far, and he was quite close to the seven-colored crack. At this moment, Yan Hunzi didn't have time to think much. The moment the sword light approached, he let out a low growl, his hands forming a hand seal and swinging forward. The soul flames swirling around his body immediately rushed out to counter Wang Lin's extremely powerful sword light in an instant. The soul flames shot towards Wang Lin and struck the sword light. Loud explosions echoed in all directions, but the soul flames instantly turned into a cloud of red mist, forming a skull that opened its mouth and devoured the sword light. A deafening explosion resounded, causing Yan Zhanzi's body to tremble, his face instantly turning pale, his eyes filled with terror. However, his cultivation was at the mid-stage of the Shattered Nirvana realm, so Wang Lin's sword strike didn't inflict serious injury. The force of the attack forced Wang Lin back a few steps, his primordial spirit shaken, and he was on the verge of disappearing into the seven-colored crack. "You little brat, you want to die!" Yan Hunzi roared, then lunged forward with incredible speed, reaching him in an instant. There wasn't enough time for Wang Lin to swing his iron sword again. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The situation had now exceeded his expectations. A mid-stage Shattered Nirvana realm cultivator couldn't be killed so easily. The previous sword strike had only weakened him. Wang Lin retreated further, preparing to enter the crack, but Yan Hunzi was already very close. When he was only half a step away from entering the crack, Yan Hunzi raised his right hand, intending to unleash his divine power. At that moment, Wang Lin's expression was a mixture of amusement and disbelief. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Freeze!" In an instant, the immortal power in his body surged wildly, transforming into the immortal body freezing technique, which shot straight towards Yan Hanzi, enveloping him. At that moment, Yan Hanzi's body suddenly stopped. With Yan Hanzi's cultivation, even if he stopped, he could still shatter the invisible threads of the body freezing technique in a split second. But Yan Hanzi didn't have time to break through the technique. Wang Lin's body had already entered the crack, and a sword light suddenly flashed, shooting straight towards his head. Just then, Wang Lin's right hand also struck out, the ancient divine power contained within exploding with a roar and rushing towards Yan Hanzi. The sword light swept past as Yan Hanzi had already broken through the body freezing technique. In that moment of danger, he only managed to dodge. A pained groan echoed as the sword light severed Yan Hanzi's right arm, causing blood to gush out. In the instant the ancient god's punch struck him, even though Yan Hanzi had used his divine power to block it, the crack beside his body warped significantly. Fear flared in Yan Hanzi's eyes. This crack also possessed a teleportation mechanism, making it impossible to change positions arbitrarily. Otherwise, this crack, a gateway between two worlds, would instantly teleport him to other locations. Wang Lin had traversed spatial rifts many times, and although he had never entered a seven-colored crack like this, he dared to conclude that all cracks between two worlds were like this. Furthermore, this crack was unstable, further confirming Wang Lin's suspicions. Therefore, Wang Lin's purpose was not to risk killing a mid-stage shattered nirvana cultivator, but rather to take advantage of the moment he passed through the crack to injure Yan Hanzi and change his position. Everything happened in an instant, unimaginably fast. The moment Wang Lin entered the rift, he felt dizzy. Due to the effects of the body-fixing technique, his primordial spirit suffered a violent backlash, but he managed to suppress it. When Wang Lin emerged, he was in a strange world. There was a sky, but it shimmered with seven-colored light, and all the scenery below was also seven-colored. However, this world wasn't entirely clear. Many areas were shrouded in fog, while some were clear. Wang Lin didn't examine the scenery closely. He looked around at the people who had been teleported into this world, noticing that Yan Hanzi wasn't there. At this moment, Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He had gambled, and now he knew he had won. The situation was extremely dangerous. Yan Hanzi, lacking any defensive divine abilities, was trapped by the body-fixing technique. If he had unleashed his divine abilities, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. Everyone was standing on a platform resembling an altar, a place where cultivation levels were only 100 feet high. Old Man Peng looked ahead, his face filled with emotion and reminiscence. This was his third time here. He recalled that the first time, all his old friends had perished. The second time, some had died. Today, only the three who entered last time remained, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Duanmu's pupils flashed. He looked ahead, licked his lips, and whispered, "That mist isn't just fog." Chen Tianjun of the beast sect beside him also became extremely agitated. He took several deep breaths, and a strange light shone in his eyes. Only the old woman in the green robe slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Songzi's expression brightened, but his gaze turned serious as he looked at Wang Lin. He said in a low voice, "Brother Lu, where is Yan Hanzi?" Wang Lin remained calm, frowning as he said, "How would I know where he went? Yan Hanzi was behind you earlier. You two entered last. Could something have happened outside?" Zhang Songzi frowned, his good mood from entering completely vanishing at Yan Hanzi's disappearance. A dark cloud of doubt swirled in his heart. Whether anything happened outside or not, I don't know either. I entered the crack first, and I didn't see anything unexpected outside. Wang Lin calmly replied, "Brother Lu, I noticed earlier that the distance between you and Yan Hanzi wasn't far. Could it be that you managed to enter while he disappeared?" The old man surnamed Peng stared at Wang Lin and spoke slowly. Zhang Songzi's expression also turned gloomy. He glanced at Wang Lin, feeling very angry. The conversation between the three had attracted the attention of others. Dongzi Duanmu laughed heartily, saying, "How interesting, just entering the rift and already losing a person." The old woman in green only glanced at Wang Lin without saying a word. Chen Tianjun of the beast sect raised his eyebrows. He didn't bother with these matters, his gaze continuing towards the distant mist, a look of fanaticism in his eyes. Brother Peng, you should be careful with your words. Speaking carelessly might lead to your death. Wang Lin sneered, then glanced at the old man surnamed Peng. The old man surnamed Peng was shaken, remembering Wu King's death and secretly regretting his words. He looked towards Shang Songzi. Brother Liu, please give me an explanation for this matter. Shang Songzi stared intently at Wang Lin. He knew that Yan Hunzi had always been monitoring the young man in white before him, but his disappearance now was clearly closely related to him. Ridiculous! Wang Lin laughed angrily. He looked coldly at Shang Songzi and sneered. Yan Hunzi's cultivation is at the mid-stage of the Shattered Nirvana realm. I, Liu, am no match for him. Shang Songzi, you want an explanation? I cannot explain. Yan Hunzi has a head and legs. Does he need to report to me where he wants to go? That's utter nonsense. If anyone wants a fight, I'll gladly oblige. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, his words sharp. Interesting, Shang Songzi, your words are quite reasonable. Yan Hunzi has a head and legs. Perhaps he doesn't want to move forward, or he doesn't want to go with us. Maybe he's already gone to another location. Duanmu glanced at Wang Lin, then spoke in a high-pitched voice to Shang Songzi. Shang Songzi frowned. He also had some doubts about this. Given Yan Hunzi's cultivation level, unless this man surnamed Lu was concealing his true power, he couldn't possibly have killed Yan Hunzi in such a short time. Shang Songzi glanced at Wang Lin, then tried to dismiss the idea that Yan Hunzi had been killed. Especially since Yan Hunzi, like him, was very familiar with this place and had entered here twice before. Could it be that Yan Hunzi knew another path, and therefore changed direction to teleport away the moment he entered? This possibility exists, but it's also possible that this man surnamed Lu and Yan Hunzi fought each other, causing Yan Hunzi to be teleported to another location the moment he passed through the crack. But if that's the case, why was this man surnamed Lu teleported here unharmed? Shang Songzi couldn't be certain of this. He looked at Wang Lin, clasped his hands, and said in a low voice, "This was my recklessness. Daos Lu, please don't take it to heart." Wang Lin also snorted coldly and clasped his hands but said nothing. At this moment, in a space enveloped in seven-colored light, in a very deep valley shrouded in mist, Yan Hunzi sat cross-legged on the ground, his face pale. He hurriedly looked around, his right arm no longer bleeding, but his face vaguely showed terror. Damn it, I never expected to be teleported here. Yan Hunzi's mind trembled. He licked his dry lips and looked with extreme fear towards the mountain valley shrouded in thick fog. From within the fog, faint roars and the stench of blood could be heard. Matters related to Yan Hunzi were set aside, and no one wanted to bring them up again. At this moment, the old man surnamed Peng inwardly groaned, his mind still unable to recover. His words had offended Wang Lin, and thinking of the young man's icy words, he had to take another deep breath. Don't spread your divine consciousness too far here, or you'll be attacked by ferocious beasts. Although this is only the outer area, there are level 12 ferocious beasts here, so don't fly higher than 100 feet. Shang Songzi said in a low voice. Wang Lin was glancing up at the seven-colored sky above, a pensive expression in his eyes. These seven-colored lights were very strange, giving people an indescribable feeling, as if vaguely concealing some kind of inexplicable rule of transformation. What kind of place is this? The questioner was Chen Tianjun of the Beast Sect. The seven-colored world, Shang Songzi said slowly, looking ahead. There are many ferocious beasts that transform into mist outside, and my essence crystals were also obtained from here. I've been here many times before, but I never dared to venture deep inside. There are still some ancient corpses inside. Based on what I've observed, some of these ancients were immortals, and others were strange beings. Shang Songzi pointed forward and continued slowly. Please, my friends, follow me. Don't leave immediately. This place is extremely dangerous. Even a moment of carelessness could lead to your death. After saying this, Shang Songzi moved forward towards the altar. Everyone followed closely behind Shang Songzi, all walking slowly forward in a world filled with seven-colored light. Along the way, Shang Songzi's expression was solemn. He followed the fixed path, passing the altar and heading straight towards the plain ahead. Then, the group gradually entered the deep mountains shrouded in thick fog. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he observed his surroundings. There were no trees here, only barren mountain ranges, each mist existing independently, not mixing with the others. Just then, Chen Tianjun of the Beast Sect, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. He stared intently at a mountain not far away, where a cave was vaguely visible. Clearly, the cave was not naturally formed. Looking up, it was evident that it had been created for human use. That place is indeed a cave dwelling, but it's guarded by level 12 ferocious beasts on all sides. Last time I entered, I led those ferocious beasts away from their guarding positions to leave the cave, and I also gained something from that trip. Shang Songzi's calm voice rang out. He glanced at Chen Tianjun and continued forward. Chen Tianjun withdrew his gaze, looking at Shang Songzi, seemingly lost in thought. As they continued forward, the path narrowed. Shang Songzi was very familiar with this place, often leading the way. Shang Songzi's direction changed, and a path suddenly appeared before them. Time slowly passed, and as they ventured deeper, they clearly sensed the danger. The aura of majesty grew stronger, a chilling presence that made their hearts tremble. Shang Songzi's expression became increasingly serious, and his pace gradually slowed. Each step the old man took forward was marked by a moment of thoughtful contemplation, as if he were retracing his steps. Along the way, Wang Lin remained deep in thought, his eyes constantly flashing. He had seen numerous restrictions in this place. These restrictions, after such a long time, had almost completely shattered, yet some were still functioning. What terrified Wang Lin was that the power of these restrictions was far greater than that of the restrictions within the Kinglin Cave. If the restrictions hadn't been more than half broken, it would have been impossible to enter even a single step, or even a place at all. Looking back at the path they had traveled, the group had clearly advanced more than 10 miles, but they were still outside the seven-colored world. They hadn't yet passed the towering mountain range ahead, nor did they know what lay beyond it. In this seven-colored world, there was neither night nor day. Shang Songzi slowed his pace, finally stopping abruptly, gently rubbing his temples, and saying in a low voice, Taoist Duanmu, the rejuvenation pill is not far ahead. But there is a level 12 beast there. If you want to seize the pill, I'm afraid you'll encounter some trouble. Ahead of Shang Songzi was a narrow path, flanked by gloomy mountain ranges. Occasionally, a few rocks rolled down from the mountaintops, making faint sounds. Aside from these, the atmosphere was very quiet. On the narrow path ahead, a patch of mist could be vaguely seen, obscuring the way. Beside the mist lay several skeletons, leaning against the rocky mountainsides. Their clothing had long since disintegrated, leaving only small scraps of cloth wrapped around the dry bones. The atmosphere was extremely silent. On the destroyed skeletons, a pill emitting seven-colored light was clearly visible. This pill was incomplete. A tiny crack appeared on its surface, and some parts had even dissolved, giving it a crescent shape instead of a perfect circle. It was a pill that had once been swallowed, but the person who swallowed it couldn't escape death and hadn't fully absorbed it. Even after countless years, a faint medicinal scent continued to emanate from the pill. Upon smelling it, Wang Lin's expression became serious. The scent was somewhat eerie. Upon entering his body, it caused a tremor in his primordial spirit, and a feeling like memories were reversing in his mind, flashing before his eyes. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Lin bit his tongue, his eyes instantly becoming calm, and a silent fear arose within him. Wang Lin's gaze swept over the group. He noticed that the old man's surname Peng had already sealed off his 5 senses, clearly having foreseen the strangeness of this place. The old woman in green also looked dazed for a moment before recovering. Chen Tianjun of the Beast Sect also recovered quickly. Indeed, a powerful elixir. It's truly a rejuvenation elixir. Duanmu took a deep breath, immersing himself in the medicinal aroma. Duanmu Taoist friend cultivates the sun and moon rejuvenation Tao. The enlightenment he experiences is precisely this moment, requiring 9 experiences of returning to his memories to achieve enlightenment. But the heavenly Tao is merciless. Returning is extremely difficult. It is rumored that in the ancient cultivation world there was a rejuvenation elixir. This pill possesses the power of heaven and earth. Whoever swallows it can reverse space and time to seek the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, the elixir has been lost to this day, and only half of the refining method remains, so it cannot be refined into an elixir. Only a small amount of rejuvenation cha can be condensed. Shang Songzi said calmly. Duanmu's eyes flashed again. He stared at Shang Songzi and said in a high-pitched voice, Shang Songzi understands many things. Surely you've prepared everything before coming to me. Shang Songzi only chuckled softly. If it weren't for the mist surrounding the skeleton, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been kind enough to invite me here. Duanmu glanced at the mist and said, That's right, Duanmu Daoist's great freedom returning divine ability can greatly assist our journey. Everyone helped you obtain the elixir. You must also open a path for us. Shang Songzi's expression remained calm as he nonchalantly acknowledged. All right. Duanmu thought for a moment, glancing at the returning elixir on the skeleton, his expression becoming serious. This is a level 12 flood dragon, equivalent to a cultivator at the great perfection of the shattered nirvana realm. But a beast is still a beast. If we cooperate well and have the help of Daoist Duanmu's reversal technique, it's not impossible to seize it. Shang Songzi said in a low voice. I want the soul of this flood dragon. Chen Tianjun of the beast transformation sect licked his lips. The flood dragon's body belongs to me. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed, and he slowly opened his mouth. I want all the essence crystals in the mist. After saying this, the three simultaneously turned their gazes to Shang Songzi. At this moment, Shang Songzi's expression remained unchanged. He smiled and said, All right, neither I nor Daoist Peng want those things. We just want to pass through this place. Duanmu's eyes flashed with cold light. He took a deep breath. He formed a hand seal around his body, and suddenly his hair fluttered without wind, his eyes gleaming with a dark light. In the blink of an eye, as he let out a shout, his left hand touched his forehead, while his right hand pointed forward. Duanmu's eyes flashed with intense dark light, and the sun and moon symbols materialized from within them. The people surrounding him all experienced an illusion, as if their minds were being sucked out of their bodies. Wang Lin glanced at Duanmu with a calm expression. As soon as the sun and moon symbols appeared, they immediately swirled and interacted with each other. Then they transformed into a swirling vortex that swept across and shot straight towards the mist. The speed of this vortex was extremely fast, instantly approaching the mist. Loud explosions resounded as the vortex plunged into the mist. At that moment, the mist suddenly swirled violently, and furious roars erupted. These earth-shattering roars caused the mountains on either side to shake violently, sending numerous fragments of rock flying. At that moment, a gigantic flood dragon emerged from the mist, bringing with it gusts of cold wind. The flood dragon charged straight towards the group, intending to devour them. If that were all, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. But the moment the flood dragon appeared, an immense pressure, even stronger than that of a nascent soul cultivator, enveloped the entire space, causing the minds of the onlookers to tremble. Duanmu's pupils let out a piercing scream, and the swirling vortex of the sun and moon imprint instantly materialized around the flood dragon's head, spinning wildly. At this point, the vortex had formed a swirling vortex that enveloped the flood dragon's head. My technique only affects this beast for the duration of 10 breaths. Duanmu's expression became extremely ferocious, veins bulging as he sat down cross-legged. He raised his right hand, and a 7-foot-long flying sword circled around his body. The flying sword transformed into a beam of sword light, shooting straight towards the flood dragon. Chen Tianjun took a step forward and then launched himself straight out, his hands forming a hand seal. A shimmering dark light immediately appeared beneath his feet. This dark light flickered and then burst forth in front of the flood dragon, instantly appearing beneath its head. Chen Tianjun sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands forming another hand seal, causing the dark light to suddenly flash intensely. The dark light then flared up, swirling around and merging into the flood dragon's body. Shang Songzi raised his right hand, and tens of thousands of flying swords suddenly materialized and shot towards the flood dragon like a sword rain. The old woman in green also formed a hand seal, and a sudden cold wind arose, the screeching sounds echoing in all directions. In an instant, the narrow path ahead suddenly turned into a snow-covered area, snowflakes continuously falling onto the flood dragon's body. The old man surnamed Pang was also not idle. He leapt up, his hands flashing with lightning. A lightning ball suddenly descended with a thunderous roar. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed, and in an instant, his body moved closer to the flood dragon, his right fist slamming directly onto its massive body. Loud rumbling sounds echoed as the flood dragon roared angrily, trying to break free from Duanmu's returning wine seal. At this moment, Duanmu's flying sword roared forward, carrying terrifying sword energy that shattered the flood dragon's body and directly pierced into it. Immediately afterward, the cauldron of the old man surnamed Pain crashed down, making the flood dragon's furious roars even more intense. The more it struggled, the paler Duanmu, in charge of sealing, became, his body trembling more and more. 5 breaths left. Duanmu's voice rang out. Shang Songzi's hands formed a series of incantations and quickly transformed, sending more than 10,000 flying swords raining down on the flood dragon's body. At this point, the flood dragon roared even more furiously, its violent struggles causing Duanmu to vomit blood, his veins bulging all over his body, especially his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. The green-robed old woman's divine power transformed into a blast of ice, instantly striking the flood dragon. The struggling beast immediately stopped, but its entire body erupted with icy mist, and in an instant, a layer of ice covered its whole form. A continuous stream of dark energy burst from the flood dragon's body, instantly absorbed by the surrounding ice. This scene immediately caused the cultivators all around to become serious. Wang Lin glanced at the green-robed old woman. He naturally saw the strangeness of this ice, not expecting it could absorb the flood dragon's life force. The flood dragon, in pain, violently raised its head, and the sun and moon markings on its head shattered with a loud crash. Duanmu spat out blood and stopped sealing it. Without the seal, the flood dragon roared in anger, the black horn on its head flashing, and a part of its body emerged from the mist. Because its body had transformed into mist, the mist gradually dissipated when its true form emerged. After the sealing force on the flood dragon disappeared, the mystical ice also lost its effect, and when its body moved, the mystical ice instantly shattered. At this moment, the mystical ice shot back and swirled around the old woman in green. A stream of black energy merged into her body, and her eyes became bright again. Even now, these old monsters still want to hide their divine abilities. How interesting, Wang Lin chuckled coldly to himself. His body flashed as the flood dragon raised its head. In the instant it flew into the air, Wang Lin lunged straight towards its tail, which was becoming increasingly shrouded in mist. Once the flood dragon transformed from its mist back into its true form, all the essence within it would instantly dissipate, becoming part of the elemental power in its body. There are so many things, so many matters to attend to. If I wanted to obtain these essence crystals, I wouldn't need to risk my life. Wang Lin didn't bother with the ongoing battle, instantly leaping into the mist. Within the mist, he immediately saw many floating essence crystals, some even condensing. Wang Lin flicked his sleeve, instantly collecting several hundred essence crystals. He found this method of collecting essence crystals very enjoyable. He moved with lightning speed, swiftly collecting the essence crystals that had condensed over countless years. The furious roars of the flood dragon still echoed in Wang Lin's ears. In just a moment, he had collected several thousand essence crystals. In reality, even a level 12 mist-transforming beast couldn't condense that many essence crystals. After all, the sects that raise mist-transforming beasts would come to collect them periodically. But in the world of 7 colors, there was basically no one to steal the essence crystals, so after years of arduous condensation, the beast had produced such a quantity. Not long after, Wang Lin immediately noticed that the mist was swirling even more violently, vaguely showing signs of solidifying. All the remaining mist was condensing in one direction. After recalculating the quantity, Wang Lin decided to abandon collecting the remaining essence crystals and moved to the side. As he moved, the mist condensed even faster. A moment later, the mist all around had dissipated and transformed into a dragon's tail. This dragon's body was over 1,000 feet long, and at this moment, more than half of its body had already risen into the air, with a section of its tail below also preparing to launch. On the narrow path, the old man surnamed Pang, his face pale, stood leaning against the mountain range, a vague mass of blood and flesh on his chest. At the head of the flood dragon were Shang Songzi, the old woman in green, and Duanmu, all entangled and unleashing their divine powers, all trying to prevent the flood dragon from ascending to heaven. The black horn on the flood dragon's head flashed with black light, and Shang Songzi and the others immediately dodged. When the flood dragon opened its mouth and spat, the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, creating an extremely unpleasant sensation. But at this moment, the flood dragon was also severely wounded, blood continuously dripping from its body. Just then, the flood dragon suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse with a thunderous crash. Immediately afterward, the black horn on the flood dragon's head suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light, a black electrical net radiating like lightning. At this moment, the elemental power of heaven and earth suddenly condensed, and it was vaguely felt that even the 7 colored lights in the sky were being absorbed. Roar! The flood dragon roared again, its sound shaking everyone's minds. A black electrical net suddenly expanded to a radius of 100 meters around the flood dragon's body. As the roar echoed, the elemental energy of heaven and earth and the 7 colored light streams in all directions were continuously absorbed, and a series of illusory figures suddenly materialized. These illusory figures were flood dragons sweeping downwards. These flood dragons swirled around each other in a vortex, forcing the group led by Shang Tsungzi to become increasingly anxious. Seeing the flood dragon about to leap into the air, if it were to fully ascend, it would be a great disaster for this 7-colored world where flying was forbidden. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he stared intently at the flood dragon's tail rising in the distance before him. Wang Lin took a step forward, his hands once again emitting thunderous roars, and the power of the ancient god erupted. He stomped his foot and leapt up, grabbing the flood dragon's tail in midair. He roared, blood vessels bulging on his hands. "Come down for me!" Wang Lin gripped the flood dragon's tail tightly and yanked it straight down. This scene shocked the people dodging the flood dragon's divine power in the distance. The old man Pang, leaning against the cliff on the narrow path, widened his eyes, a look of disbelief flashing in them. The power of the ancient god resonated within Wang Lin's body. The flood dragon roared angrily, turning its head to devour Wang Lin. At this moment, the flood dragon's body was once again surrounded by divine power. But the more the flood dragon struggled, the more powerful the ancient god power within Wang Lin became. "Come down!" A thunderous roar, like that of a god, resounded as Wang Lin used both hands to grab the flood dragon's tail. A scene unfolded that left the monks below wide-eyed and open-mouthed. The entire body of the flood dragon was violently crashing down onto the narrow path below. Although this flood dragon possessed a 1,000-foot-long body, a great perfection of the shattered nirvana cultivation level, and the strength to counter many divine abilities and far surpass that of cultivators, it was no match for Wang Lin. Even if the flood dragon shed its serpent skin and transformed into a dragon, it couldn't possibly fly into the air in front of the ancient god. When Wang Lin yanked his hand down, the flood dragon roared but was utterly powerless to break free. Its body, which had been flying in the air, suddenly slammed straight down. The earth-shattering roar immediately echoed, and the old man surnamed Pang felt the world darken. His mind reeled, but he frantically retreated. He feared that if he hesitated, the flood dragon would crush him, and his body would surely shatter. A deafening roar echoed across the land as the colossal body of the flood dragon slammed directly onto the narrow road. A sudden earthquake erupted, sending rocks tumbling from the mountains on either side before returning to normal. After the flood dragon crashed into the rocks, its body convulsed violently, its head shattering. At that moment, streams of black energy erupted, and Chen Tianjun emerged from the shattered head of the flood dragon, retreating a few steps upon landing. Shang Tsungzi took a deep breath, staring in stunned silence at the flood dragon, then at Wang Lin, a chill running through his heart. Even Duanmu licked his lips, his gaze towards Wang Lin filled with a particular sense of apprehension. The old woman in green also took a deep breath and fell silent. The most terrified person was the old man surnamed Pang, who had almost been crushed to pieces. He recalled Wang Lin's earlier threats, his heart filled with bitterness. Wang Lin's breathing remained calm. After glancing at everyone, his gaze shifted to the skeleton not far away. He walked to the skeleton, bent down, and discovered a jade slip beneath it. Wang Lin swung his right hand, and the jade slip fell into his hand. He threw the pill forward, and it flew towards Duanmu. The man received the pill and bowed to Wang Lin. "Thank you." Wang Lin took the jade slip, sat down, and leaned against the cliff. He scanned the area with his divine consciousness, his expression becoming serious. Shang Tsungzi walked to the old man surnamed Pang, patted him on the back with his right hand, and took out a pill, handing it to him. Then Shang Tsungzi sat cross-legged beside him, his eyes fixed on Wang Lin, revealing a strange light. Duanmu took the rejuvenation pill, his expression slightly agitated. After examining it carefully a few times, he put it away. This wasn't the right time to swallow the pill. He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged, meditating to heal his wounds. Chen Tianjun also sat down cross-legged. This battle was all happening outside, but he was inside. He couldn't be left out. If outsiders interfered, he wouldn't be able to obtain the Flood Dragon's soul. Even if he couldn't completely absorb the soul, he was the one who gained the most. The old woman in green walked to the Flood Dragon's corpse and placed her right hand on it. As she closed her eyes and meditated, streams of dark energy from the Flood Dragon's corpse merged into her right hand. There are plenty of level 12 frost beasts here, but the more dangerous it is, the more we can gain. After resting for a few hours, Kang Songzi opened his eyes, looked at everyone, and slowly said, at this moment, the old woman in green had reduced the dragon's corpse to skin and bones, all its blood gone. Her face turned a rosy red, vaguely regaining the breath of youth. The old man surnamed Pang's complexion also recovered considerably. He stood up straight, looking at the narrow path ahead, now no longer shrouded in fog, his eyes sparkling. Gentlemen, let's continue. Shang Songzi stood up and walked straight ahead. The old woman in green and Chen Tianjun also began to stand up and move forward. Duan Mo's pupils hesitated slightly, a little pensive, but he also stood up and caught up with everyone. Wang Lin sat in the furthest position, clutching the jade slip in his hand. The jade slip recorded a matter related to this seven-colored world. So this place is. Wang Lin interrupted his thoughts, forcefully raising his head to look at everyone. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly contracted, and the hairs on his body stood on end. At that moment, Zhang Songzi and Duanmu simultaneously stopped, and then the old woman in green and Chen Tianjun also immediately noticed the abnormality. The old man surnamed Pang was the last to notice. Don't move. Fear flared in Zhang Songzi's eyes, and he quickly transmitted his thoughts outwards. The old man surnamed Pang took a deep breath, his face showing fear. Behind him was a region filled with icy coldness, and he didn't even dare to release his divine consciousness. But he was very familiar with this feeling and coldness. He hadn't forgotten the second time the group entered this seven-colored world. It was because of this thing that more than half of his fellow cultivators were taken away. When faced with this mysterious object, they had no power to resist like ordinary people, except for Wang Lin, whose position allowed him to clearly see the scene behind the group. All the others were unaware of what lay behind them. Remember not to release your divine consciousness. Shang Songzi's face turned pale as he transmitted his final divine thought. After that, he said nothing more, his body remaining motionless like a statue, even his eyes closed. In Wang Lin's eyes, a figure suddenly appeared behind the group of cultivators. This was a figure clad in gray, but the body beneath the clothing had become so transparent that the flesh and blood beneath were clearly visible. This person was bald, their eyes devoid of any life, and they slowly approached from a distance, step by step. Their pace was unhurried, and it took a long time before they reached the dragon's corpse. Without any visible movement, the dragon's body immediately began to rot, transforming into a pool of blood in an instant. But strangely, that pool of blood slowly moved forward. Duanmu, standing at the back of the group, remained motionless, but his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He clearly felt the chill behind him growing stronger, and when he caught sight of the gray-clad figure passing by, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. At that moment, the man in gray stopped, slowly turning his head to look at Duanmu. Duanmu's eyes stared directly at the man, and his mind suddenly trembled. In that instant, Duanmu's mind suddenly went blank, his eyes showing a dazed expression, and a phantom image of the sun and moon suddenly materialized above his head. The phantom image of the sun and moon continued to rotate above his head, forming a vortex, like the sun and moon reversal. This sun and moon reversal was the actual manifestation of Duanmu's mental state, containing many symbols within it. It was Duanmu's most prized divine ability, but the scene before him shocked Wang Lin's mind. The phantom image of the sun and moon reversal on Duanmu's head suddenly shot towards the man in gray in a very strange way, then gradually moved away from his body and merged into the man in gray. The dazed expression in Duanmu's eyes immediately dissipated, replaced by a void of death devoid of any life. At this moment, the man in the gray coat turned around and walked straight ahead. This situation instantly shocked everyone else. The old woman in green didn't blink or move. Chen Tianjun in front was the same, his eyes showing no change. The man in gray silently strode straight through the crowd. At this moment, Duanmu followed behind, his hair gradually falling to the ground. His body beneath his clothes was becoming transparent. Soon, the man in gray reached Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't dare move, trying to compose himself. The man in gray continued forward, Duanmu behind him. The two walked straight into the distance. After the two disappeared into the distance, the surrounding cold air dissipated, finally vanishing completely. Shang Songzi's body trembled, and he let out a deep breath, wiping away the cold sweat from his forehead. The three people standing behind Shang Songzi also breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes showing fear. Who is he? Chen Tianjun's mind was shaken, and he asked in a low voice, "The lost one." Fear still lingered in Shang Songzi's eyes as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Shang Songzi, what kind of place is this?" The old woman in green robe's face turned grim as she stared at Shang Songzi. The bizarre situation that had just happened to Duanmu had deeply affected her. Duanmu Taoist friend didn't heed my advice, alas. The old man surnamed Pang still had a look of horror on his face as he shook his head and said, "I don't know what kind of strange place this is, but as I said before, we call this place the Seven-Colored World. The man in gray just now was the lost one. I can confirm that. There aren't many illusionists in this world. If they appear, as long as you remain motionless with your consciousness and body, you won't be in danger. If you make any moves, it will be like fellow Taoist Duanmu," Shang Songzi said in a low voice. "There aren't many illusionists here either, but after each time you, Shang Songzi, come here, there are more," Wang Lin said calmly, standing up and looking at Shang Songzi. The old woman in green only gave a cold smile without saying anything. Chen Tianjun's expression turned gloomy. He stared at Shang Songzi and slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Shang Songzi has been here twice before, and each time you left behind several illusionists." Shang Songzi's expression darkened. He pondered for a while, then nodded slightly. He smiled bitterly and said, "The man in gray just now was a fellow Taoist who came here for the first time. He was also taken away by an illusionist before." Chen Tianjun snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "This time, following you here was a mistake. I, Chen, will withdraw." After saying this, Chen Tianjun's body flashed, and he shot off like an arrow towards the path he had just come from, disappearing in an instant. Shang Songzi did not stop him, and only after Chen Tianjun had left did he slowly say, "Without me leading the way, he would not have been able to return. I also did not expect to encounter the lost one so quickly. Fellow Taoist Liu, fellow Taoist Zhao. I know of a cave dwelling at the intersection between the outside and inside of this seven-colored world. You surely know the owner of the cave dwelling. He is the great disciple of the Breaking Heaven sect from 18,000 years ago, Sima Mo." The old woman in green remained expressionless, as if she had not heard Shang Songzi's words. Wang Lin also silently looked at Shang Songzi, waiting for his next words. We don't need to mention how profound Sima Mo's cultivation is now. He's very skilled in alchemy, and it was he who took the alchemical formula that caused the calamity years ago. Although I don't know why the formula has recently appeared in a 5th-level star domain, I can confirm that this cave dwelling belongs to Sima Mo. As for whether this person has successfully refined the elixir, I can't say for sure. But even without that elixir, the other items are certainly not lacking." After saying this, Shang Songzi took out a jade slip and threw it to Wang Lin. When Wang Lin received the jade slip and scanned it with his divine consciousness, he handed it to the old woman in green. "I obtained this jade slip from here before, so I can confirm this," Shang Songzi said softly. Seeing that Wang Lin and the old woman in green remained expressionless and didn't agree to continue searching, Shang Songzi raised his eyebrows. "After we kill the beast, neither I nor fellow Taoist Pang want to claim any share. Moreover, before entering this place, I've already mentioned it. I'll let the first few choose 10 types. How confident are you in entering that place?" The old woman in green hesitated for a moment before asking, "With your and fellow Taoist Lu's assistance, I'm 6 parts confident of success." Shang Songzi pondered for a while before speaking. "All right." The old woman in green closed her eyes, thought for a moment, and then nodded slightly. Shang Songzi looked at Wang Lin and said, "I've been to this place before, and entered the seven-colored world. Each time I went, there was danger, but the rewards were even greater. Based on the clues I've gathered, many beast souls from level 8 to level 13 are sealed within. This time, I've prepared enough medicinal materials. Given enough time, I can refine many elixirs. If fellow Taoist Lu agrees, you can also choose 10 types. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, though slightly pensive. He thought that Zhang Songzi's schemes were certainly not that simple. With this man's mindset, he would never reveal his true intentions. Fellow Taoist Lu, first, I can take you to some safe locations with mistransformed beasts to collect all the essence crystals. Besides, I won't touch anything else in Sima Mo's cave. Wang Lin looked at Zhang Songzi and said, okay. Zhang Songzi didn't want to say much more. He found a direction, abandoned the narrow path they had just taken, and changed direction, guiding the remaining 3 towards the distance. Zhang Songzi was very familiar with this area, and after a while, they arrived at another location shrouded in fog. This was a mountain gorge, densely covered in mist. As they entered, Zhang Songzi was extremely cautious, slowly moving forward. When he was 100 yards away from the mist, Zhang Songzi stopped. He swung his right hand in the air, and many immortal jade pieces immediately flew out of his storage bag. All the immortal jade pieces swirled around Zhang Songzi. He swung his right hand again, and with a series of loud bangs, the immortal jade pieces shattered into tiny fragments. He took a deep breath and carefully threw all the fragments into the mist. Just then, a low growl came from within the mist, and a turtle-shaped beast poked its head out. It was gently sucking the immortal jade pieces into its mouth. Fellow Taoist Pang, Zhang Songzi said softly, once more producing immortal jade pieces, shattering them into tiny fragments and throwing them away. The old man surnamed Pang, clearly skilled in this technique, had clearly worked with Zhang Songzi many times before. His body flashed, and he leapt into the mist. The turtle-shaped beast turned its head to glance at him, hesitating slightly. At this moment, many more immortal jade pieces flew towards it, and the beast immediately devoured them. Seeing the situation, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, but his expression remained calm. Soon after, the old man surnamed Peng emerged from the mist and stood beside everyone. Zhang Songzi continued to throw out immortal jade, slowly retreating. Only when the group had retreated more than 1,000 feet did Zhang Songzi stop throwing immortal jade. How much did you get? Zhang Songzi asked the old man surnamed Peng. Less than 3,000. The old man surnamed Peng took out a storage bag and handed it to Wang Lin without hesitation. Among the level 12 mistransformed beasts, some types like to eat immortal jade. Just using immortal jade as bait can yield some essence crystals. After saying this, Zhang Songzi led the group and changed direction, going to several places where mistransformed beasts were located. Using the same method, Zhang Songzi spent some immortal jade and collected nearly 20,000 essence crystals. Only then did Zhang Songzi stop and continue down the narrow path they had come from. Wait until we return on a different path, then I will collect a little more for fellow Taoist Lu. Based on the amount from back then, it will probably be around 60 or 70,000. Enlightenment, imprisonment in the heavenly path. All living beings must go through countless eons, abandoning a single obsession in the depths of hell, and embarking on the path of cultivation. The contents of the jade slip he had picked up beside the skeleton echoed in Wang Lin's mind. He glanced at the world before him and silently nodded. The words in the jade slip made Wang Lin ponder for a long time, unable to fully understand their meaning. Based on the words alone, there were many possible interpretations. Wang Lin glanced at Zhang Songzi, knowing full well that the other man had entered this place several times before, searching through many caves and corpses, and therefore must have obtained rare treasures and jade slips containing information. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so familiar with this place. Zhang Songzi cautiously advanced along the narrow path between the two cliffs. He had a simple map with him as he proceeded along this narrow path. In truth, he had never been here before. His previous visits to this 7-colored world had been via a different path, the one on the other side. At that time, he had obtained information and a map that had shaken his mind. After several days of venturing deep into the narrow path and avoiding the mistransformed beasts, everyone gradually entered a region deep within the mountain range. Looking ahead, they saw the final mountain range. Beyond this, they would see the scenery. The old woman in the green robe remained calm, her gaze unwavering as she advanced, seemingly in a state of meditation. Wang Lin glanced at her several times but couldn't discern her thoughts. He only knew her surname was Zhao. He couldn't discern anything else about her. However, he remained observant, noticing that she followed Zhang Songzi forward, but each step she took was remarkably precise. While there were many restrictions in place, most were broken, and the old woman's footsteps landed on areas with no or very weak restrictions. This was very much like a habit. It wouldn't change just because the forbidden spell had shattered and lost all its power. These small details, unless one was a master in the field of forbidden spells, would be difficult to discern. Old Man Peng followed closely behind Zhang Songzi, not daring to get too close to Wang Lin, clearly still feeling apprehensive. At this point, the path ahead had ended. Zhang Songzi frowned and bowed his head in deep thought. The sky was still covered in seven-colored light, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. Waves of primal energy in the heavens and earth were slowly vibrating, creating echoing sounds that drew everyone's attention. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed as he looked into the distance, his gaze able to see the scenes behind several mountain ranges. In the sky, swirling mist was swirling, and the pulsating waves of sound were emanating from there. Hidden within these waves of primal energy was a powerful tremor of the primordial spirit, the divine power of Chen Tianjun of the Beast Transformation Sect. Zhang Songzi looked into the distance and said coldly. After a long while, the tremors gradually dissipated, and the distant mist vanished as if nothing had ever happened, leaving no ripples whatsoever. This Chen Tianjun is certainly in grave danger. He refused to heed my advice. His death is well deserved. In this seven-colored world, one cannot move freely. Every path here is constantly changing. Only someone with an extremely thorough understanding of this place can enter and exit so easily. The old man's surname Peng sneered, a mocking look in his eyes. Alright, let's not mention Chen Tianjun for now. After examining this place, I've discovered some clues to the Forbidden's formations. The specific method of breaking them requires Taoist Hao's intervention. Zhang Songzi stepped back a few paces and turned to bow to the old woman in green. The old woman in green, her gaze sweeping across the dead and ahead, nodded upon hearing this. It's a pity that Taoist Duanmu was taken away by the illusionist. Otherwise, with his divine power and mental perception, he could certainly seal the changes in the restrictions and would definitely be able to assist Taoist Zhao. Zhang Songzi shook his head and said, most of the restrictions here are of a type I've never seen before. I can't be sure whether I can break them or not. The old woman in green continued walking forward, reaching the end of the path. There was no road here, only a mountain range. To cross it, one would have to climb to the summit. But a thick fog blocked all paths at the mountaintop. The old woman in green reached out and touched the rocky mountain, her eyes flashing with contemplation. Wang Lin remained calm. After assessing the mountain a few times, he withdrew his gaze, crossed his legs, and sat down to the side. He continued to cultivate, maintaining himself in peak condition, ready to face whatever might happen. Time slowly passed. The old woman in green remained motionless, but the light in her eyes changed dramatically, and her eyebrows furrowed. Taoist Zhang Songzi, are you sure there's a restriction here? Isn't it supposed to be a mountain climbing path? The old woman in green turned to look at Zhang Songzi. This mountain peak isn't without ferocious beasts. As far as I know, there are 7 ferocious beasts up there, all level 12. I've been here before. I took a different path and climbed this mountain, but the casualties were too great, and I couldn't get past. Later, I discovered a jade slip with a map, which indicated a path through the mountain. The entrance to that path is right here. Zhang Songzi remained silent for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. The old woman in green became pensive. She took 2 steps back, her hands forming a series of incantations, instantly conjuring a series of hand seals. These seals overlapped to form an extremely complex forbidden symbol, which then suddenly fell upon the mountain. Wang Lin's mind was shaken, and he casually glanced around. When the forbidden's symbol fell upon the mountain, the rock surface seemed to dissolve, and a very slight vibration appeared, like a crack in a lake. But strangely, these vibrations suddenly produced a series of small seals, and a wave of ancient, desolate energy slowly erupted from the mountain. The old woman in green took a few steps back, her hands quickly forming another incantation, and then she pointed several times at her chest. Suddenly, 7 streams of black energy burst out from the old woman's 7 orifices. These 7 streams of black energy contained a great deal of life force swirling around her body. At this moment, the old woman took a deep breath, and her body suddenly moved forward. After taking 3 steps forward, the old woman's body plunged straight into the rocky mountain. The tremors of the mountain intensified, vaguely turning transparent, allowing the people outside, including Shang Songzi, to clearly see the scene inside. Suddenly, a stone cave appeared before them, but everything inside was pitch black. Even their vision was swallowed by the darkness. The old woman in green gazed into the rocky mountain, her face instantly turning pale. Her body twisted in a bizarre way, as if a huge force was pressing down on her, and faint rumbling sounds could be heard. The old woman closed her eyes tightly, silently breathing in for a moment, then opened them and stepped forward. With each step, her body trembled violently. The moment the 3rd step landed, the tremors on the mountain became terrifying, and a desolate aura suddenly became extremely majestic, enveloping everything around her. After taking 3 consecutive steps forward, the old woman's eyes were bloodshot. She formed a hand still and immediately pressed her hand firmly against her forehead. Suddenly, the wrinkles on her face underwent a bizarre and terrifying transformation. All the wrinkles quickly vanished, and her body instantly seemed to rejuvenate, transforming her into a middle-aged woman of 40. Although not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a subtle air of beauty and maturity. She lifted her right leg and took 2 more steps. In the blink of an eye, after taking the 6th step, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, finally unable to bear it any longer and retreating backward with a thud from the rocky mountain. She continued to retreat until she reached Wang Lin's side, where her appearance instantly changed again, becoming aged once more. This is an ancient formation, something I've only encountered in ancient books. This is the first time I've officially faced it. Whoever could set up this formation must have reached the pinnacle of Forbidden's techniques. The 9th-step Immortal Ceiling Formation. Wang Lin swept his gaze towards the rocky mountain. At this moment, the old woman in green, who had retreated, had recovered her composure, revealing no clues whatsoever. This formation has endured countless years, suffering damage in many places and lacking offensive power, yet its ceiling is incredibly effective and remains as perfect as it was initially. With my cultivation, I can only advance 5 steps. If I take another step, I won't be able to hold on. How can we break this formation? Shang Songzi frowned, looking at the formation before him and asking, "If we advance 10 steps, we can break the formation." The old woman in green took out a pill and swallowed it, speaking in a low voice while inhaling. Shang Songzi fell silent. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and raised his right hand, instantly manifesting a black armor around his body. At this moment, demonic energy suddenly erupted, making Shang Songzi resemble a demon lord. Let's see how many steps I can advance in this formation with my cultivation and the divine demon armor. Taoist Zhao, open the formation for me. Shang Songzi refused to give up. Having come this far, he couldn't afford to give up. He then advanced straight towards the rocky mountain. The old woman in green used both hands to form a hand seal and pointed forward, and a forbidden spell immediately flew out. Before Shang Songzi could reach the mountain, the cliff face trembled and became transparent. Shang Songzi didn't stop but directly entered the rocky mountain. His mid-stage shattered nirvana cultivation instantly erupted, and the moment he entered the mountain, he advanced 4 steps. With each step, a faint rumbling sound echoed. Shang Songzi's face was slightly pale, and the demonic energy emanating from his armor intensified. After taking 4 steps forward, he paused briefly to breathe deeply. Then his eyes flashed as he took 3 more steps. By the time these 3 steps landed, Shang Songzi's face was devoid of color, and his body trembled. But he gritted his teeth and let out a low growl before raising his right foot and stomping down. This was the 8th step. The moment the 8th step landed, a series of rumbling explosions erupted within Shang Songzi's body, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot. 1,000 years of preparation, finally thwarted by this formation. He was unwilling to accept it. Ah! Shang Songzi gritted his teeth, lifted his foot, and brought it down. At this moment, the old man surnamed Pang's eyes showed anticipation, while the old woman in green's eyes flickered, her expression unreadable. The moment the 9th step landed, Shang Songzi felt as if he had crashed headfirst into a mountain, the recoil overwhelming him. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body instantly thrown backward and flung away from the rocky mountain. After retreating several meters, he finally regained his balance. If I can't get in, then no one else will get out of this world. Shang Tsungzi's face turned pale as he swept his gaze across the rocky mountain, a hint of madness and violence in his eyes. Let me try. Wang Lin, who had been sitting cross-legged, straightened up and brushed the dust off his clothes. He glanced at the demonic sect member on Shang Tsungzi's body and calmly said, "You?" Shang Tsungzi looked at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with a madness that concealed sarcasm, thinking to himself, this person's identity is a bit strange. Before, he had the strength to fight against a flood dragon. Perhaps he used his physical strength to break through this formation. Alright, then I'll ask for your help, fellow Taoist Lu. Shang Tsungzi clasped his hands, his expression returning to normal. The old man surnamed Pang secretly sneered, thinking that even with Shang Tsungzi wearing the divine demon armor, he could only advance 9 steps. This Lu fellow could only advance a few steps at most. Wang Lin looked at the mountain. He wouldn't have appeared, but seeing the madness in Shang Tsungzi's eyes earlier, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Although this place was dangerous, if it could pique Shang Tsungzi's interest so much, it must contain something of great value. If they couldn't enter this place, Shang Tsungzi would certainly not let everyone leave. Although Wang Lin had secretly prepared for this, he didn't bother to find out the details. But he really wanted to know what the reason was and what item could make Shang Tsungzi so frantic. I respectfully request Tao's assistance in opening this formation. Wang Lin bowed to the old woman in green. This Taoist Tao had obviously not used her full strength before. She had used Shang Tsungzi's impatience to force him into the rocky mountain, resulting in his injury. They haven't even found the treasure yet, and these people are already secretly fighting amongst themselves, trying to weaken each other's strength. If I have to participate this time, I will certainly do the same. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. Outsiders couldn't discern his thoughts. The old woman in green waved her right hand forward, and a restriction immediately appeared on the rocky mountain, making it transparent and causing ripples to appear. Wang Lin turned and took a few steps to the side of the rocky mountain before stepping inside. Unnoticed by anyone, as Wang Lin entered the cliff, he used the moment the ripples vibrated to allow an invisible restriction on his right hand to merge into the formation. Upon entering the cliff, Wang Lin immediately felt a wave of pressure converging from all directions, especially intense in front of him. Wang Lin's pace was slow. He took 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps forward. When his 3rd step landed, Wang Lin clearly felt the pressure from all sides reach an unimaginable level. The resistance before him was like a raging storm, like a giant mountain pressing down, blocking his path. Each time he stomped his foot, the compressive force increased exponentially, making it increasingly difficult to advance. An ordinary cultivator would undoubtedly be unable to withstand this insane pressure and would inevitably shatter. But Wang Lin possessed the body of an ancient god, so this level of pressure was nothing to him. However, his face was extremely pale. After taking the 3rd step, he paused to breathe deeply. Then he lifted his foot again and stomped down the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. The moment Wang Lin took the 6th step, the pressure reached an earth-shattering level, as if countless arms were wrapping around him, like a small leaf amidst raging waves. Wang Lin's face was completely devoid of color. His body trembled slightly as if wanting to retreat, but a force behind him prevented him. At this moment, the old woman in green outside was staring intently at Wang Lin in the cliff, a thoughtful expression in her eyes. The formation began to change. Shang Tsungzi frowned and glanced at Wang Lin's body. After carefully observing for a long time, recalling the sensations he felt when he took the 6th step, he became pensive and said nothing. The old man surnamed Pang secretly sneered, thinking that he had been mistaken to have valued this person so highly before. This guy didn't have high cultivation, but his mind wasn't much better either. If he suffered serious injuries, he would lose the qualification to continue in this world. When he took the 6th step, Wang Lin paused for a very long time. After a long time, he advanced to the 7th step. The moment his foot touched the ground, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but his body didn't stop, continuing to advance to the 8th step. The moment Wang Lin took the 8th step, rumbling sounds like his bones and blood were being crushed emanated from his body, and a large amount of blood spurted out, staining his clothes red. At this moment, Shang Tsungzi's expression showed a tremor. He took a few steps forward, concentrating his gaze on the cliff, his eyes flashing like lightning as he looked at Wang Lin. The old woman in green also straightened up. The old man surnamed Pang's expression became serious, but inwardly he was laughing heartily. Wang Lin's body in the Rocky Mountains seemed to be twisting and turning. In an instant, as a low whir emanated from the mountain, he raised his right foot and took the 9th step. A loud bang resounded. Wang Lin's body trembled, veins bulged on his face, and his eyes were bloodshot, but his body remained steady. Shang Songzi's mind was shaken, and he softly exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Lu, you were just a little short." A complex look appeared in the old woman in green's eyes. She observed carefully for a long time, but saw no sign of him faking it. Everything was extremely genuine. At this moment, the formation has undergone a transformation. Even if this person wanted to return, they couldn't. Shang Songzi, Taoist Dao, Lu, have done my best, but if I am seriously injured, then you will be in trouble. A weak voice of Wang Lin echoed from within the Rocky Mountain. Taoist Lu, rest assured, I will absolutely not break my promise, Shang Songzi said. Wang Lin hesitated slightly within the Rocky Mountain, but quickly raised his right foot and took the 10th step forward. The moment the 10th step landed, the entire mountain range instantly exploded, shaking violently. Many rocks on the cliff face crumbled, startling the mist-transformed beasts on the mountaintop. At this moment, the 9 steps heaven ceiling formation shattered. Wang Lin's body spat out fresh blood again. When the formation shattered, a huge force erupted, sweeping him backward. Shang Songzi's eyes flashed, and he immediately took a step forward, raising his right hand and directly pointing a finger at Wang Lin's body as he was being thrown. The moment Shang Songzi's finger touched Wang Lin, his elemental power and divine consciousness directly surged into Wang Lin's body, quickly circulating before suddenly being withdrawn. Shang Songzi was standing in front of the old woman in green, so he didn't dare to strike. Otherwise, it would make the old woman in green extremely vigilant, creating unnecessary trouble for their journey later. Shang Songzi's purpose was to test whether this man surnamed Lu was seriously injured. If he got an accurate answer, he would naturally not bother with this severely injured man who no longer posed a threat to others. At this moment, a beast's roar suddenly echoed, and a beast resembling an eagle emerged from the mist on the mountaintop, charging straight towards the group of people. Shang Songzi directly grabbed Wang Lin and entered the path that appeared when the formation shattered. The old man surnamed Peng and the old woman in green followed closely behind, both quickly entering the passage. The group sped along the path like arrows, and after a while, when the roars of the beasts gradually faded, they stopped. Shang Songzi released Wang Lin, a look of gratitude on his face. He clasped his hands and said, "Brother Lu, you risked your life to break the formation and suffered serious injuries. I will remember this." Wang Lin's face was pale, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand and smiled bitterly, saying the formation in the cliff was very strange. After I took 6 steps, there was resistance behind me, so I could only move forward. In any case, being able to enter this place this time is all thanks to Taoist Lu's efforts. Shang Songzi's expression was extremely sincere, and he repeatedly clasped his hands. After seeing Wang Lin's extremely tired face, he took out some pills and offered them to him. "Brother Lu, please continue your healing process first. Once you recover, we'll continue forward." Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then nodded bitterly. He accepted the elixir from Kang Songzi but didn't swallow it, instead using his own. Then he closed his eyes and began to meditate. The old man surnamed Peng's eyes flashed, revealing a cold glint. But at this moment, Kang Songzi glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Time slowly passed, and soon Wang Lin opened his eyes and stood up straight. He said in a hoarse voice, "The wounds can't heal in a short time. Let's continue on our way." Kang Songzi looked at Wang Lin and nodded slightly. The old woman in green sighed inwardly but said nothing. Everyone continued along the path. The atmosphere here was extremely quiet. Only the echoing footsteps could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, a bright area appeared ahead. Kang Songzi suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickened his pace. This illuminated area was the entrance to this path. Shang Songzi stood there, letting go of his hands as he gazed at the scene before him, a hearty laugh echoing through the air. Ahead stretched a continuous expanse of valleys, teeming with vegetation, their fragrant aromas instantly invigorating. Behind them, the mountain range resembled a fortified wall forming a circle, its peaks towering majestically, separating them from the outside world. After crossing the mountain range, we'll officially enter. Simon Mo's cave dwelling wasn't behind the mountains, but within a valley ahead. Shang Songzi chuckled, then leapt forward. He sped along at incredible speed, the old woman in green close beside him. The old man surnamed Peng inwardly sneered, following closely behind Wang Lin. Soon, under Shang Songzi's guidance, the four arrived at a valley. Upon entering, they found a cave dwelling in front of them. The stone door of the cave was covered in green moss, clearly indicating it had been abandoned for a long time. The interior space wasn't large. The stone chamber only had 3 rooms. The floor was messy, with many scattered elixirs, most of which were damaged and would shatter at the slightest touch. Shang Songzi's mind was clearly not focused on this cave. He looked at the old woman in green and said, "I won't take anything from here. Everything belongs to Taoist Zhao and Taoist Lu." The old woman in green swept her divine sense over the area and shook her head, saying, "Taoist Lu paid a high price earlier. I won't take anything from here either. Everything belongs to Taoist Lu." Wang Lin looked around, sighed softly, and clasped his hands in greeting. "I, Lu, cannot continue further with you too. I find this place relatively quiet and suitable for healing. Since you, Taoist Lu, are seriously injured, please rest assured and heal here for a while. When I and Taoist Zhao return, we will present the promised items, and then we will leave this place together." A smile appeared on Shang Songzi's face. "Thank you." Wang Lin nodded slightly. "But although it's quiet here, it's also quite dangerous. There might even be ferocious beasts. Taoist Peng, I have a favor to ask." Shang Songzi became pensive, looking towards the old man surnamed Peng. "If Taoist Lu wishes to heal alone here, I am somewhat worried and uneasy. I would like to ask Taoist Peng to protect you here. Taoist Zhou and I will go and seize the treasure, and then we will share a portion with you as a token of our gratitude. What do you think?" The old man named Bang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled, saying, "That's how it should be done." Wang Lin frowned, about to speak. "What, fellow Taoist Lu, are you dissatisfied?" Shang Songzi's expression suddenly darkened as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin also fell silent. Since fellow Taoist Lu has agreed, then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Peng. After saying this, Shang Songzi glanced at the old woman in green, and the two opened their cave dwelling and flew out like arrows, heading towards the distant mountain range that resembled a wall. But before leaving, the old woman in green cast a glance at Wang Lin, and Shang Songzi also suddenly glanced at the old man surnamed Peng. When the two disappeared from sight, a sinister smile appeared on the old man's face. He gently rotated the ring on his right finger and looked at Wang Lin, slowly saying, "Fellow Taoist Lu, please continue your cultivation. I will certainly protect you well." After the old man surnamed Peng finished speaking, he glanced at Wang Lin. After assessing Wang Lin's injuries, he paid no further attention to him. He began to loot everything usable in the cave dwelling, while Wang Lin closed his eyes, ignoring him. Time slowly passed. After the old man surnamed Peng finished ransacking the 3 stone chambers, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. After returning to Wang Lin's side, the old man coldly looked at him, then suddenly smiled. "Fellow Taoist Lu, I remember you said something before." Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly looked at the old man surnamed Peng. Upon seeing Wang Lin's calm gaze, the old man surnamed Peng's eyes also became serious. But very quickly, he recovered his composure and said in a low voice, "Earlier you said I should be careful with my words. That reckless speech would bring disaster." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He slowly said, "I said that, and now I'll say it again. If you speak recklessly, you will face disaster." The old man surnamed Peng, standing beside him, laughed maniacally. His face filled with tiny holes, making him look extremely ferocious. He looked at Wang Lin, his eyes turning icy cold. He said, "Before, you weren't injured, and I was indeed afraid of you. But now, let's see who will face disaster." The old man surnamed Peng's eyes flashed, and he swung his right hand, striking down towards Wang Lin. The reason the old man surnamed Peng waited until now to act was to wait for Shang Songzi and the old woman in green to go far away, to avoid the old woman in green noticing. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm like still water. The moment the old man surnamed Pang approached, his eyes instantly blazed with cold light. Wang Lin raised his right hand with lightning speed and forcefully grabbed the old man surnamed Pang's hand. The cracking sounds suddenly became more resonant. The pupils in the old man's eyes suddenly contracted, the excruciating pain shooting straight through him, filling him with terror. But at this moment, all meaning was lost. You! The old man immediately retreated, intending to unleash his divine power, when Wang Lin suddenly flashed forward. He directly lunged out and swung his right hand, a colossal force roaring forth. The distance between the old man and Wang Lin was too close. At this moment, there was no chance to dodge. A deafening explosion resounded, Wang Lin's right fist striking directly into the old man's chest. The old man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, disbelief in his eyes, his body suddenly exploding in an instant, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The old man's primordial spirit screamed and shot out, a terrifying fear erupting within it. He was terrified. He hadn't expected the person before him to be unharmed. Just as he was about to flee, Wang Lin turned and raised his right hand. A steel sword instantly appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he slashed forward. The sword light flashed, and the old man's surname Pang let out a cry, his primordial spirit instantly splitting in two. Wang Lin flicked his sleeve and directly grabbed one half of the old man's primordial spirit. After Wang Lin squeezed his hand tightly, the old man's primordial spirit shattered. The enormous surge of primal energy within the primordial spirit hadn't even dissipated before Wang Lin swallowed it whole. The remaining half of the primordial spirit was almost transparent, but the old man didn't dare to escape, his primordial spirit trembling under the steel sword in Wang Lin's hand. This action ended in an instant. Wang Lin's strike was a decisive and ruthless killing blow. Wang Lin's sword strike came down when the old man was completely unprepared, not even having time to unleash his divine abilities or treasures. Open your storage space, and I won't kill you. Wang Lin's gaze turned icy cold, and he spoke in a low, deep voice. The old man Pang's primordial spirit was extremely weak, and he sensed signs of impending doom. At that moment, Wang Lin's image in his eyes had grown unexpectedly powerful. He couldn't discern the truth from Wang Lin's words, but refusing now meant death, while not refusing offered a chance of survival. He gritted his teeth and hastily opened his storage bag. Wang Lin swung his iron sword, severing the connection between the old man Pang and the storage space. Then he directly retrieved all the items inside. At this moment, Wang Lin coldly looked at the old man's primordial spirit, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. You said you wouldn't kill me. The old man Pang's primordial spirit immediately shrieked. Wang Lin snorted coldly, raising his right hand and directly grabbing the old man Pang's primordial spirit. After forcing the opponent's primordial spirit into a weakened state, Wang Lin immediately used his divine ability to search through memories. A moment later, he collected the still not completely dead primordial spirit into his storage bag. Wang Lin didn't want to kill the old man. If he died, Shang Songzi would certainly become wary, which would be counterproductive and ruin Wang Lin's plan. This person and Shang Songzi have a very close relationship. Perhaps this person's life-saving scroll is in Shang Songzi's hands. If this old man dies, Shang Songzi will immediately discover it. Wang Lin wasn't entirely sure about this. The old man Pang's memories didn't mention it, but he had been very cautious lately, so he had to believe it. After calculating the time, Wang Lin leisurely opened his storage space to examine the old man Pang's belongings. This person is a nirvana-shattering cultivator, so his storage space must contain many treasures. Just the immortal jade alone is worth over 100,000, and especially the essence crystals number 5 or 6,000. Besides that, the storage space also contains many herbs and elixirs. Clearly, the old man surnamed Pang has prepared very thoroughly for this journey. Afterward, Wang Lin continued searching for jade slips. Among the jade slips, he discovered 2 maps and a portion of the incantation for leaving this place. Both maps were related to the 7-colored world, and the maps also had some markings to indicate the way. Even some of the mist-transforming beasts that could be fed immortal jade to obtain essence crystals were marked. It could be said that the map was very clear. Unfortunately, Wang Lin obtained too little information from the old man surnamed Pang's memories, and even through his recollections, he couldn't understand the purpose of Kang Songzi. He only knew that many beast souls were sealed there. Besides this, Wang Lin also found other things related to the seven-colored world in the old man's memories. Wang Lin became pensive, continuing to carefully examine the storage space. He also looked through the things the old man surnamed Peng had taken from this cave. He discovered many elixirs, but a short sword caught his attention. This short sword was in the third stone chamber, embedded in a beast skeleton. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a silver light flashed, the short sword suddenly appearing in his hand. The old man surnamed Peng had just taken it and hadn't had time to examine it carefully. Now it had fallen into Wang Lin's hands. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept across the sword, and he immediately detected an unusual aura emanating from it. He felt this aura was very familiar, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. However, the short sword was sealed, and its true power couldn't be known without breaking the seal. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin went to the third stone chamber. He saw a skeleton on the ground. This skeleton wasn't large, about the size of an average person, and resembled a deer. The skeleton was pitch black, and more than half of it had broken into small pieces. After examining it closely, Wang Lin realized that these fragments were all created by the old man surnamed Peng who had stolen the sword. After looking at the skeleton, Wang Lin frowned. He felt something was amiss. How could there be a deer skeleton in such a deep cave? And the short sword, even before its seal was broken, already seemed extraordinary. If the seal were broken, its power would surely be unimaginable. But why would a treasure be impaled on a deer's body and then fixed in a stone chamber? This isn't Simon Mo's cave dwelling, so whose is it? Wang Lin had previously searched through the memories of the old man surnamed Peng, which allowed him to confirm that this wasn't Simon Mo's cave dwelling. Zhang Songzi simply didn't want to take him to the real cave dwelling. This cave dwelling was merely something Zhang Songzi had found at random. Simon Mo had a cave dwelling here, but its location wasn't here. Wang Lin already knew its true location. Wang Lin looked at the animal skeleton on the ground, his expression somber for a long time. He then turned and left the stone chamber. He didn't have much time to analyze this matter. After retrieving his short sword, Wang Lin was about to leave. Suddenly, Wang Lin stopped as if remembering something. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. He saw a pool of blood in the corner of the room, containing a ring. In the old man Peng's memory, this ring was the best treasure, something he had obtained from the seven-colored world. But now, he had been instantly killed by Wang Lin, so he didn't have a chance to use it. Wang Lin swung his right hand, and the ring immediately flew into his hand. After wiping off the fresh blood and scanning it with his divine consciousness, his expression showed a hint of shock. The ring also had seals, but there were 9 layers of seals. The old man Peng had broken the 7th layer, thus retaining some control over it, and the 8th layer had also been broken more than halfway. After erasing the old man Peng's consciousness from above, Wang Lin carefully examined the ring several times. With his level of forbiddance techniques, it wouldn't be difficult to break the remaining layers of seals. Wang Lin's left hand formed a hand seal, and the forbiddance technique immediately appeared and fell upon the ring. Suddenly, rumbling sounds echoed, and after breaking half of the remaining 8th layer of seals, the seal instantly opened. At this moment, the ring was enveloped in 5-colored rays of light, which in an instant transformed into 5 rainbows swirling around Wang Lin's body. These 5 rainbows formed an extremely tight defensive circle capable of blocking all divine abilities while rotating. If the old man Peng had managed to open the 8th layer of seals earlier, killing him wouldn't have been so quick. Wang Lin's mind stirred slightly, and the 5 rainbows swirling outside immediately dissipated. They all merged into the ring and were retrieved by Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his gaze shifting outside the cave. A cold light flashed, and his body instantly appeared outside the cave, then shot straight into the distance. While rushing like an arrow, he didn't dare spread his divine consciousness too far, only keeping it around his body. He relied solely on a strange sense of perception to traverse every location in the mountain valley. If Zhang Songzi saw the path Wang Lin had taken, he would surely be shocked. This path was the same one he and the old woman in green had traveled. Wang Lin's demon-slaying armor. How could anyone else possibly wear it? This place was covered in lush green grass, free of fog, and the distant landscape was clearly visible. Wang Lin sped forward like an arrow, traversing a series of mountain valleys. Occasionally, he would stop, close his eyes, and concentrate for a moment, as if sensing the path ahead. After a while, he would open his eyes again and continue forward. In the distance, a mountain range formed a barrier, and as time passed, Wang Lin gradually approached. About a day later, Wang Lin stopped outside a mountain valley. The distance from here to the towering mountain range ahead was very close. After crossing this mountain range, he would likely reach the foot of the mountain. Wang Lin gazed at the valley ahead, his expression becoming pensive. This valley was somewhat strange. After observing it closely for a moment, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed, and he formed a hand seal, conjuring a forbidden spell. He lightly touched his forehead, and a black line shot out from it. After rotating a few times, the black line instantly transformed into a forbidden spell mark and flew forward. The forbidden spell floated in the air, then dispersed into a dark light that enveloped everything in all directions. As the dark light descended, a fluorescent glow instantly appeared on the lush green grass in front, vaguely revealing a strange plum blossom pattern. The moment this pattern appeared, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The 18 plum blossom forbiddance formations. These 18 plum blossom forbiddance formations hadn't been here for long. They had been set up just a day earlier, clearly orchestrated by the old woman in green. The 18 plum blossom forbiddance formations are an extremely powerful type of forbiddance formation, derived from the ancient great forbiddance formations of annihilation. Before Wang Lin arrived in the Luotia star domain, encountering a formation of this level would have been impossible to break. But after arriving in the Luotia star domain, Wang Lin had inherited the Annihilation Heart Forbiddance Formation, one of the ancient great forbiddance formations. Now, breaking the 18 plum blossom forbiddance formations derived from the Annihilation Heart Forbiddance Formation was not difficult for him. This old woman in green left behind a forbiddance formation, definitely as an ambush and warning. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He was about to move forward but suddenly stopped. He looked down at the 18 plum blossom forbiddance formations below and vaguely felt a sense that things weren't as simple as he thought. Wang Lin unleashed his full divine consciousness and carefully searched every inch of the mountain valley, his expression gradually becoming serious. Especially after seeing a faint black light flickering in the center of the 2 plum blossom 18 forbiddance formations. The scene of the old woman in green robes absorbing the blood of the flood dragon and opening the 9 steps immortal sealing formation suddenly flashed through Wang Lin's mind. Previously, he had found the old woman's forbiddance method somewhat strange, but after careful observation, he realized he hadn't fully grasped it and didn't pay much attention to it. However, the forbiddance formation still existed in the valley before him. Wang Lin concentrated his mind for half a day, and a look of enlightenment suddenly appeared in his eyes. Using the life force of countless souls to create the forbiddance formation, this method is somewhat similar to the life and death forbiddance formation in the 4 great forbiddance formations of ancient times. Wang Lin was silent for a moment. He squatted down, and his right hand suddenly flashed with a dark light. He slowly placed his hand on the green grass beside him and scooped up some soil, causing sunlight to immediately concentrate. The roots of the green grass had clearly rotted, and their life force was greatly diminished. In just a few more hours, the life force would be completely lost, and then the formation here would be fully opened. Because the old woman in green had Kang Songzi by her side, she didn't have time to set up all the formation steps. She only left simple restrictions to absorb all the life force of the plants here. Once all the life force is absorbed, this formation will be opened. Wang Lin muttered, his heart filled with high vigilance towards the old woman in green. The current restriction is half complete, not unbreakable, but Wang Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. He stood up and took a few steps back. He then formed a hand seal, and as he pointed a finger forward, a black light instantly enveloped the surroundings. The symbols formed by the Annihilation Heart Forbiddance technique immediately trembled, then shattered into countless black spakes of light falling onto the grass. I didn't open this formation, but added my symbols and restrictions to this incomplete one. That way, if the old woman in green doesn't notice and steps inside, my Annihilation Heart Forbiddance technique and the Life and Death Forbiddance technique will combine their powers. Even if Kang Songzi accidentally steps in, he will be severely injured. Wang Lin cautiously advanced, moving across the grass with extreme caution. Only after entering the valley did he breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Lin glanced around. Sunlight shone on the far end of the valley, bordering the colossal mountain range that stood before him. This mountainous region is very steep, with all the peaks towering high. Wang Lin didn't stop, but climbed the mountain range at lightning speed. Upon seeing the life and death forbiddance formation, Wang Lin recalled Li Yuan's earlier words. In the primordial era of heaven and earth, rules appeared. After a very long time, a part of them separated and became called forbiddance formations, also known as arrays. The names are different, but the essence is the same. Forbiddance formations have been divided into 4 types from the time of the primordial heaven and earth to the present. But before the time of the primordial heaven and earth, only one part was called the void. After that, the void was divided into 4 parts, which are the 4 great forbiddance techniques. In ancient times, besides the destruction forbiddance formation and the life and death forbiddance formation, there were also the extremely mysterious ancient soul forbiddance formation and the years forbiddance formation. Even the forbiddance formations in the immortal realm originated from the 4 great forbiddance formations and have been passed down to the present. After climbing the mountain range, Wang Lin pondered for a long time. Years ago, when I left Luotia, Li Yuan said that if one could learn all 4 great forbiddance techniques and integrate them, relying on the wisdom gained from them, one could comprehend the void and reality. The void is the pinnacle of forbiddance techniques. But after countless millennia, since the creation of heaven and earth, no one has ever comprehended the void from within a forbiddance technique. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, deciding to stop thinking about this and focus all his energy on sensing the path of Kang Songzi and the other person. Another day passed, the sky still shrouded in 7-colored light. At this moment, Wang Lin stood on the highest peak, seemingly enveloped in shimmering 7-colored light. From afar, in the space filled with 7-colored light, Wang Lin resembled an immortal. The colossal mountain range, like a city wall, wound its way, separating the outside world into 2 completely different realms. The dense fog enveloped everything, making it impossible to see anything clearly, like a black ocean surging with fierce waves. Wang Lin looked ahead, clearly sensing Shan Songzi deep within the fog. His eyes turned icy cold, and he instantly leapt down, hurtling towards the mountain range, gradually moving further and further away. Shang Songzi, clad in his divine demon armor, wore an extremely cautious expression. With each step he took in the fog, his mind was filled with tension. The old woman in green stood beside him, her figure shrouded in dark mist. The surrounding space was eerily silent, only the slow footsteps of the 2 echoing. At this moment, that man surnamed Lu is certainly dead. Pangda has the skill of soul searching, so he'll definitely have some gains, especially the spirit transforming seal, which is a great divine ability of the divine sect. Shang Songzi secretly calculated the time. He and Pangda had worked together many times. Usually, a single glance was enough to understand each other's thoughts. Pangda has probably set off by now. Shang Songzi's eyes secretly flashed. Shang Songzi, fellow Taoist, how far is the place you mentioned? The old woman in green, who hadn't spoken the whole way, suddenly spoke. Not far, just ahead, Shang Songzi said, then suddenly stopped. At this moment, the old woman in green also stopped and carefully looked ahead. In the mist ahead, a stone statue could be vaguely seen. The statue was hidden in the mist, and it seemed to be slightly moving, as if the mist was continuously pouring out and transforming. The 2 exchanged glances and slowly advanced. Soon they reached the base of the statue, and only then did they clearly see the scene before them. It was a nearly 100-foot-tall stone statue of a man, gazing up at the sky, his eyes filled with contemplation, and a lightning-like mark on his forehead. This is... The old woman in the green robe was startled. She stared intently at the mark on the statue's forehead, her expression suddenly changing. At that moment, erotic sounds suddenly emanated from the surrounding mist. These sounds were extremely strange, containing a force capable of penetrating the soul. The sounds were sometimes near, sometimes far, making it impossible to discern their direction. Enlightenment of the mind, imprisonment of heaven and earth, sentient beings need compassion for the tribulations of life, abandoning a deep-seated obsession, offering up the path of cultivation. Enlightenment of the mind, sentient beings are also boundless, abandoning the shackles of today, escaping the notions of heaven, finding the path of future life, offering up the path of cultivation. Enlightenment of the mind, locking the destiny of heaven, dispelling darkness. Sentient beings are not ordinary people who often sink into the sea of suffering. Their thoughts are erroneous. Offering up the path of cultivation. These eerie sounds echoed in the mist, slowly spreading and merging in all directions. Shang Tsungzi's face instantly turned pale. He looked around fearfully. The old woman in green also took a deep breath. The eerie sounds penetrated her mind and continuously echoed, shaking her primordial spirit and causing her Dao heart to waver. Who are they? Do these words mean we should stop? The old woman in green looked at Shang Tsungzi. They are enlightened ones. No sooner had Shang Tsungzi finished speaking than the mist before them swirled violently, and a phantom figure flew out from within. The phantom speed was so great that it directly pierced through Shang Tsungzi and the old woman in green. At this moment, the eerie sounds clearly echoed in their ears. Shang Tsungzi, what exactly is a mind-seeking practitioner? The old woman in green's face turned pale. The sounds continued to reverberate in her mind, now becoming unbearable. A lost-seeking practitioner who has lost their own Dao constantly wanders aimlessly, flying through this seven-colored world in search of it. A mind-seeking practitioner possesses a Dao realm but lacks a Dao scripture. After their Dao heart shatters, these people cannot recondense it, only knowing how to fly through the mist searching for tens of thousands of years. They are probably all dead. What remains are the obsessions that give rise to Dao souls. Shang Tsungzi fell into deep thought, the indistinct sounds still echoing in his ears. He lowered his voice slightly. What is the Dao Sutra? The old woman in the green robe's eyes became serious. Shang Tsungzi raised his head, his eyes filled with fanaticism, and slowly said, "That's right, it's the Dao scripture. Before entering this world, I had never heard of it, but after entering, I learned from some signs that there is a Dao scripture in this world, said to be formed from the blood of heaven and earth. What they want is the Dao scripture." The old woman in green took a deep breath. The news she had just heard was utterly shocking. The Dao scripture is the purpose of my visit here, and I'm not afraid of Taoist Dao knowing about it. The souls of those ferocious beasts are just insignificant things. What I truly desire is the Dao scripture. A strange light flashed in Shang Tsungzi's eyes as he slowly said, "With so many enlightened beings here, it's clear the Dao scripture is no ordinary thing. Taoist Shang Tsungzi." The old woman in green robes flinched slightly, her gaze shifting towards Shang Tsungzi. "Taoist Zhao, do you remember a saying circulating among cultivators of our level before the existence of the questioning peak pill?" Shang Tsungzi looked up at the stone statue before him. The old woman in the green robe softly opened her mouth and said, "Let's go." Shang Tsungzi withdrew his gaze and quickly rushed forward. The old woman in the green robe remained silent for a moment before following behind. As they moved forward, the sounds in their ears became clearer. These sounds were extremely bizarre and unpredictable. Upon hearing them, their minds would involuntarily move as if being controlled. They struggled immensely to resist, but as they got deeper into the fog, a vague, unstoppable feeling arose. Each step forward felt like 1,000 soldiers were inside them, their minds violently shaken. Their faces continued to lose all color, yet their expressions were filled with excitement. The old woman in the green robe slowly advanced through the fog. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, they had been continuously traveling through the fog for 3 days. They didn't know how far they had traveled through the fog. On the 4th day, they vaguely saw a small mountain ahead. The mountain wasn't very high, only about 1,000 feet, and it seemed to appear and disappear in the fog. A black light slowly enveloped the small mountain, hindering anyone's progress. Shang Tsungzi took a deep breath, looked at the old woman in green, and sincerely bowed, saying, "Taoist Zhao, my divine abilities in the field of restrictions are no match for yours, so I respectfully request your help in breaking this barrier. The sealed land contains many beast souls. If Taoist Zhao opens it, the beast souls will be released." The old woman in green glanced at the black barrier before her, raised her right hand, and held it there for a long time. Then her expression turned grim, and she said in a low voice, "This is a forbidden seal within the time sealing formation, absorbing the power of the time rule. The longer the time, the greater its power. I can't even tell how long it will last, let alone whether it can be broken. If I had known there was such a forbidden seal here, I wouldn't have come." Shang Tsungzi smiled, waving his right hand in the air, and a spatial rift immediately appeared before him. An item flew out of the spatial rift, a black, all with spiral-shaped forbidden seals on its shaft. As soon as it was taken out, the awl immediately emitted a heavy wave of pressure. I'm sure Taoist Zhao knows this item. Shang Songzi looked at the old woman in green. The old woman in green stared at the awl, strange lights flashing in her eyes. After examining it for a long time, she slowly said, "Ancient treasure, the forbidden seal-breaking awl. Taoist Zhao is indeed worthy of being called a master of forbidden seals. Your knowledge is vast. I wonder if, with this item combined with Taoist Zhao's forbidden technique, we can be certain of breaking this restriction." The old woman in green pondered for a moment before speaking. "How many forbidden breaking hammers do you have?" "4," replied Shang Songzi. If the year's intent realm had only existed for a short time, for forbidden breaking hammers would be enough. But the restriction before us has existed for too long. I can only be certain of a partial success. The old woman in green shook her head. Shang Songzi became pensive for a moment, then raised his right hand, and another object flew out from his storage space. This object was a large, palm-sized block of blackwood. The moment it was taken out, an incredibly powerful aura erupted, creating roaring sounds. After this aura swept in all directions, the mist swirled and then formed a vortex within a radius of 10 meters, which slowly rotated. The old woman in the green robe's eyes narrowed, staring intently at the block of wood before taking a deep breath. After a moment, she slowly said, "The void nirvana treasure. If we had it, how certain would we be?" Shang Songzi didn't elaborate, only speaking slowly. "4 parts, if we had the spirit transformation seal, we could be 5 parts certain, unfortunately." The old woman in the green robe withdrew her gaze, and after a moment of calculation, spoke. Shang Songzi hesitated for a moment, then took another item from his storage bag. This was a dazzling crystal, within which fresh blood was slowly flowing. As soon as it was taken out, it immediately emitted an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth, then enveloping everything around it. "Is this enough?" Shang Songzi looked at the old woman in the green robe. "Shang Songzi, you truly possess too many treasures, even bringing out 2 types of void nirvana treasures. But this spirit stone is clearly much sharper than the previous one. If I had these 3 items, I would be 7 parts certain of success." The old woman in green fell silent, then spoke in a hoarse voice. 7 parts is enough." Shang Songzi flicked his sleeve, and the forbidden breaking hammer immediately flew towards the old woman in green. Shang Songzi had prepared very carefully for this. If his forbidden techniques weren't inferior to the old woman in greens, he would have acted himself long ago. "Just tell me when you need me to use my treasures, Taoist Zhao." The old woman in green didn't want to say much, and with both hands forming a series of incantations, many forbidden techniques materialized. At this moment, the black energy surrounding her body suddenly erupted in a large area, moving according to the incantations. When the first finger was pointed, the black energy shot straight into a forbidden breaking hammer and flew away. The rumbling sounds instantly intensified. The moment the old woman in green struck the forbidden symbol on the forbidden breaking hammer, the dark energy merged within. At this moment, the forbidden breaking hammer suddenly flashed with intense black light, erupting with the aura of tens of thousands of forbidden spells that shattered heaven and earth. The old woman in green's eyes flashed, and she bit her tongue, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood onto the forbidden breaking hammer. At this instant, the forbidden breaking hammer suddenly trembled, soaring upwards and hurtling straight towards the forbidden barrier in front of it. As the forbidden breaking hammer approached, the black barrier immediately twisted, and a surge of power from the passage of time instantly erupted, striking the forbidden breaking hammer. The hammer immediately vibrated, showing signs of dissipating. "Break!" the old woman in green softly shouted. The blood-red light on the forbidden breaking hammer suddenly flashed, and black light burst forth from within. These streams of black light, moving with lightning speed, directly struck a corner of the forbidden barrier. After a deep hole appeared in that spot, the forbidden breaking hammer quickly dissipated. At this moment, the old woman's body was filled with black energy, which quickly condensed and merged into the second forbidden breaking hammer. The forbidden breaking hammer was then controlled and launched straight into the barrier, striking another spot with lightning speed. The remaining 2 forbidden breaking hammers were also continuously launched, striking the time forbidden barrier. The moment all 4 forbidden breaking hammers struck the black forbidden barrier, a deafening explosion resounded, and numerous distorted, vibrating waves appeared on its surface. But at this moment, the appearance of the four forbidden breaking hammers was like a giant rock thrown onto a calm lake, causing waves to instantly erupt in all directions, turning the surface of the lake into chaos. At this moment, the old woman in green used both hands to perform a hand seal and forcefully pointed directly at her forehead. Immediately, she spewed out a stream of black energy, and the wrinkles all over her body disappeared, once again transforming her into a beautiful middle-aged woman. The enormous stream of black energy shot straight into the barrier. The moment the turbulent waves above became chaotic, the black energy directly rushed to the center. At this point, the black energy formed a black vortex and continuously collided with the black barrier. Earth-shattering explosions resounded. Black wood? The middle-aged woman's eyes suddenly flashed as she spoke. Shang Songzi, without hesitation, directly threw the black block of wood. The moment the block of wood approached the black vortex, he pointed a finger forward. The block of wood suddenly vibrated, and a dense surge of heaven and earth power erupted from its surface, before it shattered again. A deafening explosion resounded, and the surrounding mist instantly swirled wildly outwards. At this moment, the block of wood had shattered into countless fragments, carrying an incredibly terrifying force. Just as this force was about to dissipate, the woman in green leapt up and instantly appeared in the air at the point where the attack originated. She then directed all the destructive force from the wood fragments, unleashing a torrent of energy towards the barrier below. The deafening explosions caused the ground to tremble, the barrier shaking violently, and the shockwaves intensifying. However, the barrier remained undamaged. A powerful counterforce erupted, shattering the first forbidden breaking hammer embedded in it. The woman in green's expression changed, and Shang Songzi, without waiting for orders, immediately threw out a spirit stone. The spirit stone exploded the moment it reached the barrier. This crystal concealed unimaginable power. After exploding, it instantly transformed into a terrifying storm that swept across. The woman in the green dress gritted her teeth, her hands forming a hand seal and pointing to her forehead. The dark energy around her body suddenly surged violently. At this moment, the woman's appearance changed, instantly transforming into a beautiful girl in her 20s. The dark energy surrounding her body was immediately controlled, swirling around in all directions, then transforming into a forbidden spell that merged with the shattered crystal's power. Controlled by the forbidden spell, the crystal's power immediately poured down onto the screen. The rumbling explosions resounded again, and cracking sounds emanated from the screen. A crack immediately appeared, but as soon as it appeared, it instantly contracted as if wanting to restore itself to its original state. Shang Songzi gritted his teeth, his heart aching, but he hastily took out an item from his storage space. It was a jade pendant, but it also emitted the aura of a void nirvana treasure. Shang Songzi was extremely reluctant. The two previous treasures weren't void nirvana treasures, but merely objects with powerful auras. Although their power was immense, they had ultimately been destroyed, causing him some heartache, but he could still bear it. However, this item was the true void nirvana treasure. If this one were destroyed, his heart would feel like it had been slashed by a sword. This situation made the girl in green's eyes become serious. She took a deep breath. She couldn't even begin to count how many void nirvana treasures Shang Songzi possessed. These kinds of magical artifacts were extremely rare, yet Shang Songzi had destroyed 3 of them just to break the restrictions. One must know that if one were to casually obtain such an item outside, it would be enough to cause a frenzy of people vying to buy it, as its value is unimaginably high. Even a beast's soul wouldn't be enough to exchange for it. Break! Shang Songzi gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, having staked all his capital on this gamble. The jade pendant shot straight towards the crack, shattering with a deafening roar in an instant. A force far surpassing the 2 previous magical artifacts suddenly appeared, creating a terrifying storm that affected all the mist within a radius of several thousand feet. Cracking sounds suddenly echoed, and the Forbidden's barrier didn't shatter but instead opened a 10-foot-long gap. Although this gap was still recovering, its speed was extremely slow. Shang Songzi's body flashed. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the girl in green, but instead rushed straight into the gap. The girl in green's eyes also suddenly flashed, and she shot like an arrow into the gap. Not long after, a rainbow appeared in the distance, breaking through the fog and approaching. As it drew closer, the rainbow transformed into the figure of Wang Lin. He glanced at the opening before him, but did not enter directly. After setting up numerous restrictions outside, Wang Lin then rushed through the opening. The long crack resembled a large scar on the surface of the Forbidden Barrier, and this crack quickly closed, soon to be completely restored. At that point, unless a great many treasures were used to break it, the time seal would remain forever. A small mountain's silhouette emerged from the crack, and Shang Songzi was now rushing towards it like lightning. The girl in green was close behind, both moving at incredible speed, reaching the mountain in an instant. Halfway up the mountain was a gate over 20 feet high, with a lightning bolt totem carved on it. This is where the beast's soul is sealed. Shang Songzi transmitted his divine sense, his body flashing as he directly approached the stone gate. He swung his right hand into the air, and a white pendulum, shaped like a lightning bolt, immediately flew out from his storage space. Shang Songzi threw the object forward, and the pendulum immediately shot straight towards the stone door. At this moment, a silver light flashed, and at the same time, the lightning-shaped totem on the stone door also burst with silver light. The two streams of silver light instantly illuminating each other. Just then, the stone door suddenly exploded with a resounding roar. The gigantic door slowly opened, and chunks of dust immediately fell and covered all sides. The moment the stone door opened, soul-piercing roars erupted from within the cave. The enraged beast spirits roared, transforming into invisible streams of divine consciousness and frantically spreading outwards. Taoist Jiao, time is running out. You go retrieve the beast spirits. I want to find the Tao scripture. Shang Songzi stood in midair, clasped his hands towards the girl in green, and said, "If you're interested, I wouldn't mind if we went together to take a look. Perhaps we'll gain some enlightenment." Shang Songzi didn't try to dissuade her, his body transforming into a stream of light as he sped towards the mountaintop. Although he had never been there before, after obtaining the map, he clearly knew the location of the Tao scripture. The girl in green's eyes flashed as she watched Shang Songzi's figure disappear into the distance. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. She didn't believe the old man Shang Songzi's words, but the scene before her seemed flawless, especially the vibrations emanating from the beast souls within the cave. Everything was exactly as Shang Songzi had said. Many beast souls were indeed sealed inside. After a moment of thought, the girl in green immediately entered the cave. She projected her divine consciousness inside, and strange lights flashed in her eyes. After leaving a few restrictions outside, the girl in green stepped inside. At this moment, Shang Songzi had reached the mountaintop. He swept his gaze downwards and saw the girl in green entering the cave. A cold smile appeared on his face. I wasn't exaggerating. The cave truly contains many sealed beast souls. I'm not afraid of you entering, even if you secretly place a restriction outside. Shang Songzi withdrew his gaze, his right hand suddenly forming a hand seal. A rumbling sound immediately emanated from the stone door halfway up the mountain. The stone door slammed shut at an incredibly fast speed, and from within came the angry roar of the girl in green and a series of thunderous explosions. Shang Songzi knew that time was running out. Once the crack outside the restriction closed, it would be very difficult to get out. He stood on the mountaintop, taking a deep breath, his face showing excitement. He had waited for this day for a long time. He stood there, raised his hands, and slowly knelt down. Shang Songzi raised both hands straight up to the sky, a series of strange sounds emanating from his mouth. These sounds were extremely eerie, their meaning indistinct. But as these sounds echoed, all the seven-colored light in the sky suddenly intensified, piercing through the mist and directly shining down on the mountaintop. The seven-colored light swirled around Shang Songzi's body. After a moment, the seven-colored light transformed into a seven-colored rainbow stretching into the void ahead. Shang Songzi suppressed the excitement in his heart, straightened up, and advanced to the other end. In the void at the end of the rainbow, the seven-colored light merged to form a vortex. Shang Songzi took a step forward and leapt inside. Within this vortex was a chaotic mess filled with seven-colored light. The radiance wasn't emanating from all directions, but rather poured forth from a towering monument thousands of feet high in front of him. An unimaginable wave of terrifying pressure erupted, as if everyone who came to this place had to kneel and bow in worship. Shang Songzi was no exception. He immediately knelt on the ground, his mouth continuously emitting strange sounds. Symbols instantly appeared around his body, constantly moving and finally merging into each other in Shang Songzi's eyes, as if sealing something. At this moment, he raised his head, his gaze shifting forward. On a spot beneath the stone tablet lay a skeleton, only the upper half of which was present, its arms separated and driven deep into the tablet by 7 colored nails. This was the skeleton of a cultivator in this world enveloped in 7 colored light. The color of the skeleton remained unchanged, still flashing with dazzling black light. On the pitch-black bones, faintly shimmering characters flickered, numerous and spread across the entire skeleton. Beneath the skeleton lay a circular formation, several meters in diameter, within which were carved numerous prison symbols. At the center of the formation was the skeleton's spine, pointing downwards, beneath which rested a jade vase. Shang Tsungzi's gaze fell upon the jade vase, his eyes revealing a crazed greed. Shang Tsungzi knew very well that the characters on the skeleton were the Tao scripture, but he had no desire to see it. Everything he had said before was merely to deceive the old woman in green. After reading the Tao scripture, I will instantly become a Taoist enlightened one. I am living peacefully. How could I risk my life? Shang Tsungzi licked his lips. His true purpose was the jade vase beneath the skeleton. At this moment, the spine of the half-skeleton on the jade vase suddenly flashed with black light. A drop of black liquid, like blood, gradually seeped out and then fell into the vase with a crackling sound. Shang Tsungzi's body flashed and he moved forward. In an instant, he was very close and raised his right hand to grab the jade vase. But the moment his right hand touched the vase, his expression suddenly contorted, and a large amount of white energy erupted from his entire body and was quickly absorbed by the jade vase. However, Shang Tsungzi did not show any panic, as if he had known this would happen. He waved his left hand, and a storage space immediately appeared beside him. From within, streams of primordial spirit energy flew out. In an instant, more than 1,000 streams of primordial spirit energy flew out, all of them sealed, with a string wrapped around them, connecting them to each other. The moment these primordial spirits appeared, extremely eerie incantations emanated from Shang Tsungzi's mouth. He swung his left hand backward, instantly seizing one primordial spirit. This spirit suddenly trembled and dissipated, but immediately another trembled. In the time it takes to breathe 10 times, nearly 1,000 primordial spirits mysteriously dissipated, all turning into white mist and being completely absorbed by the jade bottle. At this moment, Shang Tsungzi suddenly bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, creating a swirling mist of blood. Simultaneously, 4 streams of golden light shot out from his mouth, transforming into 4 small, hand-sized swords, all aiming towards the formation surrounding the jade bottle. As the small swords descended, the blood mist immediately merged into them, and a series of thunderous explosions suddenly echoed as the 4 swords pierced the 4 sides of the formation. At this moment, Shang Tsungzi let out a low shout, raising his right hand, and the jade vase was lifted out of the formation. His body immediately shot backward. Shang Tsungzi let out a hearty laugh as he retreated, raising his right hand, and the 4 swords embedded outside the formation instantly flew back. He didn't bother to retrieve them, instead letting them fly past him and straight into the void of this world. Taoist Zhao, it's your turn now. The air suddenly twisted, and a beautiful middle-aged woman suddenly materialized. With her hands forming a series of incantations, numerous restrictions swirled around her body, creating a vortex that blocked the attack of the 4 small swords. However, the golden light on the 4 small swords was extremely strange. The moment they struck the vortex, they instantly dissolved into a yellow liquid. This liquid penetrated the vortex and shot straight towards the woman in green. Brother Zhao, although I don't know how you managed to escape through that stone door, you shouldn't have followed me here. The Tao scripture is right here. Look carefully. Shang Tsungzi laughed heartily, his body flashing as he prepared to leave this world and follow the rainbow to the mountaintop. Once he left the mountaintop, he would immediately depart from this place. At that time, the forbidden barrier outside the mountain would close, and the woman in green would remain here forever. Then she would only need to leave her body to comprehend the Tao scripture, and her primordial spirit would join the group of Mingzi practitioners to escape. But by then, this woman would actually be dead and become a member of the Mingzi practitioners. Just then, a cold snort rang out, and a figure suddenly materialized before Shang Tsungzi. This figure was also in green, surprisingly the old woman in green. The appearance of the old woman instantly made the atmosphere strange. Even Shang Tsungzi was stunned. 2 female cultivators in green robes, surnamed Zhao, but one was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, the other an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. Yet their appearances were identical. This isn't a clone, it's the ancestral technique of Yang Ruyan Gui. Shang Tsungzi's expression suddenly changed. A flash of insight suddenly struck him. He remembered an extremely ancient legend, a legend about a forbiddance technique. This forbiddance technique sounded terrifying, devoid of morality, and was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even today, very few have succeeded. But the scene before him made Shang Tsungzi feel disbelief. And even the person before him was unbelievable. The person practicing this forbiddance technique had reached the third stage of cultivation. This is called the return of yin energy to the ancestral source. It occurs when a female cultivator, after cultivating with someone, becomes pregnant with a daughter. However, the daughter is not born but grows up within her mother's body, using a special divine power to make mother and daughter share one body. From then on, that woman becomes a female cultivator with mother and daughter sharing a single body. After cultivating with another person, she becomes pregnant with another daughter, and again uses a special method to make the three of them share one body. This method greatly increases the mother's cultivation level, and with three souls sharing one body, her consciousness becomes extremely powerful. The old woman in green didn't explain, but snorted coldly and stepped out. She clasped her hands together, chanting a spell, and a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted. Shang Tsungzi, caught in the suction, felt as if his life force was being completely drained away. Shang Tsungzi's expression instantly returned to normal. He let out a cold laugh and gripped the jade bottle tightly in his right hand. This item couldn't be placed in his storage space, otherwise he would have long since stored it away. Shang Tsungzi didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with the old woman in green. He relied solely on his powerful cultivation. Although still terrified of the yin-gathering ancient technique, Shang Tsungzi was confident he could leave this place. At this moment, Shang Tsungzi swung his right hand into the air, and a golden light suddenly flashed before him. After the golden light appeared, it materialized into tens of thousands of flying swords. Shang Tsungzi pointed his finger, and all the flying swords simultaneously shot straight towards the old woman in green. At that moment, Shang Tsungzi immediately clapped his right hand to his forehead, and a bright red light shot out from his head. This red light was a rather small humanoid nascent soul, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was definitely not a nascent soul. This tiny figure let out an extremely mournful roar, enveloped in blood-red light, and followed the sword net towards the old woman in green. The moment the old woman saw the humanoid nascent soul, her expression changed instantly. She raised her right hand, and a bronze cup immediately appeared in her hand, which she threw forward. The bronze cup flew straight towards the humanoid nascent soul, but the creature's eyes flashed with blood-red light, and a series of metallic shattering sounds immediately emanated from within. The rumbling sounds suddenly echoed, and the bronze cup instantly shattered into many small pieces. At this moment, the humanoid nascent soul also pierced through the rain of swords and shot straight towards the old woman. Time was of the essence, and Shang Tsungzi didn't bother paying attention to the old woman in green. His body flashed, and a ripple immediately appeared before him. He intended to step into the ripple to leave this place immediately. But the moment he stepped into the ripple, a withered hand stretched out from the void beside him and grabbed his right hand. Unexpectedly, he has reached the Four Ancestors realm. Shang Tsungzi's pupils contracted, and he swung his left hand, striking directly at the withered hand. But suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions echoed in the seven-colored world. Shang Tsungzi cried out in pain, his face instantly turning pale. Peak of the midstage of the shattered Nirvana realm. Shang Tsungzi's left arm trembled and turned pitch black, with yellow pus oozing out and dripping down, clearly indicating severe poisoning. Using the recoil of the attack, Shang Tsungzi directly stepped into the ripple. Not far away in the void, an extremely old woman appeared, resembling a woman emerging from a coffin. She also wore a green robe, her hair completely gone, making her look incredibly terrifying. Her eyes gleamed with a sinister light, and a stream of fresh blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She raised her right hand, shattering Shang Tsungzi's rain of swords, then firmly grasped the humanoid nascent soul. After sealing the nascent soul, the old woman immediately launched herself towards the rippling waves to pursue Shang Tsungzi. Shang Tsungzi's face was devoid of color. He hadn't expected the old woman in green to conceal her cultivation so perfectly, and he hadn't anticipated being ambushed, especially since the old woman's divine power contained potent poison. The toxins on her left arm were now surging throughout her body. but Shang Tsungzi had managed to block them. As long as I get out of the gap outside the Forbidden Barrier, the time limit will no longer apply. Based on the number of treasures I possess, this old woman might not be a match for me. In an instant, Shang Tsungzi stepped out of the rippling wave, intending to shoot away like an arrow, but the old woman pursued him closely. The two continuously conjured divine spirits and attacked relentlessly on the mountain. Loud rumbling sounds echoed throughout the space, like the heavens and earth collapsing. Shang Tsungzi saw that he had approached the Forbidden Barrier. The gap above was now only 2 meters wide and closing rapidly. Shang Tsungzi's eyes flashed, and strange incantations suddenly appeared in his mouth. The moment the incantations were uttered, streams of 7-colored light shot down, swirling around Shang Tsungzi's body, then transforming into 7 long swords of different colors, all shooting straight towards the old woman. The old woman's face immediately turned grim. She clasped her hands in a magical gesture, and a shield of purple light suddenly materialized before her. As soon as the shield materialized, a wave of mournful energy enveloped it, and a faint demonic aura emanated from within. The 7-colored long sword struck the shield, and continuous thunderous explosions echoed throughout the space. Blood gushed from half of the old woman's body, her expression becoming even more desolate. She slapped her forehead with her right hand. The souls of the other two immediately shot out and, with incredible speed, merged with the old woman's soul. In an instant, the souls of the 3 merged perfectly, then transformed into a rainbow beam that shot straight towards Shang Tsungzi. Shang Tsungzi's face turned ferocious. He gritted his teeth and shifted the jade bottle to his now swollen left hand. He raised his right hand, and a bead instantly appeared in his palm. Without much thought, Shang Tsungzi threw the bead, which immediately shot forward and merged with the old woman's primordial spirit. Reverse Walker! Shang Tsungzi shouted, and the bead instantly emitted a dense, dark light. At that moment, all the 7-colored light in the sky rushed towards it, all frantically merging into the bead. Immediately after the bead shattered with a loud bang, a 7-colored light shot out from within, directly towards the old woman's primordial spirit. The old woman in green immediately shrieked, and 3 forbidden spells flew out from within. The moment the spells flew out, the heavens and earth instantly changed color. Even the outer barrier of the forbidden spell trembled. These 3 forbidden spells were extremely powerful beings within the life and death forbidden formation. Life, death. When the old woman's divine consciousness was transmitted, the 3 forbidden spells instantly merged, creating a world-destroying power. In an instant, the burst of power struck directly at the 7-colored light. Boom! 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 The ground instantly shook violently in all directions, and the small mountain suddenly crumbled into large pieces. All the mist outside was instantly swept away, and all the figures hovering outside stopped abruptly. Then, all the Mingzi practitioners rushed towards the source of the explosion. Under the extremely powerful shockwave of the explosion, the 3 fused primordial spirits instantly dispersed, each spirit becoming transparent before quickly returning to their bodies. Shang Tsungzi didn't expect the old woman in green's forbidden's technique to be so powerful. His body was thrown backward by the recoil of the explosion, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His left arm was completely contaminated with the potent poison. His blood had turned into a yellowish liquid, and even his bones had dissolved. His left arm was instantly torn apart by the shockwave and fell from his body, then immediately dissipated. The jade vase in his left hand was also knocked away by the recoil, flying towards the crack in the forbidden barrier. Shang Tsungzi's eyes turned bloodshot, his body flashed, and he immediately lunged after the jade vase. The old woman in green also flashed and lunged towards the crack. At that moment, a white figure flashed, using the speed of a late-stage shattered nirvana cultivator to glide past the old woman in green and then past Shang Tsungzi. In just a moment, this person snatched the jade vase and, without stopping, directly rushed out of the crack. The moment he emerged, he raised his right hand and struck the crack. The forbidden barrier immediately materialized and merged into the barrier, and the speed at which the barrier closed increased rapidly. Lu Zihao. Shang Tsungzi was stunned, and as he lunged towards the crack, he let out an extremely angry roar. He frantically shot forward like an arrow, chasing after the white figure. But the moment Shang Tsungzi stepped out of the rift, he stepped on the forbidden formation Wang Lin had previously set up outside. Suddenly, rumbling sounds echoed from all sides, and streams of divine forbidden formations enveloped the area, halting Shang Sangzi's progress. The three bodies of the old woman in green robes merged into one, and she rushed out with lightning speed. After passing through the formation, she chased after Wang Lin. Before entering the rift, Wang Lin had immediately focused his mind trying to conceal himself and leaving half of his body outside, ready to act at any moment. This place was very strange, especially the forbidden formations within the surrounding curtain. He dared not spread his body too far, thus creating an opportunity for him to hide very well without anyone noticing. At this moment, Wang Lin clutched the jade bottle and shot forward like an arrow. As he passed through the fog, strange sounds continuously echoed in his ears. A phantom image appeared in front of him, followed by a series of figures darting past him. The old woman was still chasing closely behind, but when Wang Lin affixed the two talismans, his speed increased to an unimaginable level. In an instant, he had widened the distance between himself and the old woman. "You stole my possessions. You deserve to die." A venomous glint suddenly flashed in the old woman's eyes. She raised her right hand, and a cloud of poisonous smoke suddenly materialized. In a flash, streams of seven-colored light enveloped the sky, and a gigantic phantom of a poisonous scorpion suddenly appeared. After the phantom of the poisonous scorpion, thousands of feet tall, appeared. It directly thrust its tail out, the extremely poisonous tip of its tail immediately shooting straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin, who was moving like an arrow, turned around, his eyes blazing with cold light. He raised his left hand and threw a punch at the screaming scorpion tail. Earth-shattering roars resounded, and the scorpion tail instantly shattered. Just then, Shang Sangzi arrived, his eyes bloodshot. He took another bead from his storage bag, and without hesitation, threw it forward, softly shouting, "Summon, Reverse Walker." As soon as he finished speaking, the seven-colored light in the heavens and earth suddenly converged towards the bead, all frantically merging into it. A moment later, the bead shattered with a thunderous crash. The moment the bead shattered, all the seven-colored light in the sky suddenly flashed violently, waves of vibrations erupting throughout the air. But at this moment, all the seven-colored light condensed within these ripples. Suddenly, all the seven-colored light condensed and transformed into a giant finger. Heavenly Fortune Finger, this place is clearly connected to Heavenly Fortunesi. The moment Wang Lin, who was shooting forward like an arrow, saw the giant finger in the air, his pupils suddenly contracted. The giant finger seemed to have absorbed half of the seven-colored light in the sky, and the air suddenly darkened. Amidst the resounding explosions, the finger ferociously descended, as if intending to crush Wang Lin. A glint flashed in the eyes of the old woman who had been thrown a considerable distance behind. She formed a hand seal. With a single finger pointing forward, a forbidden spell instantly materialized on her for 3 forbidden spells, the highest and most powerful of the life and death forbidden spell. Life, death. The old woman's hoarse voice echoed throughout the space. The 3 forbidden spells immediately merged, carrying all the most essential power of the life and death forbidden spell, and surged towards Wang Lin. As Wang Lin sped away like an arrow, he tried to place the jade bottle into his storage space. However, the object was so strange, it couldn't be put inside. Wang Lin had actually anticipated this. If it could be placed in his storage space, Shang Sangzi would have taken it long ago, so he decided to keep it in his hand. After attaching two talismans to himself, he transformed into a rainbow and sped forward like lightning. The giant finger formed from 7-colored energy was descending from the air, creating a series of earth-shattering roars, and the distance between the finger and Wang Lin was rapidly closing. Meanwhile, the Forbidden's energy formed from the 3 streams of life and death. Forbidden's energy continued to pursue him from behind. Under the combined attack of the 2 mid-stage shattered nirvana cultivators, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. Since he dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, he naturally had to be confident in his ability to resist. Wang Lin sped forward, but then suddenly turned around, his figure magnifying many times. An extremely thick aura of ancient gods enveloped the 7-colored world, and waves of energy suddenly erupted from Wang Lin's body. His body grew by 10 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet. In an instant, Wang Lin had become a giant over 300 feet tall. 5 ancient god star points rotated on Wang Lin's forehead, and a 6th star point vaguely appeared. His body was incredibly huge, his skin rough, and densely packed symbols and patterns could be vaguely seen on it. This giant, in particular, possessed a human body, causing everyone who saw it to feel a deep-seated fear. Zhang Songzi's pupils suddenly contracted. He had never witnessed such terrifying power before, and his mind was constantly shaken. The old woman's eyes also blazed with disbelief. Wang Lin, without hesitation, directly transformed into an ancient god. He looked up at the heavenly fortune finger descending from the sky and unleashed a punch with his right hand. This was truly a punch of an ancient god, its power earth-shattering. Especially now that Wang Lin had transformed into an ancient god, the power of this punch contained a heaven-defying intent. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and Wang Lin's colossal punch directly struck the heavenly fortune finger. An unimaginable force of attack spread wildly in all directions amidst earth-shattering sounds. At this moment, the heavenly fortune finger in the sky seemed to be swept by a whirlwind, its tip shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shattered parts of the finger instantly transformed into scattered starlight, the rate of disintegration increasing rapidly. In just a moment, the finger completely disintegrated. A rumbling sound echoed as the finger completely vanished, transforming into countless points of starlight filling the heavens and earth. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he used the shockwave to retreat over 300 feet. Then he leapt forward, directly traversing a considerable distance to the mountain range that stood like a wall in front of him. Wang Lin didn't stop there. He stomped his feet forcefully backward and directly jumped over the mountain range ahead. Behind Wang Lin was the life and death forbidden Chid, which was shooting forward like an arrow, instantly closing in. At this moment, Wang Lin stood atop the mountain range. He swung his right hand in the air, and the vast land before him instantly cracked open, emitting a series of creaking sounds. A gigantic trident, entirely black from top to bottom, roared out from the crack. This trident, over 400 feet long, resembled a sharp weapon capable of supporting the heavens and earth. As it appeared, a wave of earth-shattering pressure erupted. Surrounded by the dense aura of ancient gods, Wang Lin grasped the trident and swept it horizontally in front of him. 3 streams of black light shot from the tip of the trident, shattering the void with a series of swishing sounds. Wang Lin, holding the trident in his hand, stood atop the mountain range like a god. He turned and swept the trident in his right hand forward, unleashing terrifying power in all directions. The moment the Forbidden's energy roared closer, it transformed into 3 streams of energy and rushed towards Wang Lin. However, at this moment, the trident in Wang Lin's hand had already swept horizontally, the ancient god power within his body surging into the trident. A black light immediately flashed on the tip of the trident, directly severing the Forbidden's energy. Suddenly, deafening explosions echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and the 3 streams of Forbidden's energy in the sky were instantly cut in two. At this point, the black light on the 3 tips of the trident flashed even more fiercely. The tips transforming into 3 roaring black dragons that opened their mouths wide and directly devoured the Forbidden's energy. After devouring the Forbidden's energy, the entire trident suddenly trembled, and 3 symbols immediately appeared on its body. At this moment, Wang Lin's right hand seemed to be holding a 3-headed black dragon. The black dragon's face was extremely ferocious, roaring with earth-shattering anger. Its body twisted continuously, and its eyes blazed with fierce, terrifying light. The black dragon stared intently at Zhang Songzi and the old woman in green. Wang Lin's gaze turned icy cold, then shifted to the 2 pursuers in the distance. As his eyes swept over them, it was as if a cold wind blew through their bodies, making them feel icy cold. Heavenly treasures and earthly wonders are something everyone can seize, so why say I stole them from you? If you two continue to pester me, like that one finger just now or the life and death Forbidden's artifact, don't blame me for killing you. Wang Lin's voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, then he turned and sped off into the distance. This scene caused Zhang Songzi and the old woman in green to take a deep breath. This is... Zhang Songzi's mind was shaken, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He had cultivated for a long time and knew many body-refining techniques, but he had never heard of a body-refining divine ability that could conjure such a gigantic body. What terrified him even more was that the giant figure before him showed no signs of illusion. Everything was incredibly real. The old woman in the green robe also turned pale. She stared at the giant figure disappearing over the mountain range, then gritted her teeth and shot forward like an arrow. Although Shang Tsungzi was terrified, he had prepared for thousands of years and sacrificed many magical artifacts to obtain this object. He was unwilling to stand by and watch someone else take it. At this moment, his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as he continued to pursue Wang Lin. As he shot forward, Shang Tsungzi pointed a few fingers at his left shoulder, and a completely new left arm condensed from streams of seven-colored light. Wang Lin's figure shot straight across the mountain range, not stopping but directly riding the wind. His enormous footsteps thundered, and he had now reached the valley where the Forbidden's formation had been set up earlier. He lifted his foot, intending to leap forward. At that instant, the old woman pursuing him suddenly flashed with malevolent light. She abruptly formed a hand seal and pointed a finger at the space where the formation had been placed. Suddenly, the grass below the valley withered, then transformed into a cloud of black dust that shot straight up into the sky. The dust formed a giant vortex, attempting to engulf Wang Lin. Wang Lin cried out in pain, his body abruptly stopping within the formation. He then struggled to break free, but the vortex of dust relentlessly pursued him. At this moment, strange light suddenly burst forth in the old woman's eyes, and she suddenly moved at an even faster speed, darting towards the edge of the formation. Shang Tsungzi, behind her, also transformed into a rainbow and rushed forward. However, his eyes flashed, and the moment he stepped into the formation, he paused slightly, not officially entering. He hadn't spotted any flaws here, but was merely cautiously guarding against the old woman. The moment the old woman entered the formation, Wang Lin spun around sharply and pointed his right hand forward. The black vortex chasing behind Wang Lin immediately reversed direction, shooting straight towards the old woman in green. At this moment, numerous restrictions suddenly flashed with dazzling light on the edge of the old woman's formation, accompanied by terrifying explosions. Numerous restrictions erupted, enveloping the old woman's entire body. There were countless restrictions, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. These restrictions flickered with a dark light, especially after the life and death restriction and the destruction restriction merged, creating an earth-shattering surge of power. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened the restrictions, and the restrictions swirling around the old woman's body immediately rushed towards her. The restrictions were then enveloped in a black vortex, and in an instant, all the restrictions were completely absorbed. At this moment, the scene inside was invisible, but the rumbling explosions and the old woman's faint groans were clearly audible. In this instant, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. The old woman's angry roars within the restrictions became increasingly infrequent, and a faint blood-red light could be seen. The continuous rumbling explosions clearly indicated that the old woman inside was in a life-or-death situation. Everything that unfolded before his eyes caused Shang Tsungzi's expression to change drastically. With his intelligence, he immediately realized that these were restrictions set up by the old woman. But it's clear that in the end, she was manipulated by Wang Lin, leading to a tragic end. It was like inviting an enemy into the house. This guy is also skilled in Forbidden's techniques. Shang Tsungzi looked at the old woman who was completely surrounded by the Forbidden's technique. He clearly felt the terrifying power hidden within it. At this moment, he quickly took a deep breath, but didn't give up the opportunity to snatch the jade bottle from Wang Lin's hand. The old woman surnamed Zhou is now surrounded, which is good news for me. Now I just need to kill that man surnamed Liu, and the jade bottle will be back in my hands. Then, with my familiarity with this place, no one will be able to find me. A murderous glint flashed in Shang Tsungzi's eyes, and in an instant, he made a decision. His body flicked, directly passing outside the Forbidden's area in the valley. He formed a hand seal, and suddenly, more than 10,000 streams of golden light flying swords materialized around him, all roaring and hurtling towards Wang Lin. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He had been waiting for this opportunity. He couldn't fight two mid-stage shattered nirvana cultivators at once, so he could only surround one before comfortably engaging the other. Especially this old man Shang Tsungzi, who had shown no good intentions back in the Penglai Star domain. Seeing Shang Tsungzi's divine power approaching, Wang Lin snorted coldly and swung his trident. The three black dragons on the trident suddenly roared, and as the trident swung, the rain of golden light flying swords immediately reversed and shot straight up into the air. Unable to reach Wang Lin, in Shang Tsungzi's eyes, a malevolent light blazed. Without a word, he directly swung his right hand in the air. A spatial rift instantly appeared, and he swung his hand inside, sending out a flying sword. This sword was completely transparent like glass, and the moment it appeared, a surge of void-shattering Nirvana treasure aura suddenly erupted in the seven-colored world. At this moment, Wang Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. Just then, Shang Tsungzi let out a low shout, and he flicked the transparent sword in his hand. The flying sword suddenly let out earth-shattering roars and shot straight towards Wang Lin. A formal battle with a mid-stage shattered Nirvana cultivator immediately invigorated Wang Lin's spirit. His icy eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and his body advanced without being oppressed. The trident in his right hand swept horizontally, and the three black dragons on top immediately roared and left the trident, devouring the transparent sword. Strangely, the three seals on the trident, which had been generated when it devoured the life and death forbiddance technique earlier, suddenly flashed and then merged into the three black dragons, filling the area within 1,000 yards with the life and death forbiddance technique. This was the true divine power of the trident. Devouring all things to become one's own divine power. This was what the ancient god Tut felt extremely satisfied with after forging his weapon. The weapon itself lacked a soul, so Tut threw it into a planet to transform into a mountain, waiting for the passage of time to condense a soul within it. When the ink flow soul separation technique succeeded, this weapon would become an ancient god weapon comparable to the god-slaying spear used for clones. Unfortunately, Tut's ink flow soul separation technique failed, and the weapon was forgotten over time. After Taeyunzi found it, he could make it unleash its inherent power, but he couldn't unlock its devouring divine power. To unlock its divine power, one would need to be an ancient god. Although Wang Lin's cultivation level was not equal to Taeyunzi's, he was an ancient god. In fact, after experiencing the first tribulation and second tribulation, his blood and bones throughout his body had completely condensed, making him a true ancient god. Therefore, this trident in his hands could unleash the devouring divine power. The black dragon formed from the trident was a devouring dragon, and when the life and death forbiddance seal was devoured, it became the trident's own divine power. At this moment, the three streams of the life and death forbiddance seal merged into the black dragon and roared, shooting straight towards the star sword of void Nirvana treasure. This crystal-like sword was a relatively high-level treasure of Kang Sungzi. He took it out with the intention of quickly killing Wang Lin. The star sword shot out with roaring sounds and an earth-shattering aura, sweeping downwards as if the heavens and earth were being cleaved into by a single sword strike. The moment the black dragons and the star sword approached each other, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly reverberated. The three black dragons simultaneously opened their mouths to devour the star sword. At this instant, the body of one of the black dragons suddenly trembled, and thunderous explosions erupted from within. However, this black dragon only roared in anger and struggled, not shattering. Then, along with the other two, it returned to Wang Lin's side, instantly transforming into a trident. At this moment, a faint, translucent aura of killing intent flickered on the trident's surface, and the star sword slowly engraved itself onto the trident. Shang Tsungzi's expression suddenly changed, but his body instantly moved forward. He used his right hand to perform a hand seal and pointed forward. The area before him immediately flashed with light, and in an instant, a series of sword energies appeared, filling the heavens and earth before shooting straight towards Wang Lin. Immediately afterward, Shang Tsungzi swung his claw into the spatial storage crack, and 3 beads instantly appeared in his hand. He threw all the beads forward and softly shouted, "Summon, Reverse Walker." Streams of 7-colored light in the heavens and earth condensed and poured into the 3 beads. Loud rumbling sounds echoed in all directions, and 1 bead suddenly shattered. The moment this bead shattered, a phantom image instantly materialized in the sky. This phantom image was very vague, its face indistinct, but a powerful sword aura enveloped the heavens and earth. The phantom image swung its right hand and pointed a finger towards Wang Lin. Under the power of this single finger, all the 7-colored light capable of shattering heaven and earth, and the sword energy, shot towards Wang Lin. Immediately afterward, another bead shattered, and the ground trembled. A large area in the nearby mountain range suddenly shattered, and a 100-foot-tall stone figure suddenly emerged from within. As the stone figure advanced, the ground trembled with each step. Enveloped in 7-colored energy, it launched itself straight towards Wang Lin. At this moment, the third bead also shattered, and the seven-colored radiance in the heavens and earth frantically condensed in the air, transforming into a gigantic compass. This compass was ethereal, rapidly rotating and unleashing a terrifying power that enveloped everything around it. Once it struck, it was certain to kill. Shang Songzi didn't hesitate to expend 3 beads. Clearly, he wanted to kill Wang Lin quickly. He then pointed to his forehead, his face instantly turning crimson, and blood-red light quickly emerged from his brow. Within the blood-red light was an object resembling a nascent soul, but identical to the nascent soul that had attacked the old woman in green earlier. As the nascent soul emerged, it let out mournful roars and lunged towards Wang Lin from within the blood-red light. The primordial spirit's face was extremely ferocious, displaying an unimaginable ferocity. Everything happened in an instant. Almost immediately after the trident returned to Wang Lin's side, Shang Songzi's killing move arrived. Shang Songzi's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Shattered Nirvana realm, and after the powerful surge of primal energy merged into his divine abilities and magical artifacts, their power became incredibly terrifying. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. He grasped the trident and swung it forward, the trident carrying a howling sound as it tore through the air, directly launching itself towards the giant compass. In Wang Lin's eyes, this object possessed the greatest threat. Immediately afterward, Wang Lin's right hand formed a hand seal and pointed forward. The 7-colored streams of energy in the heavens and earth were suddenly enveloped by a black wind, covering the sky and earth. From within came howling sounds. The wind summoning technique had descended. The extremely sensitive black dragons immediately roared angrily and rushed out, all not daring to disperse but converging in one place, all heading straight towards the vague phantom in the air that was wielding the 7-colored sword energy. Following the wind summoning technique came the rain summoning technique. When Wang Lin waved his right sleeve, within a radius of several thousand feet, transparent raindrops instantly materialized. All of them, at extremely high speed, shot towards the sword energy conjured by Shang Songzi's divine ability. Then, a portion of them separated to transform into snowflakes, covering the stone figure. The rumbling sounds suddenly became more resounding as Wang Lin's body shot forward. His right hand immediately gripped the spear shaft and directly broke through the air to reach the side of the 7-colored sword energy. The explosion resounded again, shaking the mind. The 7 sword energies trembled, and 6 different colors shattered. Finally, only a stream of blue sword energy entered Wang Lin's right hand. Wang Lin's body immediately trembled, and he instantly felt a surge of frenzied energy flowing from his right arm into his body. He cried out in pain, his left hand forming a hand seal and pointing a finger at the void. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of light, which transformed into the Wind Immortal Seal and quickly rotated. Inside the Wind Immortal Seal, a series of battle spirits immediately emerged. Void Master, Heavenly Fortune Master, Wu Qing all appeared. The war gods instantly revealed ferocity, and after rushing out, they all charged straight towards the nascent soul within the blood-colored stream. Besides these, many battle spirits also rushed out from the Wind Immortal Seal. Among them were immortals, cultivators from the Luotia star domain, cultivators from the Alliance star domain, all kinds of illusory battle spirits. Upon appearing, it instantly enveloped the surroundings in a chaotic and destructive aura. This scene caused Shang Songzi to take a deep breath. Although he held Wang Lin in high regard, he never expected that this person, without using many magical artifacts, simply unleashing a few divine abilities, would be enough to make ordinary cultivators feel their scalps tingle. Loud rumbling sounds echoed through the 7-colored world. The trident in the sky immediately erupted with terrifying black light and leapt towards the giant compass. But when it was only 7 inches away, the trident was enveloped by streams of lightning, hindering its progress. The 3 black dragons on the trident frantically devoured the lightning blocking its path, continuously closing in. The blurry figure standing in midair was fiercely attacked by the black dragons created by the wind summoning technique, and then the illusory figure gradually dissipated. In the distance, the giant stone figure advancing was struck by countless raindrops conjured by Huan Yu. The giant's body was instantly enveloped in layers of ice, clearly transforming into a giant ice figure. The blood-red, nascent soul-like figure was surrounded by 4 ancient battle spirits in the void. It continuously shrieked, but could not escape the encirclement. What caught Wang Lin's attention was the battle spirit of Tia Yunzi. Upon appearing, its eyes immediately became dazed. At this moment, Cheondi's battle spirit was no longer controlled by the technique of scattering beans to form soldiers. It didn't advance to attack but stood staring blankly at the sky. Wang Lin didn't have time to pay attention to Cheondi's battle spirit. As he rushed out, he swung his giant hand in the void, and lightning bolts suddenly appeared. The scene was as if Wang Lin had caught a lightning bolt with his hand. Lightning suddenly condensed in the boundless space, all converging and transforming into an illusory spear. This was the image of the God-slaying spear. Wang Lin grabbed it and hurled it forward. The God-slaying spear shattered all obstacles in front of it like a bolt of lightning, shooting straight towards the giant compass in the sky. Wang Lin didn't stop either, his body moving forward, his right hand slightly raised and then pressed down. A deafening roar erupted from the giant hand, shattering space. Two fingers closed together and quickly pointed at the back of his right hand. The elemental power in the heavens and earth suddenly surged intensely, instantly merging into Wang Lin's right hand. At this moment, a gigantic illusory palm print suddenly appeared in front of Wang Lin's right hand and then descended upon Kang Songzi below. Shang Songzi's eyes suddenly turned crimson, revealing a look of madness. He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, and raised his right hand, his face becoming extremely ferocious. At this moment, 7 nascent souls materialized above Shang Songzi's head, emitting extremely mournful roars. Suddenly, a lightning bolt symbol materialized before Shang Songzi. As soon as the lightning bolt symbol appeared, the sky suddenly darkened, as if all the light had been absorbed by the lightning. Use Blood Origin Transformation. First Formation Spirit Transformation Wine Boundary. Shang Songzi roared softly, and the lightning bolt symbol immediately flashed with light. At this moment, Wang Lin's palm print also descended and shot straight towards the lightning bolt. A deafening explosion shook the earth and sky, and the palm print instantly shattered. The moment the palm print shattered, a lightning bolt suddenly shot out from within and directly towards Wang Lin. Its speed was too fast. Wang Lin had no time to dodge, and the lightning bolt struck him squarely in the chest. A loud bang resounded, and Wang Lin's body instantly trembled, causing him to retreat several steps. For the first time, blood of an ancient god flowed from the corner of his mouth, but at this moment, a fierce flame erupted, engulfing the sky. Wang Lin swung his right hand into the void, and an iron sword immediately materialized. Upon appearing, the iron sword suddenly circled around Wang Lin's hand as if focusing on its target, then shot straight towards Shang Songzi below. Shang Songzi also swung his left hand into his storage space, and a nail radiating 7-colored light instantly appeared in his hand. This object was identical to the nails hammered into the Tao scripture's remains. Die for me. Shang Songzi raised his head and swung the nail in his hand forward. The 7-colored nail immediately shot straight towards the iron sword. An unimaginable pressure was hidden within the nail, clearly the power of the void-shattering Nirvana treasure. After a moment, the nail and the iron sword clashed. A sudden clanging sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The iron sword broke in two, but after the 7-colored nail shattered the iron sword, it directly pierced Wang Lin's right shoulder. A tsunami-like wave of pain surged through him, causing Wang Lin's body to tremble. At this moment, even though the iron sword was broken in two, the tip of the blade still flashed and pierced through Shang Songzi's chest, then fell directly to the ground. Shang Songzi spat out fresh blood. Knowing he was severely injured, he turned and transformed into a rainbow, directly flying towards the mountain range in front of him. Wang Lin's body trembled violently. The 7-colored nail embedded in his right shoulder felt like it was pinning his primordial spirit. The scene before him became blurry, and his body quickly shrank, about to return to its normal form. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, staring intently at Shang Songzi, who was continuously spitting blood and fleeing into the distance. He raised his left hand, and the Yiling seal suddenly appeared in his mind. He forcefully clapped his hand forward. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body returning to normal. He retracted his magic weapon, not even bothering to look at the old woman in green who was enveloped by the forbidden spell. He transformed into a rainbow and quickly departed, blood gushing from his right shoulder, his face pale. The battle between Wang Lin and Kang Songzi had resulted in mutual destruction. At this moment, the giant compass in the sky slowly began to move and chase after Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was pale, devoid of any color, only a long streak of blood at the corner of his mouth was visible. After gathering all his magical artifacts, including the broken iron sword and his battle spirit, he shot off into the distance like an arrow. The blood-colored Nasan-so-like object of Kang Songzi didn't have time to escape. It was enveloped and drawn back by Wang Lin's battle spirit. The scene before Wang Lin became blurry, and as he moved forward, a wave of drowsiness swept over him. But the excruciating pain in his right shoulder brought him back to consciousness from his stupor. The giant compass continued to move across the sky, still hovering above Wang Lin's head, its movement unwavering. The compass spun rapidly, a dense wave of oppressive power erupting from above and concentrating on Wang Lin's body as he shot forward like an arrow below. As the pressure intensified, Wang Lin's body weakened, his steps faltering. At this moment, sudden rumbling explosions erupted from within the compass. The compass spun even faster, drawing down all the seven-colored energy from the sky and gathering it above. Suddenly, numerous seven-colored symbols flickered on the compass's surface. In that instant, an extreme sense of danger surged through Wang Lin's primordial spirit. In this critical situation, he immediately bit his tongue hard, instantly regaining his composure. The moment Wang Lin regained his senses, many symbols on the compass descended furiously, all hurtling towards him below. The moment the seven-colored symbols fell, Wang Lin gritted his teeth and swung his claw into the void. The trident in his hand suddenly swept horizontally, and the symbols rained down like a torrential downpour. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Many places on his body were imprinted with symbols, leaving deep marks. Each time a symbol struck his body, Wang Lin was instantly shaken. A look of madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. This was his nature. The more critical the situation, the more imminent the collapse, the more clear-headed and frenzied his mind became. The level of clear-headedness and frenzy were not contradictory. Clear-headedness led to judgment, but his actions were frenzied. This compass was like marrow in his bones. If it wasn't destroyed, it would relentlessly pursue him. Wang Lin didn't want to create a long-term danger. With it above his head, others could find him as easily as turning their hand. Wang Lin's left hand gripped the trident tightly, the madness in his eyes intensifying. He knew his remaining sanity was running out. As his wounds worsened, any force could cause him to lose consciousness. He absolutely had to break this compass, then use his remaining lucidity to find a place to heal. Time was of the essence. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his fighting spirit blazing. His left eye was enveloped in intense flames, and the moment the fire engulfed his entire body, the crimson vermilion bird armor instantly materialized on him. At this moment, his right eye suddenly flashed with lightning, thunder rumbling, and a 1,000-foot radius around him instantly transformed into a lightning hell. Thunder roared, lightning bolts crisscrossing like snakes. On the ground, within a radius of 1,000 feet, deafening explosions erupted, and countless rocks and earth were scattered in all directions by the lightning strikes. All the remaining ancient god power in Wang Lin's body was diverted to his right hand, condensing into his left hand before being channeled into the trident. At this moment, a roar even more powerful than the thunder suddenly resounded in the heavens and earth. Wang Lin's body surged up from the ground, and a sea of fire instantly engulfed everything. A vermilion bird materialized around Wang Lin's body, as if he were controlling all the scorching fire in the heavens and earth, directing it all towards the compass. The moment Wang Lin launched himself, thunder and lightning roared and struck upwards from the ground. All the lightning followed Wang Lin, and from afar, one could clearly see the lightning in the 1,000-foot radius slowly rising into the air with Wang Lin, gradually forming a mountain of lightning, a mountain of thunder and lightning. At this moment, Wang Lin stood on the mountaintop. The mountain of thunder and lightning continuously grew stronger, finally dissipating completely into the ground and condensing around Wang Lin's body. This scene appeared as if he was absorbing the thunder and lightning mountain below. Wang Lin, carrying the power of thunder and fire, was like a shooting star surrounded by a sea of fire and lightning. He gripped the trident tightly and frantically soared straight into the sky. Wang Lin's speed increased rapidly. The moment the symbols continuously appeared on the compass, he was already close to it. The whistling sounds of the wind tearing through the air became more intense, finally transforming into a series of earth-shattering explosions. 9 profound transformations. Blood vessels bulged in Wang Lin's eyes. In an extremely short time, his figure instantly split into 9 parts. But the 9 parts immediately merged into one, and a much stronger aura than before directly descended upon Wang Lin. The sounds of the vermilion bird suddenly rang out, and his figure flashed with dazzling brilliance before hurtling straight towards the compass and striking upwards. A series of thunderous explosions echoed throughout the void. The compass immediately trembled, then exploded and shattered. However, the shattering process initially manifested as small cracks on its surface. These cracks widened continuously, eventually covering the compass with a dense network of fissures. Then, with a resounding bang, it broke into 4 or 5 pieces. As the fragments scattered, a crimson figure emerged from the shattered compass. This figure didn't even turn back, but instead sped off into the distance and vanished. Even though the figure had dissipated, the sound of the compass shattering and the scattering fragments continued to reverberate throughout the 7-colored world. All the mist-shrouded beasts outside instantly condensed rapidly. These beasts took on various forms, all gazing towards the source of the earth-shattering sound. At that moment, many of the bewildered ones wandering aimlessly in the 7-colored world suddenly stopped, looked up, and stared blankly at the location of the explosion, including Duanmu's pupils. In a cave on the mountaintop far outside, a man sat cross-legged. His face was pale, and his brown robes were still stained with fresh blood. While he was healing his wounds, he opened his eyes wide, and the resounding explosion in the distance and the shockwaves immediately reached his ears. He took a deep breath. This was Chen Tianjun. The area outside the mountain valley was completely covered by a forbiddance formation, making escape impossible in a short time. And the old woman in green had to constantly fend off the attacks of the forbiddance formation symbols. At this moment, her face was devoid of color, and her eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. The old woman in green continuously formed hand seals, creating a protective barrier to resist, but the power of the barrier here far exceeded her imagination. Especially after the life and death barrier and the destruction barrier merged, they were now 2 in 1. If she stayed here for even a moment longer, she would face numerous attacks. At this point, the old woman in green was already severely injured. When the rumbling explosions reached her, the old woman in green looked up, her eyes filled with both surprise and doubt. The explosions echoed throughout the 7-colored world, penetrating the mountain range like a wall surrounding the mist. At this moment, the mist also began to tremble and churn with turbulent waves. For the first time, all the Mingi practitioners inside stopped their strange chatter, their bodies froze, and they all looked up, bewildered. Within the dense fog, a 7-colored mist enveloped the lightning symbol on the forehead of the colossal stone statue. Inside, the weakened primordial spirit of Shang Songzi sat cross-legged, his hands continuously performing healing incantations. When a sound reached him from afar, he abruptly lifted his head. His eyes were filled with utter terror. He was truly shaken. Previously, although Shang Songzi held Wang Lin in high regard, he never imagined the latter could be his equal. Unexpectedly, after a devastating battle, both sides suffered heavy losses. Shang Songzi recalled the battle, in which he had lost many magical artifacts, especially the 3 pearls, and felt immense pain in his heart. Among them was the crystal sword, which caused him even more anguish. But even all those artifacts combined couldn't compare to the 7-colored nail. This was Shang Songzi's greatest blow. Whenever Shang Songzi thought of the 7-colored nail, he felt his primordial spirit shatter. This was the most powerful magical artifact in his storage space, his ultimate life-saving weapon. Yet, when he took it out, he couldn't kill the man surnamed Lu, and even his own body shattered, nearly killing him. Shang Songzi fled because his body was too weak to fight anymore. But the main reason was that he thought his opponent would surely die, because under such severe injuries, the man surnamed Lu wouldn't be able to escape the compass transformed from the bead's divine power. If his opponent died, Shang Songzi could remotely control the compass to absorb his corpse and primordial spirit, and then, once his own injuries healed, everything else would be easy. But when the explosion echoed in the distance, Shang Songzi's connection with the compass was severed. His body trembled, and his mind became pensive. Under such injuries, that guy was still able to break through the divine power of the compass for the first time. Shang Songzi felt a genuine sense of fear towards Wang Lin. In reality, the place surrounded by mountains like a wall wasn't as Shang Songzi described. The center of this world wasn't here either. The deeper one went, the true center was a mountain valley shrouded in mist. But at this moment, Shang Songzi's face was extremely pale, and he sat cross-legged, not daring to move, let alone go anywhere. Wang Lin sped forward like an arrow, his consciousness gradually becoming hazy, but he gritted his teeth, reluctantly retaining a sliver of his mind. As he continued to advance, his eyes grew dim. The moment he entered an abandoned cave in the mountain valley, he only managed to open a spatial rift to let the silver-clothed female corpse and Suligo come out to protect him before he fell, hitting his head on the ground and losing consciousness. Earlier, Suligo had successfully completed the task of killing Qian Guizhang, only to have Wang Lin immediately retrieve his possession. Having just appeared, Suligo was about to proudly claim credit, but seeing Wang Lin with his eyes closed, his face ashen and unconscious, he was startled and his eyes darted around. Just then, a cold snort rang out, causing Suligo's body to tremble. He turned around, his face instantly showing a fawning expression. He knew from being out of the spatial storage that the silver-clothed female corpse was extremely powerful and dared not offend her. "Protect me." The voice of the silver-clothed woman was as cold as ice. She sat down beside Wang Lin, her gaze sweeping over his face, revealing a mixture of infatuation and tenderness. Suligo hastily flattered her, but after a long while, seeing that the silver-clothed woman showed no reaction and only gazed at the unconscious killer, he became particularly loyal to his mistress. He stood in the cave guarding Wang Lin, but inwardly he thought, "What's so beautiful about a killer? Only Grandpa Su is so dashing, quick-witted, handsome, and a peerless beauty-o." Sometimes being too perfect is a curse. Suligo sighed repeatedly, his face showing extreme emotion. After a while, the silver-clothed woman withdrew her gaze, the bewilderment in her eyes intensifying. She vaguely remembered something, but couldn't quite place it. She became pensive, then raised her delicate hand and, guided by her hazy memory, waved it forward. A faint light immediately flashed, then transformed into a forbidden spell that fell upon the cave entrance. If Wang Lin were conscious and saw this scene, his expression would undoubtedly become extremely serious. This was clearly the life and death forbidden spell. Moreover, her method of casting the spell was clearly more skillful than that of the old woman in green. Wang Lin wasn't in a deep coma. After a few hours, he opened his eyes. When his gaze shifted to the cave entrance, he was slightly startled, his eyes sweeping over the silver-clothed woman. But he didn't say much, instead sitting cross-legged and meditating. Time slowly passed, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Wang Lin's complexion not only failed to recover but became even paler, and faint streaks of seven-colored light emanated from his shoulder. The wound had now closed, but the seven-colored nail remained firmly embedded in his shoulder bone, continuously shattering it. However, thanks to the ancient god's incredibly powerful regenerative abilities, the shattered areas healed rapidly. This process repeated itself, but what Wang Lin endured was excruciating pain. More seriously, the seven-colored nail not only clung to his bone but also seemed to impale his primordial spirit, causing it to move extremely slowly and show signs of exhaustion. If that were all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Wang Lin was horrified to discover that the seven-colored nail was continuously absorbing his life force, as if it wouldn't stop until it had completely drained him. What kind of magical artifact is this that possesses such power? Even the iron sword of void annihilation was cleaved into. Wang Lin was heartbroken. The iron sword of void annihilation had accompanied him for many years, countless times in battles, and was incredibly sharp, yet it was broken into in this seven-colored world. And the beads that Kang Songzi threw out, each one can summon divine abilities in this world. That thing is truly bizarre, and moreover, a finger of Che Yun has appeared. Wang Lin endured the intense pain, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. At this moment, he remembered the scene when Che Yunzi's battle spirit appeared, and he looked up at the sky with a dazed expression. This place must have something to do with Che Yunzi. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. But that Kang Songzi is also seriously injured. He shattered his physical body before the Yiling seal struck, leaving only his soul to escape. He suffered quite severe wounds from the iron sword, and must have consumed a great deal of magical artifacts. As long as I quickly recover from my injuries, if I encounter him again, he will surely die. As for the old woman in green, she's trapped within the formation. Although she's proficient in the life and death forbiddance formation, it also conceals my annihilation heart forbiddance formation, so escaping will be absolutely no easy feat. Even if she forcibly breaks through the formation, she undoubtedly be severely injured. And Yan Hanzi, he's been teleported to another direction. His current location is unknown. But this place is fraught with danger. Teleporting haphazardly would certainly jeopardize his life. It's likely that Yan Hanzi can't even take care of himself right now. The other three were all pre-planned by me. Only Chen Tianjun of the Beast Sect left too early. Although I sensed the vibrations of his divine power along the way, it's difficult to prove he's dead. Everyone here is secretly plotting against each other. No one wants to let someone else leave peacefully with the treasure. It's the principle that you can't harm a tiger because it intends to harm you. If anyone is passive, they will fall into someone else's trap. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He had already seen through everything, which is why he acted continuously. First, he forced Yan Hanzi to teleport to another direction, then used a formation to trap the old woman in green, and then fought a battle to the death with Kang Songzi. As Wang Lin pondered, intense pain surged from his right shoulder. Sweat beaded on Wang Lin's forehead, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. He raised his left hand and lightly traced a circle on his right shoulder, and a wound immediately appeared. Fresh blood continuously flowed from the wound, finally revealing a 7-colored nail embedded in his shoulder blade. At that moment, streams of 7-colored light enveloped the entire cave. Suligua licked his lips, thinking to himself, a killer is indeed a killer. Not only cruel to others, but also tormenting himself. Wang Lin took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and swiftly swung his left hand, grabbing the 7-colored nail embedded in the wound. He let out a low shout and pulled the nail out. Intense pain surged like a raging tide, and Wang Lin roared, his clothes drenched in sweat. His body trembled violently, but he couldn't pull the nail out. This nail seemed to grow in the same place as his right shoulder bone, T1. Even more bizarre was that these 7-colored streams of light merged into his bones, then enveloped the entire right side of his skeleton, causing the bone's color to vaguely turn 7 colors. Wang Lin's face turned pale. The moment the 7-colored streams of light merged into his bones, his mind immediately became muddled, and there was a vague sign of anger. Although this sign only dissipated for a fleeting moment, it made Wang Lin gasp deeply. That moment of anger wasn't Wang Lin's, it was as if his mind had fallen into hell and been suppressed by many layers of seals. At this moment, he felt like he was no longer himself. Wang Lin stared at the nail, feeling as if the nail completely disappeared, his bones would completely turn 7 colors. And then the sign of anger would no longer be just a single stream, but would last forever. What kind of magical artifact is this? The wound on Wang Lin's right shoulder gradually closed. A moment later, the wound disappeared, concealing the 7-colored nail within. Wang Lin silently gazed at the wound, his eyes tightly closed, his primordial spirit within his body struggling and slowly circulating. At this point, he could no longer use external force to remove it. He tried to use the power of his primordial energy and ancient god to force the 7-colored nail out. Time passed, and after another 3 days, Wang Lin opened his eyes wide. With his cultivation, he could suppress it, but he couldn't force the 7-colored radiance from his shoulder bone out, let alone pull the nail out. As long as I can still suppress it, I'm not on the path to death. Right now, I need to find help. If I have enough support, I can force the 7-colored radiance out, and at the same time, I can pull the nail out. As Wang Lin pondered, he glanced at the jade bottle beside him, which he had let go of before falling into unconsciousness. This was the ultimate goal that Shang Songzi had to achieve by entering this 7-colored world. After taking the jade bottle, Wang Lin immediately spread his divine consciousness inside. He saw a black liquid in the bottle that resembled blood, but without any fishy smell. Once I obtain Shang Songzi's primordial spirit, I will know what this thing is. If nothing unexpected happens, this thing is related to cultivation. After placing the jade bottle against his chest, Wang Lin straightened up. At this moment, his gaze fell on the life and death forbiddance seal outside the cave entrance, then shifted back to the silver-clothed woman. Do you know about the life and death forbidden seal? The silver-clothed woman pondered for a moment, then she softly said, I have a little memory. Open the seal. Wang Lin nodded slightly. The silver-clad woman walked to the entrance of the cave and raised her delicate hand, lightly clapping her palm. The restrictions immediately dissipated and disappeared. Wang Lin didn't want to ask any more questions. He flicked his sleeve. Suligo was about to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Wang Lin had already absorbed both him and the silver-clad woman into his storage space. Upon leaving the cave, Wang Lin took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain in his right shoulder. His body suddenly flashed, and he shot straight into the distance. The place he was heading to wasn't inside the seven-colored world, but a mountain outside this valley. Here, mountains stretched endlessly, and many ferocious beasts transformed into mist were present. These ferocious beasts were the support Wang Lin needed. He sped through the valley like an arrow, following the old path back to the seven-colored world. After passing the path beneath the mountain range, Wang Lin looked up, his eyes gleaming. He was staring intently at the thick fog on the mountaintop. After carefully reconsidering his plan, Wang Lin's expression showed determination. Although this was dangerous, if he could remove the nail from his shoulder, everything would be worth it. Let's see how strong my ancient god body is. Wang Lin's body flashed, transforming into a rainbow and directly soaring towards the mountaintop. Before Wang Lin even got close, he heard a roar coming from within the fog. A gigantic eagle-shaped beast, moving with lightning speed, emerged from the shimmering fog, roaring as it lunged towards Wang Lin. As the terrifying eagle launched itself, the fog followed closely behind. Its speed was incredibly fast, reaching him in an instant. This eagle-shaped beast, carrying immense attack power, swooped forward, rushing towards Wang Lin. But Wang Lin did not dodge. Instead, he used his powerful body to resist. A man and an eagle quickly approached each other and furiously clashed. Loud explosions suddenly echoed, and Wang Lin's body recoiled. He didn't deflect the beast's attack but instead channeled all his power into his right shoulder blade. Under the intense shock, the seven-colored light within his bone flashed again, piercing through his skin, and his body was once again enveloped in seven-colored light. The eagle-shaped beast roared and was sent flying, spinning once in the air before plummeting downwards. Wang Lin's mind was shaken, but his steps didn't falter. He charged forward again, this time straight into the mist. This time, the beasts roared furiously. Another swirling mass of mist appeared, and another 100-foot-long eagle-shaped beast emerged. Including the previous eagle-shaped beast, there were now a total of 2, all roaring and transforming into 2 streams of black light that shot straight towards Wang Lin. A series of deafening explosions resounded, and Wang Lin's body felt as if it were being struck by countless mountains. His face grew paler, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Both beasts were level 12, possessing immense power, but Wang Lin's body was behaving strangely. He channeled all the beast's attack power into his skeleton, desperately forcing the seven-colored light out despite his severe injuries. The seven-colored light on the right side of his body suddenly flared intensely. As Wang Lin used this method, it was as if the 2 eagle-like beasts were helping him expel the seven-colored light. These lights flashed and gradually converged on his right shoulder. A black light flashed again, and the 2 eagle-like beasts continuously attacked Wang Lin's body. His wounds worsened, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth, yet a look of joy appeared on his face. As long as the ancient god's physical body wasn't severely shaken, it could recover in an extremely short time. Even though he was seriously injured, it was nothing to Wang Lin. He only wanted to force the seven-colored nail out. At this moment, Wang Lin's body was nearing its limit, and the seven-colored light had all condensed on his right shoulder, transforming into a complete seven-colored nail. As the attacks from the eagle-shaped beast fragments continued, the nail showed signs of loosening and even about to fly out. Just then, a roar echoed from a mist on the mountaintop, and a third eagle-shaped beast flew out. It then transformed into a black rainbow and shot straight towards Wang Lin's chest. Wang Lin's body trembled. The extremely powerful attack caused his already severely injured body to show signs of shattering. But his eyes lit up with joy, and he laughed heartily as a loud explosion erupted from his right shoulder. As the blood splattered in all directions, a seven-colored halo flashed from within. This was indeed the nail that had just been firmly embedded in her right shoulder. Wang Lin grabbed the nail and used the recoil to propel himself backward like an arrow. As he fell to the foot of the mountain, the 3 eagle-like beasts behind him continued to roar like 3 terrifying streams of black light. Without hesitation, Wang Lin charged forward, directly entering the underground passage, enduring the pain to propel himself forward. The roars of the eagle-like beasts, transformed into black light, still echoed in his ears, but they didn't pursue him into the underground passage, instead circling around with ferocious expressions. After a long while, they slowly flew away, then transformed back into mist that enveloped the mountaintop. Inside the underground passage, Wang Lin found a secret spot and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. After continuously setting up numerous restrictions in front of him, he immediately took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it, practicing his breathing exercises. His body was severely injured, but thanks to the immense power of the ancient god and his unimaginable regenerative abilities, after a few hours, Wang Lin's condition improved significantly. However, Wang Lin didn't leave. He remained seated cross-legged, continuously circulating the power of the ancient god throughout his body to heal, while a massive surge of immortal energy permeated his entire being. There were no more seven-colored nails, nor any other forces hindering Wang Lin's recovery. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. Wang Lin's eyes flashed like lightning in the pitch-black underground passage. He stood up straight, and after a few stretches, felt his injuries were completely healed. His primordial spirit was no longer sluggish, and after 2 days of breathing exercises, the primal energy in his body had fully recovered. At this moment, Wang Lin had reached his peak. Even if Shang Sangzi hadn't been seriously injured, he could still have fought a battle with him. Wang Lin's body flashed, and with lightning speed, he traversed the underground mountain path and appeared outside the lush green valley. He took a deep breath and recalled the dangers he had faced earlier. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a nail radiating seven-colored light immediately appeared in his hand. Wang Lin was still extremely afraid of this object. If it weren't for his ancient god body, which prevented the nail from transforming his entire body's bones into seven-colored energy, thus prolonging the berserk state, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, it was also because of his ancient god body that he was able to borrow external power to pull the nail out. All that happened was something no other cultivator could have accomplished. Even a late-stage shattered nirvana cultivator, without an ancient god body, would have suffered a humiliating death under this nail. This thing is absolutely not ordinary. A single attack not only split the iron sword in two but also shattered my flesh and blood, piercing my bones. I fear that if the iron sword hadn't stopped it, this nail would have pierced through my bones, transforming into streams of seven-colored light that directly merged into my entire skeletal structure. Wang Lin stared at the seven-colored nail in his hand, enveloping it with his divine consciousness. After leaving his mark, he stored it in his storage bag. A trade for a price. Although the iron sword was broken into, I gained this sharp seven-colored nail. This thing can become a deadly weapon. With this in hand, even a late-stage shattered nirvana cultivator would surely die. Wang Lin became pensive. He swung his right hand into the void, and from a spatial crack in his storage space, the ring of the old man's surnamed Pang flew out. Wang Lin put it on his left thumb. Its defensive power was excellent, and it was also a very powerful self-defense weapon in this seven-colored world. Then Wang Lin took out another item, the short sword from the deer skeleton in the cave. Unfortunately, with Wang Lin's cultivation level, he couldn't open it. He concentrated his mind on it for a while before putting it away. Finally, Wang Lin took out the blood-colored, humanoid nascent soul of Kang Songzi. The nascent soul looked gloomy, but its eyes still flashed with ferocity. It stared at Wang Lin and continuously let out low growls. This thing is interesting. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a stream of Che to envelop the humanoid nascent soul, then placed it into his primordial spirit and began to refine it. This thing resembled a nascent soul, but was a magical artifact. It was indeed somewhat bizarre. Wang Lin didn't know the origin of this item, but he didn't mind refining it. After Wang Lin used his primordial spirit to refine the human-shaped nascent soul and erase the mark of Kang Songzi on it, it would be his. At that time, he would naturally have time to study it carefully. Although this battle was a mutual defeat between me and Kang Songzi, and I suffered many losses, I gained a lot. The jade bottle containing the liquid, the seven-colored nail, the blood-colored nascent soul, and the crystal sword. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the trident immediately appeared in his hand. He shook the trident, and the crystal sword reappeared in his hand. Clutching the crystal sword, Wang Lin felt a surge of void-shattering treasure energy erupt. Although the crystal sword couldn't compare to the iron sword, its power was truly extraordinary. After gathering his magical artifacts, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly gleamed. From the treasures on Shang Songzi's person, he could easily deduce that this seven-colored world must contain many treasures. Most of Shang Tsung's magical artifacts were related to this world, especially the beads that could summon divine abilities. This place is a land full of treasures. If Shang Tsung could seize them, so can I. The battle that follows will essentially be a comparison of who can seize more magical artifacts and elixirs, and who can improve their cultivation. Wang Lin licked his lips, his body flashing as he sped straight towards the valley ahead. His first target was the Sima Mo cave dwelling mentioned in Pang Dekai's memory. In Pang Dekai's memory, after they discovered Sima Mo's cave dwelling, they couldn't fully open it, only a part of it. This time, they were preparing to come here to extract beast souls to refine elixirs, and after their cultivation increased, they would completely break through Sima Mo's cave dwelling. This was a cave dwelling that had never been opened, filled with treasures. Wang Lin followed the path in Pang Di's memory, traversing a series of mountain valleys. His speed was fast enough, but he didn't find any restrictions. This place was relatively vast, a densely packed area of mountain valleys, and most of the restrictions here had been broken. Even the cave dwellings within the valleys were empty. A day later, Wang Lin stopped outside a mountain valley. This place was quite ordinary, but after closing his eyes, he felt a dark thought enter his mind. Outside the valley was a thick, lush green carpet of grass, also showing signs of broken restrictions. This was Sima Mo's cave dwelling in Pang Di's memory. After carefully observing the surroundings, Wang Lin proceeded straight ahead. Upon approaching the valley, he stopped, his eyes flashing with intense light. A moment later, he used his right hand to form a hand seal, and a protective barrier instantly materialized. He waved his hand forward, and the barrier immediately shot forth. Suddenly, the valley before him trembled, as if a painting had been torn apart before Wang Lin, then swept aside. The transformations caused the seemingly ordinary valley to become a purple expanse. All the weeds on the ground vanished, replaced by a pitch-black expanse. Even the path itself changed, a black aura enveloping it, blocking the path of anyone attempting to advance. The valley was protected by two layers of barriers. The first was merely an illusion, and no matter how one attempted to break through it, there was no way to enter the actual cave dwelling. Previously, Pang Dekai's and his group had broken through this layer of restrictions. But for Wang Lin, with his level of Forbidden's techniques, he could see the clues. He waved his hand, causing the second layer of Forbidden's techniques to appear, revealing the true appearance of the mountain valley. Wang Lin stared at the black light, a wry smile appearing on his face. The light that Shang Tsung had entered earlier to retrieve the jade bottle was exactly the same. It was also the time and space Forbidden's technique. Wang Lin placed his right hand on the Forbidden's technique screen, pondering for a long time. Based on his understanding of Forbidden's techniques, he could estimate that the Forbidden's technique screen before him had existed for about 20,000 years. Although the time was less than the screen surrounding the mountain where Shang Tsung retrieved the jade bottle, breaking it would be extremely difficult. Unless he spared no expense in using magical artifacts to forcibly open the Forbidden's technique. Wang Lin looked at the Forbidden's technique screen before him, becoming pensive. At this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed, and a jade slip instantly appeared in his right hand. This jade slip is the very artifact of Sima Mo that Wang Lin obtained on the Savage Continent before. I obtained Sima Mo's relic on the Savage Continent, and now I've found Sima Mo's cave dwelling here. How interesting! Wang Lin's expression was unreadable, making it difficult to discern whether he was happy or sad. Wang Lin took the jade slip and reached into the Forbidden's barrier. At that moment, the barrier suddenly erupted with violent waves, many ripples echoing in all directions. Finally, all of them converged towards the jade slip in Wang Lin's hand, and with a loud bang, the jade slip failed to break through the barrier. However, with the jade slip as the center and facing outwards, a crack appeared in the barrier that a person could enter. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment, then stepped into the crack. As he stepped in, the crack suddenly closed, all the vibrations dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The sky above had become illusory, the purple valley returned to its normal state, and the black ground was covered. At this moment, many plants and trees materialized, and when Wang Lin stepped through the Forbidden's barrier, everything returned to its previous state. When Wang Lin passed through the Forbidden's barrier, a lush green meadow appeared before him. This valley wasn't large, only about 100 feet, but on the cliffs surrounding it were 9 caves. At this moment, The stone doors of the caves were silently closed. On the grass in the valley, there was a skeleton, sitting cross-legged and leaning against a cliff in front of Wang Lin. The skeleton bowed its head, its right hand pointing to the ground, and 3 jade slips were placed in front of it. Wang Lin silently looked at the skeleton, his pupils contracting. He noticed that the skeletal frame before him vaguely emitted streams of 7-colored light. Wang Lin slowly walked to the side, squatting down and carefully examining the skeleton several times. Then he picked up the first jade slip on the ground and used his divine consciousness to probe it. I never thought I'd return to this place back then. My uncle and I, along with many fellow disciples, followed your instructions and found an extremely mysterious spatial rift. This spatial rift was very strange, filled with beautiful 7-colored light. My junior sister loved rainbows, so I agreed to bring rainbow light to cover the house for her. When we entered this rift, we entered a terrifying dream, but at that time, I had no foresight whatsoever regarding everything inside. When we ventured to the deepest part, we discovered that terrifying existence, learning of a colossal secret that could terrify the cultivation world, not only in Yunhai, but even in Luotian, Zhouhe, or Kunhai. It would be difficult to imagine. I never imagined that when all hope was lost, such a great catastrophe would strike. We wanted to escape, but in the end, we still had to return to this place. Perhaps I will never be able to leave this place in my lifetime. Is this fate? I believe in fate. I truly believe in fate. Wang Lin took the jade slip and carefully scanned it with his divine consciousness. 3 years have passed. Second junior brother is dead. Third junior brother is also dead. They have become lost souls, constantly wandering and confused in this world. For days ago I saw them, but they no longer recognized me. They just walked past me. I can't let things continue like this. I want to find a solution. 6 years since I arrived here, I found a jade slip, on which was recorded the time-space restriction technique. I must learn it. My uncle left. He went to the deepest part of the place. He told me there was a calling sound inside at that time. I had been here for 11 years. I was still trying to figure out the time-space restriction technique. I don't know how much time has passed, perhaps 30 years. Then the attacks of the underworld sages began. I clearly saw my uncle among them. They took away 6th junior brother, 5th junior brother, and 10th junior brother. Finally, I understood the time and space forbiddance formation. At that time, I and the remaining disciples arranged a formal time and space forbiddance formation in the mountain valley. My 9th junior brother sacrificed his lifespan to reinforce the traces of this formation. Before I died, I agreed with him to bring his remains back to the Breaking Heaven sect. I agreed, but could I do it? With the time and space forbiddance formation protecting us, this mountain valley has become my home, but I can't find the warmth of family, or if I do, I can only watch helplessly as familiar faces gradually become strangers. I can't continue living like this anymore. I must find a way. I want to save them. Wang Lin became pensive. He looked up at the skeleton in front of him. The content of the jade slip in his hand ended here. At this moment, his gaze shifted to the second jade slip. He reached out, picked it up, and continued to scan it with his divine consciousness. 100 years have passed, and there is no day or night here, so it's impossible to calculate time accurately. But we can judge from the intensity of the time forbiddance formation that 100 years have passed, yet it feels like 1,000 years. 13 disciples had their bodies destroyed. Their cultivation dissipated. They can no longer endure this prison-like life. The remaining people beside me have either become lost souls or enlightened souls. Now only 3 of us remain, myself, my 16th junior brother, and my 4th uncle. I know we are sinners, and perhaps this is our punishment, but I am not reconciled. Never. Today will forever be an unforgettable day. The first appearance of the reverse walker. The 4th uncle transformed into a reverse walker. I brought back 2nd brother, 3rd brother, and all my fellow disciples from among the lost souls. I went deep into the mountains, and from within the thick fog, I found 5th brother and 6th brother, who had become enlightened souls, and brought them back. I went even deeper. The path was very familiar. I found 2nd uncle and brought him back. This jade slip ends here, Wang Lin said in astonishment, dropping the slip in his hand. The words just spoken made him ponder for a long time. Then he picked up the 3rd jade slip. I have lived here for 300 years. When I had traveled through all the places, I discovered a type of bead that concealed the divine abilities of the reverse practitioners. I don't know what this thing is, but to save my 4th uncle, I had to search everywhere, looking for some information. This is the fourth time I've entered the deepest part of this place. I know my fourth uncle is here when facing the powerful reverse practitioners. I used to seal all their divine abilities. I stayed here for several years and finally found my fourth uncle, but I didn't expect that in the place where I met my fourth uncle, I would feel a seven-colored nail pierced my body. This nail is very strange. Upon entering my body, it immediately dissolved. Finally, I escaped. In a daze, I returned to the mountain valley. My consciousness gradually faded, and a kind of frenzied idea constantly flashed through my mind. These ideas were enough to make me want to kill every living being here, but here, besides me, there was only one other living being, my 16th junior brother. I drove my 16th junior brother out of the mountain valley. I gave him my identity token and the beast bone elixir formula, forcing him to leave the valley and return in 10 years. My 16th junior brother is gone. I sit in this mountain valley, looking at the seven-colored sky outside, waiting for the moment of madness to arrive. Second junior brother, third junior brother, and all my fellow disciples, if any of you awaken and see my jade slip, you will know everything I have encountered over the past few hundred years. As for those strange ancient beads, I have collected many of them. On their surface, I vaguely discovered a clue. These stone beads weren't formed naturally, they were refined by humans. Comparing them in size and weight, they're very similar with no difference whatsoever. It's as if someone has been here for a very long time. I've been here continuously using special divine abilities to create many stone beads. My consciousness has gradually become hazy, but I still have a feeling like some force is sucking away my own soul. I don't know what it is. And there are moments when my consciousness becomes clear, but at that very moment, a crazy idea invades my mind. Perhaps I should do this. If I succeed, I won't go crazy. I will be reborn. My consciousness seems to be leaving this place, extending to a strange starry sky. I see a person, a middle-aged man in a robe, with a crescent moon mark on his forehead. His name is Zhang Zun. Wang Lin's expression turned to horror. He took a deep breath and unconsciously stepped back a few paces. He stared at the jade slip in his hand and the skeleton before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Grand Master, the name was not unfamiliar to Wang Lin. In the cave of the immortal Emperor Qinglin, he knew of an extremely powerful existence among the people of the Outer Realm, named Martial Venerable. But at this moment, Wang Lin also felt that the person named Grand Master was an existence far removed from him. This person and Qinglin were powerful figures of the same era, but countless years had passed since then. However, Wang Lin never expected to find information related to a person named Grand Master in the Cloud Sea Star domain, in the seven-colored world, in the jade slip of the mountain valley. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and the scene of him and Qingshui entering the void to fight Wang Yue flashed through his mind. The result was that nothingness shattered, and then two extremely mysterious cultivators, one old and one young, appeared. These two were from the outside world. If it weren't for the appearance of the heaven-defying pearl at that time, he himself would have probably been captured. Back then, when that old man saw the heaven-defying pearl, he called me Feng Zun. Wang Lin opened his eyes and took a deep breath. His mind was surging with turbulent waves of information from the three jade slips, and it had been a long time since he could recover. This seven-colored world is related to Tianyunzi. It's related to the Grand Venerable, especially when the seven-colored nail enters the body. It truly drives people insane, giving rise to the desire to kill all living beings. Years ago, senior brother Qingshui said that before the collapse of the immortal realm, he was in seclusion cultivating when he suddenly went mad. Even he himself didn't understand the reason. It was a madness like nails being driven into his body. The Vermilion Bird Old Saint Emperor also said that after senior brother Qingshui went to the Cultivation Alliance, he went mad again. What secret is hidden in this matter? It must be greatly related to the Grand Elder. Tianyunzi, Qingshui, Simate, Grand Elder Wang Lin fell into deep thought after a long time. He sighed and looked at the skeleton before him with a complex expression. The skeleton showed no signs of damage, which was enough to prove that Simate hadn't gone mad after all. If this person hadn't gone mad, then he must have had some idea related to the Grand Elder in his mind. Unexpectedly, this place is the spatial rift that the heaven-shattering sect discovered years ago, and also the place where the beast bone elixir formula first appeared. But why did the beast bone and jade slip fall outside? Could it be that the 16th junior disciple mentioned by that person finally managed to leave this place, thus allowing the elixir formula and jade slip to reappear in the Cloud Sea Star domain? If we go by that person's words, then who is he? It's said that the heaven-shattering sect didn't know about this rift back then, but only discovered it after hearing that mysterious voice, and Simate, who has been here for hundreds of years, was able to see that mysterious person. Wang Lin looked up at the 9 closed cave dwellings on the cliff. His body flashed, and he directly approached the first cave dwelling. He stood outside, gazing at the cliff, his eyes suddenly flashing. After a long while, he extended his right hand, and the elemental power in his body suddenly erupted. The rumbling sounds suddenly intensified, and the cliff face abruptly split open. The moment the cliff opened, a scent of time suddenly wafted into Wang Lin's face. This cave wasn't large, only about 10 meters in diameter. A grayish light suddenly flashed in the space, and floating above it were 10 beads, each the size of a baby's fist. A very faint symbol, occasionally flickering above and below, was visible, but it was only a grayish light, difficult to detect without careful observation. The moment Wang Lin saw these beads, his mind was shaken. He immediately recognized them as the beads that Kang Songzi had used to summon the Reverse Walker's divine ability. The contents of the jade slip are indeed true. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He extended his right hand and grabbed a bead, which landed in his hand. He scanned it with his divine consciousness and carefully examined it. After taking a closer look, Wang Lin's expression changed drastically, his mind shaken as if thunder had struck his ears. Previously, when Kang Songzi used the bead to launch his attack, the speed was extremely fast, and because of the battle, Wang Lin didn't dare to be distracted, only glancing at it briefly. Never having the opportunity to examine it so closely, heaven-defying Wang Lin's primordial spirit trembled as he stared at the bead in his hand. He could absolutely not be mistaken about the heaven-defying bead that had accompanied him his entire life. This bead, whether in size, weight, or even its aura and the heavenly Tao, was exactly the same as the heaven-defying bead. The only difference was that this bead did not have the 5 elements pattern on its surface, but only vaguely flickering symbols. I have collected many strange ancient stone beads. These beads weren't naturally formed, but clearly refined by someone else. Their size and weight are exactly the same. It's as if someone here a long time ago continuously used special divine abilities to create these beads. The contents of the jade slip echoed in Wang Lin's mind as he stared at the bead, his rapid breathing gradually calming down. These beads are crafted to resemble the heaven-defying bead. A long time ago, someone here tried to create the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin closed his eyes tightly and only opened them after a long time. To be able to create something similar to the heaven-defying bead, that person must have seen the heaven-defying bead with their own eyes and might even be the one who possesses it. Wang Lin gently rubbed his temples, his eyes flashing. This person is truly incredibly decisive, capable of refining the heavenly Tao. This person, perhaps, is also a Grand Elder. Wang Lin's expression turned grim. He had a feeling that he would soon encounter the outside world and the Grand Elder. Perhaps that person from the outside world already knows of my existence. After all, the old man from back then didn't die. A chill ran through Wang Lin's heart. After a long period of contemplation, Wang Lin waved his sleeve and collected all the dozen or so beads in front of him. After examining each one, he found that each bead contained fluctuations of divine power, clearly indicating that divine power was sealed within. These beads are all failed products, otherwise they wouldn't have been discarded here. I wonder why these beads conceal divine power. While deep in thought, Wang Lin left his mark on the beads and stored them in his spatial storage. Wang Lin's gaze swept over the first cave dwelling once more. After finding nothing else, he went outside. After entering and exiting, Wang Lin's mind felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, his expression extremely grim, especially when he thought about the previous battle with Kang Songzi. The old man's final divine power was summoning the 7th formation of the Wind Realm, but it was exactly the same as the 2 people from the Outer Realm back then. What exactly is the identity of this Kang Songzi? Wang Lin emerged from the cave, his gaze sweeping across the vast, 7-colored sky outside the barrier. He suddenly recalled his encounter with the Outer Realm outside the void. The people there also displayed 7-colored light. The more he thought about it, the more bewildered he became. Silently, he withdrew his gaze and proceeded to the second cave. He waved his hand and the outer cliff face crumbled, revealing a cavern inside. A gigantic alchemy furnace occupied more than half of the space within the second cave. Numerous medicinal herbs were piled up on all sides, most of them withered, and a storage bag lay beside it. The cave was covered in dust from countless years. Even the furnace itself left a dust mark when touched. When Wang Lin opened the storage bag, he was shocked to find it filled with an unimaginable quantity of medicinal herbs. After leaving the cave, Wang Lin went to the third one. A restriction was in place on the gate of the third cave, but it wasn't the time restriction. After examining it carefully, Wang Lin used both hands to perform a spell, causing the restriction to materialize. All the restrictions fell onto the cliff face, the rock crevices shaking with rumbling sounds before slowly moving. On the ground inside the third cave was a circular formation, its outer layer of essence crystals keeping it constantly active, with 3 vials of elixirs floating above. Essence crystals were also used within the formation to maintain its operation. More importantly, Wang Lin had discerned a clue within the formation. Besides protecting the elixirs in the 3 vials from the ravages of time, this formation also served as a defensive measure. If anyone forcibly opened it, the elixirs inside would instantly shatter. Wang Lin frowned and sat cross-legged beside the formation. At this moment, he didn't look at the cave dwelling, but only at the formation before him, his eyes blazing with intense light. The radiance in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. He swung his right hand into the air, and a block of elemental crystal immediately flew out of his storage bag. Wang Lin held the elemental crystal, and with a flick of his hand, it shattered, releasing all the elemental power within. He then used his right hand to control the formation and pointed a finger at it. All the elemental power surged violently, then merged into the ground. As Wang Lin's right hand swung in the air, the elemental power in the ground also moved, forming a rhombus-shaped formation 10 feet long. Immediately afterward, Wang Lin flicked his right hand, and the rhombus formation instantly emitted tiny threads connecting the ground and the formation protecting the elixir into a single entity. After completing the above tasks, Wang Lin's eyes flashed again. His right hand quickly reached into the formation and grabbed the 3 bottles of elixirs. At that moment, the formation suddenly erupted with extremely powerful rays of light, illuminating the cave dwelling. Simultaneously, a dense aura of destruction shot straight towards the 3 bottles of elixirs. However, this aura stopped immediately. The rays of light within the formation seemed to be diverted in a different direction, following a thin thread and entering the rhombus-shaped formation. In an instant, Wang Lin had seized the 3 bottles of elixirs, then quickly withdrew his hand. His body suddenly retreated, instantly leaving the third cave dwelling and appearing outside the mountain valley's grassy area. He sat down cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the 3 bottles of elixirs, his heart immediately pounding. His actions just now were extremely risky. If there had been even the slightest mistake, the 3 bottles of elixirs would have instantly vanished, and the elixirs inside would have turned to dust. Simon Mo left these elixirs for his fellow disciples using that method. Clearly, these were extremely precious items. A strong medicinal scent wafted directly into his face. Inside were 3 red elixirs, and the vibrating waves of beast souls erupted from them, enveloping everything around, even attracting Wang Lin's primordial spirit. He took out 1 elixir and held it between 2 fingers, examining it carefully. A level 11 elixir. Wang Lin vaguely sensed the level of the elixir before him. He pondered for a moment, then picked up the second bottle. When he opened this bottle, thick mist immediately erupted, splitting into 2 parts, black and white swirling around each other, finally separating and floating in the air. Within the 2 streams of mist were 2 elixirs. The soul-shattering pill was made from a level 12 frost-transforming beast. Wang Lin's eyes blazed with extreme joy. While level 11 pills could only be distinguished by feel, pills made from level 12 frost-transforming beasts were extremely rare in the entire Cloud Sea Star domain. Their characteristics were so distinct that a single glance was enough to understand them. The soul-shattering pill was rare because very few people were willing to sacrifice the long-term benefits of elemental crystals, and therefore dared not capture level 12 frost-transforming beasts to make pills. Wang Lin licked his lips, his gaze falling on the last pill bottle. He scanned it with his divine consciousness but couldn't find any clues. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly opened the wooden mountain. The moment the elixir bottle was opened, an unimaginable shockwave surged forth, spreading wildly. Inside, sounds inaudible to the ears emanated, but those using their spiritual sense could clearly perceive these as earth-shattering roars. These roars far surpassed those of a level 12 beast. Their earth-shattering intensity shook Wang Lin's mind. He immediately closed the bottle of pills without hesitation. Everything happened in an instant. After closing the bottle, Wang Lin's face turned pale, and it took him a long time to recover. At this moment, his gaze towards the third bottle became extremely serious. A level 13 pill. Wang Lin took a deep breath, carefully putting away the other 2 bottles of pills, keeping only the first one. Then he went back to the cave where the pill furnace was located. Level 11 pills could only be consumed by cultivators at the mid-stage of the Shattered Nirvana realm. Otherwise, their primordial spirit would be unable to withstand the beast's soul. Forcing it would cause the primordial spirit to dissipate, resulting in death from swallowing the pill. All cultivators in the Cloud Sea Star domain understood this well. Pills that greatly enhance the realm of consciousness must be consumed with extreme caution. In reality, Wang Lin's cultivation level, if he disregarded his ancient body, was only at the early stage of pure nirvana, so he couldn't directly swallow an 11th grade elixir. Therefore, he needed to refine the elixir again. Entering the cave containing the alchemy furnace, Wang Lin became pensive, his left eye suddenly flashing with fire. The fire suddenly flared up and merged into the alchemy furnace. The moment the fire erupted, the furnace shook, and a series of symbols materialized on its surface, all slowly rotating. Wang Lin took out an 11th grade elixir, placed it in the furnace, and then swung his right hand in the air. Flames erupted again, engulfing the furnace, and the refining process continued. To refine an elixir again, cultivators in the Cloud Sea Star domain must master an alchemy method. The main effect of this method is to disperse the power of high-grade elixirs, and this method is also heavily related to the alchemy furnace. The better the furnace, the less power is lost. The place where Wang Lin was refining elixirs was deep within the seven-colored world, far from where Kang Songzi was located, and the area was shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening around them. Within this place, there was an altar shrouded in fog and extremely indistinct. At this moment, a sudden flash of light emanated from the altar, piercing through the surroundings and causing the fog to slowly dissipate, revealing an empty space. Judging by their attire, they were clearly distinct from the Cloud Sea monks. Even more strangely, they all had a very clear symbol on their foreheads. The leading man had a lightning bolt symbol on his forehead, one had a crescent moon symbol, and the last one had a flame totem symbol. Is this the spatial rift you discovered? The young man with the crescent moon symbol on his forehead glanced around, excitement in his eyes. The moment the 3 strange figures entered the seven-colored world, the seven-colored light that enveloped Shang Songzi, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the stone statue, suddenly narrowed and slowly condensed, completely enveloping Shang Songzi's primordial spirit. A white flash suddenly appeared in the stone statue beneath Shang Songzi and merged into the mist, then recombined with Shang Songzi's primordial spirit. Gradually, Shang Songzi's body was recondensed, his physical form recreated, and 7-colored light and a series of lightning bolts flashed on his outer skin. A lightning bolt symbol appeared and disappeared on his forehead, and he opened his eyes, from which deep, profound light burst forth. I have taken a step forward, and if I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not a human. Shang Songzi's body suddenly leapt up, transforming into a flash of lightning and shooting straight forward like an arrow. In an instant, he pierced through the fog and headed towards the mountain range ahead. That Lu fellow was severely wounded by my 7-colored nail. Even if he's not dead, he'll surely struggle to survive. I wonder where he is, but it doesn't matter. If I want to know, it's as easy as pie. Shang Songzi sneered, and as he sped forward, he swung his right hand in the air. A spatial rift immediately appeared, and a bead flew out from within. Summon the reverse walker. Shang Songzi bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood onto the bead. At that moment, the bead suddenly absorbed the 7-colored light from the heavens and earth before instantly shattering. In the blink of an eye, as the pearl shattered, a surging power erupted in all directions, and a vague, ethereal figure suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. This illusory figure's features were indistinct, yet its eyes revealed a serene tranquility, as if nothing in heaven and earth could escape its gaze. If one were to be caught in its eyes, all their secrets would be revealed. Where is he? Shang Songzi asked, gazing at the blurry figure in a low voice. The blurry figure immediately closed its eyes, and after a long time, slowly opened them again. It looked towards Zhang Songzi, whose mind suddenly trembled, and an image flashed through his head. After clearly seeing the image, Zhang Songzi raised his eyebrows. Siamese cave dwelling, he's severely injured, yet he was still able to break through the forbidden barrier there. Zhang Songzi pondered for a moment, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he charged forward. In the valley of Siamese cave dwelling, Wang Lin didn't focus all his spiritual power on refining elixirs. After tidying up everything in the first cave dwelling, he set up numerous restrictions outside, expanding the restrictions to a vast area. Only then did he open his storage space to release the Wen Beast. At this point, the Wen Beast looked extremely ferocious. After flying out, its icy gaze fixed on Wang Lin, revealing a resolute expression. It and Wang Lin were telepathically connected. After understanding its master's plan, it let out a roar. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then gently waved his right hand, and the Wen Beast was immediately drawn into the cave dwelling already protected by restrictions. With enough essence crystals, it will be perfectly fine. Wang Lin took out many beast souls he had acquired since arriving in the Cloud Sea Star domain, as well as beast souls created through mutation on the Moluo continent. After placing everything inside the cave, he took out tens of thousands of essence crystals and placed them on the protective barrier, sealing the place. Wang Lin spread his divine consciousness to cover the cave before him. He clearly saw the ferocious aura of the one beast charging towards the other beasts, continuously slashing and devouring. At this moment, the formation activated, transforming the essence crystals into endless streams of primal energy that merged into the one beast's body. After leaving a trace of his divine consciousness to observe the cave, Wang Lin pondered for a while before heading towards the alchemy furnace. Wang Lin sat cross-legged beside the furnace, continuously controlling the flames to refine the elixirs. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. The flames in the alchemy furnace gradually dissipated, and the aroma of the medicine permeated the surroundings. Wang Lin's expression remained extremely calm. He waved his right hand forward, and the lid of the alchemy furnace suddenly lifted with a rumbling sound. At this moment, a large amount of smoke erupted from the alchemy furnace. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a yellow liquid floated in the air. Wang Lin waved his right hand, guiding the liquid towards him, and then collected it into 3 small bottles. Wang Lin took a deep breath and glanced towards the forbidden barrier outside the valley. He picked up 1 bottle and poured the liquid inside into his mouth. As soon as the medicinal liquid entered his body, it instantly transformed into a refreshing stream of energy circulating throughout his entire being. In his ears, he vaguely heard the roars of ferocious beasts. Wang Lin closed his eyes tightly, calmly breathing in and silently comprehending the insights of the beast souls in the elixir regarding the heavens and earth. In this strange state, Wang Lin seemed to forget the passage of time. His mind was enveloped in the laws of heaven and earth, as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast, struggling to find the experience of survival. While Wang Lin was searching for and proving the authenticity of his own spiritual insights from within the chaotic enlightenment of the beast soul, he was like a passerby, constantly separating out the Tao thoughts that aligned with his own. These Tao thoughts burst out from Wang Lin's body, gradually becoming distorted and undergoing transformations. These transformations became increasingly rapid, making everything seem unreal. After a long while, Wang Lin reached out and took the bottle of liquid. He took a sip and continued to sink into enlightenment, the Tao thoughts outside his body increasing. He thought that if he could freely choose the insights of the beast to increase his cultivation, the consequence would be that his Tao heart would become chaotic. If the spiritual insights were not his own feelings but borrowed from the beast's soul, even if his cultivation increased, Wang Lin didn't want that. What Wang Lin wanted was to use the insights of the beast's soul to prove the authenticity of his own Tao thoughts, to comprehend the heavenly Tao between truth and falsehood. Wang Lin wanted to extract the thoughts born during the beast soul's enlightenment of heaven and earth, the essence of the beast's soul. These thoughts were relatively vague, but the more numerous they were, the more they would allow the beast to break through its level and eventually transform into a human. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin had finished the first bottle of medicine. At this moment, his enlightenment continued, his Tao thoughts outside his body constantly changing and gradually erupting, enveloping the valley. If anyone were here at this time, their Tao heart would surely be in turmoil, because the twisted Tao thoughts covering the valley were all born from the enlightenment of heaven and earth. all of which Wang Lin had cast aside. Without falsehood, there is reality. Without truth, there is falsehood. Truth and falsehood do not need to be completely separated. Wang Lin picked up the second bottle of medicine, and after taking a large gulp, his eyes suddenly blazed with enlightenment. He closed his eyes again and continued to demonstrate his Dao thoughts. Gradually, the endless streams of Taoist thoughts he perceived increased in the valley. Eventually, some penetrated the restrictions and lingered outside, causing distortions in the surrounding area. This was invisible to the naked eye. Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage could perceive the scene before them. At that moment, these cultivators would feel that the place contained Taoist thoughts, each stream formed by the laws of heaven and earth. But that was only a fleeting glimpse. Upon closer inspection, everything was illusory. This type of Taoist thought lay between reality and illusion, difficult to distinguish. Once inside, one would be immersed in the Taoist thoughts, unable to escape. The mixed Taoist thoughts multiplied, spreading in all directions, instantly covering a radius of 1,000 feet, causing distortions in the surrounding heaven and earth. Sitting in the mountain valley, Wang Lin had finished his third bottle of liquid. He had forgotten everything, immersed in the boundless universe, searching for his own Tao. In his daze, a voice vaguely appeared in his mind, a soft murmur that gradually became clearer. Mingyi, imprisoned by the heavenly Tao, sentient beings must transcend countless eons to shed a single obsession in the dark depths of hell. Sentient beings must also stand before the boundless to be freed from the obscurities of today, to escape from heaven and earth, and to bring to all living beings the log of the heavenly destiny, the seal of the dawn. What sentient beings need is not the true or false path, but to immerse themselves in the sea of suffering, abandon erroneous thoughts, and dedicate themselves to the practice of cultivation. These words continuously echoed in Wang Lin's mind, gradually enveloping the valley in more and more of his spiritual consciousness. From a radius of 1,000 feet, it continuously expanded to 10,000 feet, then 100,000 feet. Finally, his spiritual consciousness filled more than half of the seven-colored world. Shang Sangzi stood outside the Simate Valley 1,000 feet away, his face turning pale as he stared ahead. But at this moment, his divine body remained motionless. He had been here for 2 days, but could not move forward because he sensed in his mind the endless streams of chaotic spiritual consciousness gradually enveloping the place. These streams of spiritual consciousness were like a giant vortex that could absorb all kinds of thoughts, using a special method to draw everything into Wang Lin's spiritual consciousness. The true and false realms of thought were the second transformation of Wang Lin's Tao consciousness. What he was seeking far surpassed his peers, even those with more profound Tao consciousness. Shang Sangzi's face was devoid of color. He sat cross-legged on the ground, tightly gripping his mind and continuously resisting the invading chaotic Tao consciousness, while also resisting the immense gravitational pull of the vortex. This unable to escape this place. In the distance, a group of bewildered ones, their eyes glazed over, were all heading towards this direction. Their pace wasn't fast, but each step forward was like shrinking the distance to an inch, moving very quickly. These bewildered ones didn't approach, but only stood outside, their hazy eyes gazing forward as if listening to the Tao. Further away, where the enlightened ones were gliding through the mist, they all flew out of the mist and headed towards the valley where Wang Lin was sitting. Strange sounds gradually began to reach them. With Wang Lin at the center, the situation had shifted, transforming all the chaotic Tao thoughts into a seven-colored world. These Tao thoughts gradually ascended and slowly burst outwards. Outside the valley, the chaotic Tao thoughts that Wang Lin had dispelled increased, and the entire seven-colored world began to warp. When the bewilders heard the Tao, their eyes became even more dazed, all staring straight ahead, vaguely absorbing an invisible stream of Tao thoughts. The enlightened ones arrived and floated in the air, their long-dormant murmuring suddenly ceasing. They looked towards the valley, all closing their eyes as if comprehending Wang Lin's Tao. At this moment, even the level 12 frost beasts transformed from their frost state into various forms. All the beasts, without roaring, shot like arrows across the sky towards this place. The ferocious beast circled in the air outside the mountain valley, standing alongside Ming Zijia to comprehend Wang Lin's Tao. What is the Tao? Wang Lin possesses the cycle of life and death, the cycle of karma, and the transformation of truth and falsehood. Each a Tao he has personally comprehended, or in other words, understood through changes in his thinking. From a small, unknown cultivator, he has risen straight to where he is today. He has become a towering figure among the powerful, and these changes are the result of Wang Lin's growth. He discovered the meaning of life and death within the cycle of life and death, thus avoiding danger many times. He sought a path to life from the brink of death, and finally, a rebellious spirit arose in Wang Lin's heart. He dared to defy heaven and become a rebellious cultivator, slashing the sky and shattering the moon, bowing down and trampling on the heavens. These are the paths of defiance. Wang Lin has seen through life and death, so there is nothing left to fear. All of this is the obsession and ideology instilled in Wang Lin by the concept of the cycle of life and death. It was because of these thoughts that Wang Lin became so powerful. But heaven and earth are heartless, deceiving all living beings, creating countless Tao concepts to guide human enlightenment based on the ideas of all living beings. This is the heavenly Tao bestowing its gifts upon all living beings, forcing them to cultivate along a certain path. But this path is an old, rigid framework, a convenient path of cultivation, and Wang Lin will not follow it. After life and death comes karma. After Wang Lin's first transformation of his mental state, he was like a sage among mortals, his thoughts filled with enlightenment. The less he feared life and death, the deeper he delved into seeking the truth of Tao concepts. The cycle of karma is like this. It sees through the consequences, understanding everything in heaven and earth. It is also because of this karma that, upon achieving perfection, Wang Lin's life reached a peak, his cultivation greatly enhanced by his thoughts. His unwavering beliefs about cause and effect condensed into a profound philosophical understanding, which is why the world in his eyes was different from that of others. That heaven is not mine. In the eyes of others, the vastness of heaven and earth is boundless, a place to be searched for in the darkness. But for Wang Lin, heaven and earth are not the important point. This heaven is actually just a part of karma. What Wang Lin wants is to escape the furnace of karma. He wants to know what the outside world is like. When he reached this stage, Wang Lin's understanding had reached its limit, like the painting in Li Qianmai's hand and the circle around Li Yongkong's body. But in reality, Wang Lin was still trapped in a cycle. However, when Jing Lin appeared, the heaven-defying pearl caused Wang Lin's karma to reach its ultimate perfection. Then karma transformed again. His understanding was raised once more. And at this point, he began to search for the origin between truth and falsehood. The true and false Tao is a very profound level of enlightenment, one that ordinary people fundamentally lack the qualifications and opportunity to seek. This clearly touches upon the boundaries of the heavenly Tao. Taking another step would directly lead to its center. Over the years, there have been cultivators who have reached this level of enlightenment, but very few have. Enlightenment determines cultivation level, and the depth of one's enlightenment creates earth-shattering differences between those with the same cultivation level. What Wang Lin is pursuing is a grand path, no different from the goals of others. However, in reality, because of his enlightenment, what he ultimately sees surpasses others in essence. The 3 11th grade pills, which had turned into a yellow liquid, were all consumed by Wang Lin. At this moment, his enlightenment did not stop but continued. When a spatial rift appeared before him, guided by his Tao thoughts, a bottle of elixirs flew out from within. These elixirs, taken from the Penglai continent, contained various levels, including 8, 9, and 10. Wang Lin lost track of time, immersed in enlightenment. He picked up the elixirs but didn't swallow them. The moment they approached Wang Lin, they shattered, and the beast souls within were instantly drawn into a vortex formed by numerous Tao thoughts. Wang Lin then continued to compare them. The chaotic stream of Tao thoughts grew larger and larger, spreading in all directions once more. Outside the valley, the bewildered ones' bewildered eyes gradually showed signs of lucidity. The enlightened ones, floating in midair, their ethereal bodies gradually regaining a sense of substance. The ferocious flames in the eyes of the level 12 beasts also vanished upon hearing the Tao. Shang Songzi struggled in agony, desperately trying to protect his own mind. The ferocious vortexes within the Taoist thought vortex could erupt at any moment. At this time, the Taoist thoughts outside the mountain valley were increasing. The 7-colored world was enveloped in Wang Lin's scattered Taoist thoughts, constantly twisting and turning, as if countless thoughts were clashing within this world. Taoist thoughts spilled everywhere, even the deepest parts of the 7-colored world were the same. As he continuously gained enlightenment, Wang Lin's consciousness gradually emerged from his body. He saw the mountain valley, saw himself sitting cross-legged, and saw the pills flying towards him and shattering. Wang Lin's consciousness slowly burst forth, spreading in all directions from the mountain valley as its center. The moment Wang Lin's consciousness swept over the nearest enlightened ones, they all trembled. The bewildered ones and the beasts were the same. Even King Sungzi's dull heart crumbled, his face pale, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Nothing could pique Wang Lin's interest, and his consciousness continued to wander. He saw a man sitting cross-legged in a cave on the mountaintop outside. The man's eyes showed terror. He stared ahead in astonishment, his mouth agape, unable to speak. Only when Wang Lin's consciousness had moved far away did the man gradually recover from his fear. Wang Lin's consciousness swept around, flying over all the existing caves. The mountain range that had previously acted as a wall was now nothing but dust. He looked down into the valley below. In a formation where the Annihilation Forbiddance and the Life and Death Forbiddance merged, Wang Lin saw the pale face of the old woman in green. Her dull heart was now in turmoil, showing signs of shattering. The old woman's appearance was rapidly changing, sometimes gaunt, sometimes sorrowful, and at other times middle-aged. This old woman couldn't hold Wang Lin's attention for long either. He continued straight ahead, entering the dense fog of the arc-shaped mountain range. Although the fog was thick, it couldn't hinder Wang Lin's mental focus. He saw two mountains surrounded by restrictive barriers within the fog. The time restriction also couldn't stop Wang Lin's mental focus, and he continued to penetrate the first mountain peak. There was nothing there except a single stone tablet without any inscriptions, but in Wang Lin's eyes, a wave of ancient aura surged. Then, the ancient aura gradually dissipated, and the stone tablet resembled a magical artifact. When Wang Lin's mental focus entered the second mountain, also surrounded by the time restriction barrier, he saw a colossal stone statue standing outside it, and a massive stone gate halfway up the mountain, with a lightning bolt symbol above it. Wang Lin's consciousness penetrated the stone door, and he saw floating patches of light inside. Each patch of light contained a sealed beast soul. These beast souls ranged from level 7 to level 13. He saw a young woman in a green robe, resembling an old woman, sitting cross-legged with a face ashen. She seemed to be meditating, her body trembling intermittently. But Wang Lin also noticed a hidden place within the mountain. In that space, he discovered a stone tablet, and beneath it, 7 colored nails pinned to half a skeleton. At that moment, Wang Lin's consciousness was completely captivated by the half-skeleton, his gaze now fixed on the densely written characters inscribed on the bones. It was as if thunder had struck Wang Lin's mind. He had been in an extremely calm state, but now he was violently disturbed, undergoing drastic changes. His mind focused on the skeleton, the inscriptions etched into his very soul. These words were the same sounds that had previously echoed in Wang Lin's mind, dedicated to the cultivation path. Wang Lin didn't know how long his mind was trapped in these turbulent waves, but he resolutely left this place and sped off into the distance. For the first time, he pierced through the mist and entered a place deep within the 7-colored world. This place also had mist, much denser than other places, but it couldn't stop Wang Lin's mind. He saw 3 strangely dressed teenagers in the fog, especially one of them, whose crescent moon mark. Wang Lin recognized this place is very mysterious and eerie. I sense the aura of the ancestors of the Heavenly Thunder clan here, the young man with the lightning symbol on his forehead said as he walked. The young man with the flame symbol on his forehead rubbed his eyebrows, his expression grim. He calmly said, "It's truly bizarre. When I entered this place, I felt a summoning sensation in my heart, especially the illusion that the clan's symbol wanted to leave my body." The young man with the crescent moon symbol walked last, observing his surroundings with extreme caution. His eyes flashed, and just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Wang Lin's mind and body darted past the 3 teenagers. At that moment, the young man with the lightning symbol on his forehead suddenly trembled. A thunderous roar echoed in his head, and the symbol on his forehead flashed intensely. The young man with the crescent moon symbol on his forehead trembled even more, as if remembering something, but he didn't dare confirm it. His face was devoid of color, and his mind surged with violent waves. Perhaps the most terrified was the young man with the flame totem symbol on his forehead. The moment Wang Lin's mental attack passed over him, his entire body felt as if all strength had vanished, and an overwhelming sense of terror instantly spread throughout him. At that moment, the flame totem symbol on his forehead burst into flames, as if wanting to incinerate his body into ashes. Even after Wang Lin's mental attack had traveled far, this man still felt excruciating pain. After a long while, the three looked at each other, each seeing the terror in the other's eyes. Extremely powerful mental attack. This place clearly contains the ancestor of our Fire Sparrow clan. The mental power just now was clearly from our ancestor. Otherwise, our clan lineage wouldn't have undergone such a transformation. The young man with the flame symbol on his forehead turned pale, but his eyes blazed with greed as he spoke in a low voice. Only the young man with the crescent moon mark on his forehead remained pensive, fear flashing in his eyes. In that instant when Wang Lin's consciousness passed through, a scene from a nightmare he never wanted to remember suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be him? No way. How could he be here? This man's body trembled. Although this person's consciousness is too powerful, if we break the seal and join forces, there might still be a chance. I hope you two will lend me a hand. The young man with the flame symbol on his forehead licked his lips and spoke slowly. Wang Lin's consciousness flew past the group of young men and shot straight into the distance. He then saw a very high mountain, where there were no restrictions on any side. Moreover, even the mist dispersed far away, as if not daring to approach. The moment Wang Lin's consciousness entered, just as he was about to investigate, a powerful surge of divine consciousness suddenly erupted from the mountain before him. This surge of divine consciousness rushed straight towards Wang Lin's consciousness. No sound was heard, but Wang Lin's primordial spirit suddenly trembled. He, who had been dazed, suddenly became alert. It's been a long time since I've seen such a pure and refined spiritual essence. A silent thought emanated from the mountain, followed closely by an extremely terrifying surge of divine consciousness sweeping directly towards Wang Lin. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed color. Even the seven-colored light seemed to want to stay away. A stream of divine consciousness merged into a giant hand in the air and swung a powerful claw towards Wang Lin. But the moment the claw reached him, Wang Lin's mind immediately contracted rapidly, and many illusory images appeared all around, as if the heavens and earth here began to become blurry. A soft cry was heard, and at this moment, a white-haired old man emerged from the mountain. He stared at the void, his body flashed, and he directly rushed out, raising his right hand to strike the void in front of him. Suddenly, thunderous explosions resounded, shaking Wang Lin's mind, and the illusory images all around instantly shattered and disappeared completely. Just illusory spells, yet you dare to display them before me. If you've come this far, you must stay here. This intent was too pure, 100 times stronger than that of the enlightened one. The old man opened his mouth to speak, but his body lunged closer. He raised his right hand as if to cover the sky and reached out to grab Wang Lin's mind. His hand concealed an immense gravitational pull. Wang Lin's mind twisted and was quickly sucked back. Wang Lin's mind rapidly contracted, then transformed into an illusory figure in the heavens and earth. He stared at the old man, saying nothing, and swung his right hand forward. At that moment, all the doubt thoughts that Wang Lin had discarded, which were enveloping the seven-colored world, suddenly surged forward. All the doubt thoughts from all directions shot straight towards Wang Lin. The endless stream of doubt thoughts, like arrows, instantly stirred the mist in the seven-colored world and darkened the seven-colored sky. Almost in an instant, the doubt thoughts condensing around Wang Lin reached an extremely terrifying level. When Wang Lin raised his right hand, the condensing doubt thoughts instantly transformed into a giant vortex. At this moment, the white-haired old man's right hand also stopped, his expression becoming serious. I was comprehending the Tao, and my mind wandered, thus disturbing your cultivation. This was unintentional. Wang Lin's entire body was surrounded by endless streams of doubt thoughts, and many more doubt thoughts from afar formed an extremely tight defensive wall around his body. The old man stared at Wang Lin's illusory figure, his pupils contracting. He had never seen such a mental ability capable of condensing so many mixed streams of doubt thoughts. The old man pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Only once. Don't let there be a next time." After saying this, he waved his hand and returned to the mountain, simultaneously withdrawing his divine consciousness. Wang Lin's body retreated, enveloped by countless doubt thoughts. His consciousness, scattered across the ground, returned to his body in the mountain valley in an extremely short time. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. If that old man had intentionally tried to keep his consciousness there, Wang Lin would have certainly unleashed his full power to retaliate. Wang Lin stood upright, his right finger pointing straight up into the sky. Suddenly, numerous streams of consciousness shot into the mountain valley and converged towards Wang Lin's right finger. These streams of consciousness emitted howling sounds in the seven-colored world, and after continuously condensing, a black circle of light appeared on Wang Lin's right hand. All the streams of consciousness that Wang Lin had discarded converged into this black circle of light. At this moment, the bewildered expressions of the bewildered ones standing outside the mountain valley became apparent, and they scattered in all directions. The murmuring sounds of the enlightened ones echoed once more, gradually fading away. Even the level 12 beasts quickly regained their senses, all roaring and fleeing the area. In an instant, the scene outside the valley returned to normal. Zhang Songzi's face turned pale, and he darted backward like an arrow. Wang Lin swung his right hand, and a black light circle immediately emitted a rumbling sound before transforming into a black crystal that fell into his hand. He held the crystal and carefully examined it several times. This object was composed of Dao thoughts separated from within the elixir, and it could be compared to an extremely powerful magic treasure. Even a shattered Nirvana cultivator would surely have their Dao heart shattered if this object exploded and struck them directly. What is he protecting there? A pensive expression appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The old man Wang Lin's consciousness saw in the deepest part of this place was clearly worried and therefore didn't take action. The old man's cultivation had reached the late stage of shattered Nirvana, but he was in that mountain. If he wasn't protecting something or plotting something, Wang Lin would absolutely not believe it. And the three young cultivators, I've met one of them before. I didn't expect him to appear here. Wang Lin frowned. But if this place is related to the Grand Elder, then his appearance is only natural. Wang Lin looked up at the sky, his mind becoming calm, his deep eyes seemingly containing the Tao of heaven. The moment he saw the scriptures on that half-skeleton, he immediately had a breakthrough. With just a short time to condense, he could reach the mid-stage of pure nirvana. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his gaze falling again on the Forbidden's barrier outside the mountain valley. He stood up and walked outside, the curtain echoing with rippling waves. Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the mountain valley. He looked towards Zhang Songzi as he sped away, his eyes flashing, and his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling straight ahead. This Zhang Songzi has recovered from his injuries. He's found my location. This man must hate me to the bone. This time, I absolutely cannot let him escape. Moreover, the liquid in the jade bottle is something else entirely. The answer lies with him. Furthermore, the method of leaving this place must also be found within his primordial spirit. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he relentlessly pursued. Zhang Songzi sped away like an arrow, his face growing paler, his heart filled with rage. He thought that with his injuries healed, capturing the man surnamed Lu would be as easy as pie, at most causing only minor trouble when breaking through the Forbidden's barrier. But no matter what, he never expected that, without even seeing the opponent's shadow, simply stepping within 1,000 jump radius would stir his own Dao heart, nearly shattering his mind. Especially when inside the chaotic vortex of Dao thoughts outside the valley, Zhang Songzi was like a lone boat amidst raging waves, extremely perilous. The moment Wang Lin's consciousness swept over him, his own mind was even more shaken. He vaguely understood that the opponent's enlightenment had just occurred, and he feared his cultivation was about to be elevated. Thinking of this, Zhang Songzi immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Before the opponent's cultivation level increased, he had tried everything, but it had only resulted in mutual destruction. But now the opponent was about to break through. If he continued fighting, he would surely die. Zhang Songzi was filled with anguish. He wanted to roar to the heavens to vent his anger. He had prepared for many years, but now he was forced to admit his defeat, and there was nothing left to salvage the situation. Even if he persisted, he feared his life would be lost here. Unwilling. A burning hatred blazed in Zhang Songzi's eyes. He wished he could tear that man named Lu to shreds. This man destroyed my life's work, and he also has that old woman, Zhao. If she hadn't tried to steal my jade vase first, that man named Lu wouldn't have had the chance to act. Forget it. Forget it. Zhang Songzi's face contorted, his eyes burning with rage, but mostly with frustration and helplessness. If I don't give up everything, you won't leave this place. When I leave, I will completely seal this place, destroying the seven-colored crack outside so that from now on you will all be trapped here, unable to leave for the rest of your lives. Only then will the hatred in my heart be resolved. That man named Lu killed Pang Detsai. He must have known the soul-searching technique, otherwise he wouldn't have known the exact location of Sima Mo's cave. But Pang Detsai didn't know the official method to leave this place either. What he knew, I only wanted to let him know. You all just wait to be trapped here forever. Shang Tsungzi's face became extremely ferocious, and he shot out like an arrow. He was traveling on a completely different path from when he entered, heading straight towards the path he usually used to leave this place. He had traveled this path twice before, so he was extremely familiar with it. If he weren't afraid of encountering the illusionists, his speed could have been much faster. But as Shang Tsungzi was speeding away like an arrow, his body suddenly trembled. He turned his head sharply only to see Wang Lin's figure flashing and approaching at incredible speed in the distance behind him. A surge of killing intent immediately erupted, chilling Shang Tsungzi's heart. He increased his speed and rushed forward. Wang Lin stared at Shang Tsungzi's figure, raised his right hand, and chanted a spell. The ancient god Great Cauldron instantly materialized outside his body. His eyes flashed, and he pointed a finger towards Shang Tsungzi, who was running headlong in the distance. Switch positions. As soon as he spoke, Shang Tsungzi's body in the distance suddenly flashed with light. When this light burst forth dazzlingly, Shang Tsungzi suddenly disappeared, and the positions between Wang Lin and the old man instantly switched. Shang Tsungzi felt dizzy, and when he regained his senses, his expression had drastically changed. Shang Tsungzi and Wang Lin had switched positions, and moreover, after reappearing, Wang Lin didn't stop but directly charged towards Shang Tsungzi. Wang Lin took advantage of the moment when his opponent was startled by the position switching technique to get very close. Wang Lin raised his right hand forward and struck out with a palm, while his left hand quickly pointed a few fingers at the back of his right hand. A massive force suddenly surged forward, then all of it transformed into a colossal attack that hurtled straight towards Shang Tsungzi. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, unimaginably fast. Shang Tsungzi didn't expect Wang Lin to possess such divine abilities. By the time he reacted, the terrifying surge of primal energy was already very close. Shang Tsungzi's pupils instantly contracted, and with a roar, a blood-red nascent soul materialized. The speed of this transformation was so rapid that as soon as the lightning-shaped mark on his forehead erupted with dazzling cold light, the blood-red nascent soul shot out, directly attacking Wang Lin's attack. Earth-shattering roars echoed, and in a cave on a nearby mountain, Chen Tianjun of the Beast sect emerged, staring intently at the battle between Wang Lin and Shang Tsungzi. He took a deep breath. The moment of renewed battle between Shang Tsungzi and Wang Lin had arrived. A flash of lightning emanated from Shang Tsungzi's forehead, accompanied by earth-shattering explosions. In an extremely short time, it struck directly at Wang Lin's immense surge of primal energy. However, the deafening explosions continued to reverberate in all directions, and the immense surge of primal energy suddenly dissipated. At this moment, the lightning bolt pierced through and shot straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he raised his right hand and struck forward with a palm strike. The power of the ancient god immediately surged, and a gigantic phantom of the ancient god appeared behind Wang Lin. This phantom of the ancient god was incredibly terrifying. As Wang Lin unleashed a punch, the phantom also unleashed a punch. The thunderous sounds echoed as if wanting to shatter heaven and earth. The ancient god's punch and the lightning bolt clashed head-on. The heavens and earth changed color. The lightning mark suddenly trembled and then shattered, but the forces within transformed into a torrential downpour of lightning towards Wang Lin. A malevolent glint flashed in Shang Tsungzi's eyes. He unleashed his most powerful divine ability, wishing he could kill Wang Lin instantly. Lightning Wang Lin's eyes showed disdain. His right eye suddenly flashed with lightning, and a vortex appeared on his forehead. At this moment, the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit immediately rushed out towards the lightning descending from the sky. Roar! The primordial thunder dragon had the power to control the lightning in the heavens and earth. The moment the roar echoed, the lightning in Wang Lin's right eye flashed and enveloped his entire body, transforming 100 jang radius around him into a lightning hell. All the lightning bolts from the sky suddenly stopped, finally pouring into Wang Lin's body. Then the lightning combined with the hellish thunder to form a terrifying hell. At this moment, Wang Lin stood amidst the lightning like a thunder immortal. In the time it takes to breathe a few times, the lightning all around immediately contracted and converged towards Wang Lin's right eye. This scene made Zhang Songji's face turn pale, his eyes wide with shock. Chen Tianjun, standing not far away, was also drenched in sweat, his face devoid of color, his eyes filled with terror. Wang Lin did not stop. After absorbing the lightning, his right eye suddenly flashed, and a faint lightning mark appeared within. At this moment, the lightning suddenly transformed into something similar to the lightning bolt Zhang Songzi had just used, a bolt of lightning shooting straight towards Zhang Songzi. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. His cultivation hadn't officially increased, but his realm of understanding had broken through, and his divine abilities had become even more powerful. Compared to his previous battle with Zhang Songzi, the circumstances were different. The moment the lightning bolt struck, Wang Lin swung his right hand in the air. A spatial rift instantly appeared, erupting with 7-colored light. A 7-colored nail immediately appeared in Wang Lin's hand and was thrown forward. The nail transformed into a 7-colored beam of light, traveling at incredible speed and accompanied by howling whines as it hurtled towards Zhang Songzi. Zhang Songzi's body was enveloped in blood-red light. As the lightning bolt approached, it struck directly within, but the blood-red light immediately boiled and emitted a rumbling sound. As these explosions continued, the blood-red light continuously dissipated. Zhang Songzi's body kept retreating, his right hand raised, intending to retrieve a magical artifact from his spatial storage. But at this moment, he suddenly felt an extremely intense life-threatening danger. The blood-red light in front of him continuously shattered, and a 7-colored beam of light violently pierced through and shot straight at him. Zhang Songzi's face instantly turned ashen. The speed of the 7-colored nail was too fast. He only saw blood gush from his chest before suddenly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Zhang Songzi's primordial spirit, which was about to flee in the mist, immediately let out a pain groan as a 7-colored nail was firmly embedded in his chest. Zhang Songzi's primordial spirit showed a look of terror, and his eyes blazed with insane thoughts. At this moment, Wang Lin's figure instantly appeared behind Zhang Songzi and raised his right hand to strike his primordial spirit. He took advantage of the fact that the man was severely injured and on the verge of madness to use soul-searching magic. A flood of memories quickly transferred from Zhang Songzi's primordial spirit to Wang Lin, causing Zhang Songzi's spirit to tremble, the madness in his eyes intensifying. But in an instant, everything reached its peak. He tilted his head back and let out a roar, blood-red threads spreading from his chest, enveloping his entire body. Wang Lin withdrew his hand, ignoring Zhang Songzi, and swept his hand across the expanding storage bag, taking everything inside. He handled everything in a flash, and at this moment, Zhang Songzi had also gone mad. He clutched his head, his entire body erupting in blood-red light, his eyes revealing a savage, beastly gaze. He roared angrily, his body suddenly shaking, and continuous rumbling sounds emanated from within. After a while, his body withered and dissipated, transforming into a blood-red bead. A blood-red light suddenly flashed within the bead, clearly attempting to engulf this 7-colored world. At this moment, the entire world was a blood-red color, the sky darkened, and a blood bead shot straight up into the sky. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had used a 7-colored nail, and with his previous experience of having the nail removed from a body, he could judge that after being struck by the nail, the victim would go mad. All the life force in their body would be sucked away, and they would die in madness. But he didn't expect that the moment Zhang Songzi died, a blood bead would condense. Seeing the blood bead about to shoot into the sky, Wang Lin didn't hesitate and his body flashed, following closely behind. The moment he got close, he grabbed the blood bead. The bead struggled violently, and a surge of frenzied power emanated from within, shaking Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, his body was pulled straight up into the sky by the bead. Wang Lin's expression changed instantly, but at this moment, the heaven-defying bead, which had been integrated into his primordial spirit for a long time without changing, suddenly condensed and moved extremely fast. At this moment, a strange force of attraction surged through Wang Lin's right arm, then transferred to the heaven-defying pearl in his mind. 7-colored light condensed on Wang Lin's right hand, and the nail materialized once again. This bizarre scene shook Wang Lin's mind, but his expression remained unchanged. After retracting the 7-colored nail, Wang Lin's gaze shifted to Chen Tianjun, who was standing on a nearby mountain. Chen Tianjun had witnessed the entire scene of Wang Lin killing Kang Songzi. His face was now extremely pale. When Wang Lin's gaze swept over him, he instinctively took a few steps back and bowed to Wang Lin. Brother Lu's cultivation is astonishing. I admire you. Shang Songzi is a wicked man who brought us here. His death at the hands of Taoist Lu is inevitable. That old man deserves his punishment. Taoist Lu's killing was absolutely right. Wang Lin stepped towards Chen Tianjun, also bowing. Before I left, but following the old path towards the altar, I couldn't find any way to leave this seven-colored world. At that time, I encountered a ferocious beast and was severely injured, so I came to this place to treat my injuries. Chen Tianjun carefully observed Wang Lin, explaining directly without waiting for the other party to ask. Taoist Chen, escaping a level 12 ferocious beast is no simple feat. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he slowly spoke. Chen Tianjun's mind immediately tensed. He hurriedly and respectfully said, I have a special cultivation technique, and I also have a good understanding of ferocious beasts, which is why I barely managed to escape. Wang Lin and Chen Tianjun had no long-standing enmity, nor were they competing for treasures, so Wang Lin quickly bowed and turned to leave. Fellow Taoist Lu, please stop. I have something to ask of you. Chen Tianjun, who had been hesitant, gritted his teeth and made up his mind upon seeing Wang Lin about to leave. What is it? Wang Lin looked at Chen Tianjun. Just now, fellow Taoist Lu searched the soul of Kang Songzi. Do you know a way to leave this place? Chen Tianjun looked at Wang Lin, his expression extremely tense. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Chen Tianjun took a deep breath, his expression becoming respectful, and bowed sincerely, saying, I respectfully request fellow Taoist Lu's assistance in helping me leave this place. I agree to all the conditions, as long as we escape this cursed place. Wang Lin's gaze lingered on Chen Tianjun, then he shook his head and said, I don't intend to leave here immediately. Chen Tianjun was stunned. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, It's all right. Before you leave, fellow Taoist Lu can take me with you. There's no need to rush. If you need anything from me, fellow Taoist Lu, just give the order. After he finished speaking, seeing that Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, as if he disagreed, he had to speak again. Fellow Taoist Lu, with my understanding of the ferocious beasts and divine abilities of the Yitia sect, I can provide you with many essence crystals from the mistransformed beasts here. A rough estimate suggests there are several hundred such beasts, so there will be a large quantity of essence crystals. If you agree to take me away from here, I will risk my life to collect these essence crystals for you, and I will certainly reward you handsomely after we leave. Wang Lin's mind stirred slightly. He became pensive, then nodded slightly. He handed Chen Tianjun a jade slip. After you've collected all the essence crystals, you can send me a message. After saying this, Wang Lin didn't look at Chen Tianjun but immediately turned and left. Chen Tianjun watched Wang Lin's disappearing figure in the distance, finally relaxing and letting out a deep sigh. He hadn't lied. He truly wanted to leave this place. He had originally thought he had no chance left, but after witnessing Shang Songzi's death, he immediately realized that his opportunity to leave this place lay with Wang Lin, which is why he had to act this way. Taking the essence crystals is very dangerous. I need to prepare a few things. Chen Tianjun took a deep breath, staring intently at the transmission jade slip, then, as if he had found hope, turned and returned to his cave dwelling. Wang Lin returned to his cave dwelling in the mountain valley, took out a large number of essence crystals to arrange a formation around his body, and then began to cultivate. At this moment, all the elemental power in the heavens and earth suddenly converged from all directions, then was absorbed into his body. He was advancing to the mid-stage of pure nirvana. This place, though dangerous, is an excellent cultivation ground. In Shang Songzi's memory, he clearly condensed his body on the stone statue, and I can also go there to absorb it. Beside him are 3 young men from the outside world. They also possess the power and information from the outside world that I need. And the old woman in green, she has the life and death forbiddance technique, and the rest is Simon Mo's time and space forbiddance technique. In the vast starry sky lies an endless star domain. Its size surpassing even Luotia, Kunsu, Jiaohe, and Yanhai, or even the combined size of these 4 colossal star domains. This place is called the Outer World by the people of the Wind Realm. This place is called the Primordial Star Domain by the people of the Outer Realm. In a forbiddance area outside the Primordial Star Domain, there exists a mysterious palace, devoid of people and life. In the main hall, shimmering streams of 7-colored light flickered, and within these streams of light were numerous jade slips inscribed with many names: Qing Shui, Che Yanzi, Zhang Xuanzi, Shui Daozi, Sima Mo, Kang Songzi. At this moment, Kang Songzi's jade slip suddenly exploded with a loud bang and shattered into countless tiny pieces, dissipating in an instant. A sigh suddenly echoed through the palace. The moment this sigh sounded, time seemed to reverse. The shattered jade slip immediately underwent a transformation, recondensing as if all the events that had just occurred had never happened. But on the newly recondensed jade slip, another name appeared, now Wang Lin. In this place, all kinds of Tao exist. Tao comes and grows. If one obtains this person's soul, the Tao will surely be perfected. This whispering voice echoed through the palace as if being transmitted into the starry sky. Deep within the 7-colored world, on a mountain peak where Wang Lin's consciousness had once traveled, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged, a cave dwelling behind him. At this moment, 7-colored light suddenly erupted from the cave, and within it, faint, mournful screams could be heard. The old man looked up at the sky, and after a long while, silently nodded. At this moment, the Saimate cave in the mountain valley was enveloped in terrifying streams of heaven and earth elemental energy. These streams of elemental energy surged and swirled, forming swirling vortices in the valley's space. Beneath the vortex of elemental energy lay Wang Lin. This 7-colored world had a mysterious origin, and its interior was bizarre and unpredictable, with dangers lurking on all sides. But for Wang Lin, this was a truly extraordinary experience. Especially after absorbing the memories of Kang Songzi, Wang Lin had gained a deeper understanding of this 7-colored world. He even understood the function of the liquid in the jade bottle and how to leave this place. If his cultivation hadn't broken through from the early stage of pure nirvana to the middle stage this time, Wang Lin would definitely have hesitated and reconsidered. After all, with the memories he had seized from Kang Songzi, Wang Lin understood the dangers of this place. In particular, he knew that a powerful being existed deep within the local mountains. But now that Wang Lin's realm had broken through, he only needed to absorb enough essence to reach the middle stage of pure nirvana. At that point, if he combined his cultivation with his ancient god body, he could easily kill a cultivator in the middle stage of shattered nirvana. Only the late stage of shattered nirvana would be a challenge to overcome. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and all the terrifying primal energy in the valley suddenly concentrated and condensed throughout his body. In an instant, everything vanished into thin air, all absorbed into Wang Lin's body. Loud rumbling sounds suddenly erupted. Wang Lin's hair fluttered without wind, and his primordial spirit within his body calmed down and continuously expanded, devouring the endless stream of primal energy entering him. As more and more primal energy entered, Wang Lin's primordial spirit grew to the size of a normal body. As his primordial spirit began to calm down, Wang Lin's eyes instantly opened wide like two shooting stars piercing through the heavens and earth. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, all the primal energy of heaven and earth enveloping his body suddenly shattered with a thunderous roar, transforming into swirling streams of dust and ash. These streams of dust and ash formed a series of markings on the outside of Wang Lin's body. Mid-stage nirvana. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's face as he opened his mouth and spat out a stream of foul air. He raised his right hand, and a jade bottle immediately appeared in his hand. This was the item he had seized from Kang Songzi. Using the false illusion to devour the Tao, using the false enlightenment to nourish the Tao, and then integrating it into the 4 stone tablets here. Then, using the scriptures inscribed on the half-skeleton beneath the stone tablets to transform it into an unimaginable force. And then using this force to infuse into the skeleton to expel the blood. This isn't blood, but the Tao marrow of the person's bones when they were alive. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. This was the shocking information he had found in Kang Songzi's memories. Wang Lin couldn't believe how Kang Songzi knew this information. After all, Kang Songzi was a mid-stage shattered nirvana cultivator, and his soul-searching technique wasn't without flaws. He couldn't possibly have obtained a complete record of the memories. The crucial point is the Tao marrow, which represents the living identity of that half of the skeleton. There are 2 stone tablets here, and according to my previous predictions, each tablet contains half a skeleton. This means each half of the skeleton belongs to the same person. This person must have been a highly renowned individual in their previous life. I wonder if they committed murder or if their remains were exhumed and their Dao was forcibly extracted using this method to extract their Dao, thus transforming it into Dao marrow. The value of drinking this liquid lies in obtaining that person's Dao heart. The scriptures inscribed on the skeleton were certainly not carved later. I wonder what kind of powerful divine being this person was to be able to transform their divine power into scriptures. This method alone is terrifying. But this Dao marrow cannot be drunk directly. If consumed, it will immediately cause a deep sleep, and it's unknown when they will awaken. What Zhang Songzi calculated was to take this Dao marrow and find an absolutely safe place, then drink it and fall into a deep sleep, waiting to awaken. This was also the reason why Zhang Songzi dared not drink this liquid when fighting the old woman in green. The place Zhang Songzi wanted to choose for his sleep was a mountain in the deepest part of this world. But in Zhang Songzi's memory, there was no reason nor any sign of the old woman in white. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he stared at the jade bottle in his hand. Interesting. It seems that all the beings here are there to provide the stone tablet with something to absorb and comprehend the Tao. Moreover, even the beasts here are like that. Why are there no level 13 beasts here? I'm afraid all the beasts that reached level 13 have been killed and their Tao souls sucked out. Everyone is focused on one key issue, the Tao essence in this jade bottle. But for those powerful cultivators, Tao essence is probably not simply for drinking. The white-haired old man on the mountain is definitely guarding this place to retrieve something. Perhaps this Tao essence is closely related to the object that old man is guarding. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then put the jade bottle away in his chest. But Simontee's jade slip once said there were 4 stone tablets here. And before, when I used my mental power to scan the entire world, I only found 2, all empty. Without any remains or jade bottles, this is a bit strange. Wang Lin became pensive, and he looked up at the 9 caves in the mountain valley. Previously, he had only opened 3, and he hadn't had time to open the 4th. At this moment, his body suddenly flashed, and he rushed to the outside of the 4th cave. Wang Lin placed his right hand on the rocky mountain, his internal energy surging. He gently pressed his hand down. The cliff immediately erupted with thunderous roars, shattering all the restrictions above, and the cliff split open to both sides. The moment the cliff opened, Wang Lin's eyes flashed like lightning as he looked inside, frowning. There were no items in this 4th cave dwelling. It was all empty space. Wang Lin searched the cave dwelling but found nothing unusual. After a moment of thought, he entered the 5th cave dwelling. This cave dwelling also had restrictions, specifically the time and space restriction. Its surface covered in powerful shockwaves. Breaking these restrictions would be difficult. Wang Lin raised his right hand and performed a hand seal, conjuring a phantom image of a restriction. When the illusory barrier fell upon the cliff, deafening explosions immediately reverberated, the mountain instantly becoming transparent, and waves of vibration surged within. The moment the cliff became transparent, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he stared blankly inside. He gazed deep into the cave, surprised to find people inside. These 4 figures were dressed in tattered clothes, their heads bald, their eyes blazing with light like soulless cultivators. They were wandering aimlessly within the cave, their movements seemingly unchanged for years. A formation radiating gentle light enveloped the 4 figures, its light continuously merging into their bodies as they moved. A jade slip was placed at the center of the formation. The bewildered ones. Wang Lin recognized the identities of the 4 at a glance, recalling the information recorded in Simontee's jade slip. He took a deep breath, his body flashed, and he sped to the 6th cave. Using the same method as before, he made the outer cliff transparent and peered inside. 3 people were inside the 6th cave, but their bodies were gone. What remained were their primordial spirits, like ghosts. They floated within the sealed cave, seemingly muttering something, but the rocky barrier prevented Wang Lin from hearing it. Mind-controlling cultivators. Wang Lin pondered. He saw that the cave contained numerous restrictions, their purpose being to completely seal these 3 mind-controlling cultivators, preventing them from escaping unless they regained their senses and broke the restrictions themselves. The center of the restrictions in this cave was also a jade slip. Wang Lin took another deep breath and proceeded to the 7th cave. After making the cliff transparent, the pupils in his eyes immediately contracted. He saw an old man sitting cross-legged inside. This old man had gray hair, his face was pale, and he sat there as if he would remain so forever. The restrictions in the cave far surpassed the restrictions of the Mingzijia, the dense restrictions completely sealing the place. The moment Wang Lin looked at the old man suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing a look of madness. He stared at Wang Lin outside the cliff, letting out angry roars. He lunged out like a wild beast, his divine abilities instantly manifesting around his body, all directed at the cliff. But the moment the old man's divine abilities appeared, the restrictions in the cave flashed rapidly, simultaneously absorbing the newly created divine abilities. The old man's roars grew even more ferocious, his hands pointing directly at the cliff. No sound was made, not even a roar. It was just something Wang Lin imagined from observing the old man's actions. The cliff remained motionless. After a while, perhaps exhausted, the old man slowly retreated, simply staring at Wang Lin. He then sat down cross-legged again in meditation, and the restrictions within gradually returned to normal. Could this person be a reverse walker? After observing the 3 cave dwellings, Wang Lin knew these people were fellow disciples of Simate. Simate had previously sealed them in the cave dwellings and tried to awaken them, but the current situation clearly showed Simate had failed. The jade slip in the cave dwelling of the bewildered and the enlightened one is the time-space forbiddance technique. Perhaps Simate thought that once someone among them awakened, they could unlock the seal of the formation within by learning the time-space forbiddance technique from the jade slip. Wang Lin sighed and walked towards the 8th cave dwelling. The restrictions outside this cave dwelling were not the time-space forbiddance technique, but just ordinary seals. Wang Lin only glanced at it and waved his hand, and the restrictions immediately dissipated, the cliff face opening with a rumble. The moment the 8th cave dwelling opened, Wang Lin immediately took a deep breath. He stared inside, only daring to exhale after a long while. Inside this cave dwelling was half a skeleton. This half-skeleton was the lower part. The skeleton was covered with many scriptures, without any aura, only a single black color. On the ground of the cave dwelling, a ceiling formation locked this half-skeleton. So this is the reason why a stone tablet lost half of its skeleton. Wang Lin's gaze swept over the half-skeleton, and he immediately felt a terrifying gravitational pull wanting to absorb his mind. He retreated a few steps and, without hesitation, severed the mental connection. After calming his mind, Wang Lin pondered for a moment. He wouldn't be willing to leave like this. He stared at the skeleton. There was a very deep crack on the right thigh bone. Although the thigh bone wasn't broken in two, the wound was very deep. After a long while, Wang Lin pressed his hands together and made several hand seals on himself. After creating many restrictions to seal his mind, Wang Lin swung his right hand into the air and drew out the crystal sword of Kang Songzi. Wang Lin transmitted a stream of his mind to the sword and then held it behind him. He slowly raised his foot and advanced. The distance was only a few meters, but each step Wang Lin took was extremely cautious. He slowly walked to the skeleton, squatted down, and decisively placed his right hand on the wound on the right thigh of the half-skeleton. He immersed his mind into it, using this method to gain insight. The moment Wang Lin's consciousness touched the skeleton, a sudden explosion resounded in his head. When Wang Lin's right hand touched it, it didn't feel like half a skeleton at all, but rather a vortex filled with unimaginable forces. His consciousness, like his own, was exploring deep within the vortex. Wang Lin didn't need to control it. The vortex suddenly emitted an unimaginable suction force. This force enveloped his mind, pulling him straight inward, deeper and deeper. Wang Lin was like a lone boat amidst raging waves, his mind constantly being drawn inward by the suction force, as if traveling through time, as if returning to years he had never experienced. Loud, rumbling sounds echoed in his head, growing increasingly intense. If someone were standing outside the cave looking in, they would see Wang Lin's body trembling violently, even showing signs of contortion. His right hand trembled even more violently, yet remained firmly attached to the half-skeleton. Suddenly, half of the skeleton burst forth with golden light. But the moment the golden light erupted, the scriptures emitted black light, attempting to suppress it. The two streams of light began to devour each other. This is an extremely chaotic world where heaven and earth are indistinguishable, seemingly existing yet simultaneously non-existent. In the distant void, a figure slowly approaches. This person, clad in white, appears to be an old man, but their form is incredibly indistinct, making them difficult to discern. They gaze up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, seven-colored light bursts forth from the chaotic sky. These lights, like towering waves, surge forward, shattering the heavens and earth, shattering the chaotic space itself. At this moment, neither heaven nor earth remains, but a vast expanse of starry sky, not black, but 7 colors. Looking again, this starry sky transforms into a world of 7 colors. The old man in white raised his head sharply, his right hand swung forward, and suddenly a phantom battle character appeared. Endless streams of golden light swirled around, forcing all the 7-colored radiance to retreat. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Heaven and earth open up, heaven begins and earth ends. What I cultivate is called heaven and earth's great power. The initial rule uses 7 colors as a guide, seal. With the word seal, all the 7-colored radiance in the world suddenly surged, as if controlled by a force, causing all the boundless 7-colored radiance to frantically converge towards the old man in white. This scene, in Wang Lin's eyes, resembled the heavens and earth rotating to form a seal. After everything converged, the old man in white was completely sealed and dead. The sky was filled with 7-colored clouds, as if the entire old world had shattered. Angry roars emanated from within the 7-colored energy, but they grew weaker and weaker, eventually dissipating. Zan Xinji, if it weren't for the war character scroll I gave you back then, how could you have reached the void spirit realm today? If I use your battle soul as a guide, I can find the bones of the war old ghost void tribulation buried here, and use his remains to extract the Tao essence of you to master and disciple. The destruction of the nirvana, the true form of the heavenly Tao plan. The mournful voice revealed weariness, gradually dissipating into a series of shattering vortices that threatened to pull the primordial spirit inward, all wanting to shatter together. At this moment, in Sima Mo's cave dwelling, Wang Lin was touching half of the skeleton. The golden light was completely suppressed by the black light, all the golden light being concentrated inside. Those dark beams of light shot straight towards Wang Lin's finger, which was touching the half-skeleton, as if trying to penetrate his body. At that moment, the stream of Wang Lin's consciousness lingering on the crystal sword inside the cave suddenly flashed with a bright light. It shot towards Wang Lin at an extremely fast speed, and a sharp beam of light suddenly emanated from his fingertip, separating him from the half-skeleton. Wang Lin's body immediately trembled, and he regained his composure. Without hesitation, he retreated a few steps. He stared intently at the half-skeleton, his mind surging with terrifying waves. The ancestor of the Zan family, Zan Xinji. Wang Lin's expression turned grim. He knew that the ancestor of the Zan family had broken through the starry sky and departed, leaving no trace since. Zan Xinji possessed extraordinary talent. He had previously inadvertently obtained the Zan character scroll, comprehended its essence, and ultimately left in pursuit of a new realm. No matter how hard future generations search, they will never find any clue related to Zan Xinji. Unexpectedly, he is Zan Xinji. The one who killed Zan Xinji claimed to be the Venerable One. This person possesses primordial power. Could he be the Grand Venerable? Wang Lin's expression grew even more somber. Recalling the scene just now, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The 7-colored divine ability was similar to Kenyi's, but its power clearly surpassed Kenyi's. That person only needed one divine ability to render Zan Xinji powerless to resist. Wang Lin felt his mouth dry and bitter. While deep in thought, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashing. Thoughts swirled in Wang Lin's mind, but he couldn't find any clues. Void spirit, void tribulation. These are 2 realms in the 3rd stage. Before, when I comprehended the war character scroll, I met an old man, and the war character scroll was a painting by this man. This old man said that to reach the void realm, one must break through the boundary. Could it be? Could it be that old man is the void tribulation war old ghost that the Grand Elder mentioned? From the words of that illusory Grand Elder, it seems he greatly feared the war old ghost. He sought out Warstar Wilder to give the war character scroll to him in order to find the location where the war old ghost's bones were hidden, then let Warstar Wilder cultivate it, and finally killed him to take his soul. All for a heavenly Tao scheme. But what exactly is this heavenly Tao scheme? Wang Lin's mind became clearer and clearer. Although there were some points he couldn't figure out, he understood a few things. 4 stone tablets to complete skeletons. The first skeleton belonged to Zan Xinji, so could the second skeleton be that of Zan Xinji's master, Zan Laogui? Wang Lin took a deep breath. The Zan character diagram is the entirety of Zan Laogui's Taoist teachings left behind here. Wang Lin gazed at the skeleton with a complex expression, especially when he saw a faint golden light flickering within it. He pondered for a moment. He had 3 Zan character diagrams in his storage space. 2 of them had already been opened by Wang Lin, but only the 3rd, obtained from a descendant of the Zan family, remained unopened. He then thoughtfully looked at the skeleton before him, suddenly raising his right hand into the air, and his storage space instantly appeared. 3 circular lights flew out from the storage space. These were the 3 Zan character diagrams. When the war character scroll appeared, the golden light that had been suppressed inside the skeleton suddenly flashed intensely, all the golden light escaping from the skeleton and rushing towards the war character scroll. In just a moment, the golden light merged inside, and with a flash, the 3 war character scrolls immediately merged together. These strange transformations were not unexpected by Wang Lin. His gaze became serious as he stared intently at the 3 war character scrolls merging together. After a moment, the merging process ended, and the golden light immediately burst forth, illuminating the entire cave. Before Wang Lin, a golden, illusory war character suddenly appeared. This war character flashed with golden light, and a surging aura emanated from it. The war character scroll suddenly shot towards Wang Lin, who raised his right hand and retrieved it into his storage bag. You obtained the war character scroll, and unintentionally became the successor of the war old ghost. But it was also because of you that the illusory Grand Elder learned the burial place of the war old ghost's remains. Many years later, Wang Lin obtained the war character scroll from your descendant. Today, he sees your remains again. A complex expression appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He sighed, then turned and walked out of the cave, sealing it with rocks. Wang Lin didn't open the 9th cave because he couldn't break the restrictions on it. He only saw that the inside was filled with mist, but he didn't know what exactly was inside. Wang Lin turned back to look at Sima Mo's remains, becoming pensive. After a while, he left the place. Before going to the 1st cave, he left behind a large amount of essence crystals. As he emerged from the mountain valley, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed. He wanted to go to the place where his consciousness had previously seen the stone tablet, to see the half-skeleton of Zan Xinzhi. After searching through the memories of Pang Detsai and Shang Songzi, Wang Lin was no longer unfamiliar with this 7-colored world. The long and narrow path here was deeply etched in his mind. At this moment, he transformed into a rainbow, not flying into the air but gliding across the ground. After traversing a series of mountain valleys, Wang Lin gradually arrived at the place where the formation had sealed the old woman in green. The formation had been opened, and the old woman in green was no longer inside. Wang Lin glanced around but did not stop, continuing straight into the mountain range, into the mist. Wang Lin was also very familiar with the mist inside. He sped forward like an arrow, the whispers of the Mingzi practitioners echoing in his ears, and a few Mingzi practitioners flying past him. After learning a lot, Wang Lin understood a few things about the Mingzi practitioners. These people were all cultivators who had lived their entire lives, but upon arriving here, they became creatures for others to cultivate their Tao. Wang Lin could even deduce that, when they were alive, these Mingzi practitioners must have been exceptionally talented individuals. Because they had comprehended the Tao to an extremely high level, they were trapped by the Tao scripture and became creatures for others to cultivate their Tao. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, but he didn't stop. Instead, he sped straight ahead. Gradually, he saw a gigantic stone statue in the mist, stopping below it. Wang Lin's eyes flashed again, and he leapt onto the top of the statue. In Shang Songzi's memory, the old man's cultivation technique was the 100 generations blood origin transformation technique, summoning the 7th spirit of the Wind Realm. Shang Songzi himself had comprehended it within this stone statue. This blood origin transformation technique can cultivate 9 objects resembling nascent souls, but their power far surpasses that of a nascent soul. Importantly, these 9 nascent soul-like objects don't originate from the primordial spirit. They can elevate Shang Songzi's cultivation of divine abilities 9-fold. Even more astonishing is that each nascent soul can independently condense similar divine abilities. Usually, some cultivators cannot cultivate certain divine abilities simultaneously, and even if they want to, they must choose. For example, the old woman in green chose the young gathering yin returning technique. But all of this is nothing to Shang Songzi with 9 nascent souls. He can give them to each object for cultivation. However, Before his battle with Wang Lin, Shang Tsungzi lost one of his nascent souls to the old woman in green. Then, under Wang Lin's barrage of divine attacks, both were severely injured, preventing him from fully unleashing his full power. Wang Lin sat cross-legged atop the stone statue. He knew that Shang Tsungzi's recovery of his body and the appearance of the lightning symbol on his forehead were closely related to this statue. A blood essence of Shang Tsungzi had been left behind to help him comprehend the lightning symbol. Using 9 times the force of comprehension, the old man had only barely managed to obtain a portion of the lightning symbol's inheritance on the statue's forehead. At this moment, Wang Lin took a deep breath, his consciousness spreading out to envelop the statue. The lightning flash in his right eye suddenly erupted, swirling around his body. Just then, the lightning symbol on the statue's forehead flashed violently, electric light enveloping everything around it, emitting crackling sounds and vaguely echoing explosions. Wang Lin closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness sweeping into the stone statue, his entire body flashing with extremely arrogant lightning. He possessed the primordial thunder dragon, an existence that controlled lightning in the heavens and earth. All lightning had to obey its commands. But the lightning on the statue's forehead was filled with an aura of desolation, and moreover, it was extremely arrogant. Wang Lin controlled the lightning, continuously flashing and striking the outer shell of the stone statue. From afar, all that could be seen was the statue surrounded by powerful lightning, arcs of lightning radiating everywhere, and thunder rumbling throughout the land. This was a battle between lightning and lightning, the roars of lightning clashing as they vied for control of the lightning. Wang Lin did not follow the ordinary path of enlightenment like Shang Tsungzi, who adapted to the lightning symbol on the forehead of the stone statue, comprehending the meaning of the lightning and submitting to the lightning totem of the statue. This would make him a servant, borrowing the power of lightning to carry out the enlightenment process. Like a beggar finding a benefactor, he thus received the remaining lightning forces within the stone statue, which had existed for countless years. Shang Tsungzi used these forces to transform into his own divine abilities, even summoning the 7th spirit of the Wind Realm, which would injure Wang Lin, even with his ancient god body. Shang Tsungzi chose the path of submission. This stone statue was the deity in his heart. He used a nascent soul to cultivate the enlightened techniques, practicing and worshipping simultaneously. This path was not dangerous. As long as one possessed sufficient aptitude, they could achieve it. But why would Wang Lin choose this method? He himself dared to defy the heavenly Tao, roaming the heavens and earth, wielding immense power, daring to challenge heaven, cultivating against the Tao, and battling the heavenly tribulation. Wang Lin would never follow the path of Shang Tsungzi, never worship this stone statue. Even though the power hidden within the lightning of this stone statue was enough to shake the heavens and earth, and even provoke the 7th spirit of the Wind Realm. What Wang Lin wanted was to force the lightning within the stone statue to submit to him. At this moment, he didn't want to comprehend the stone statue. He wanted this lightning to submit, to worship him. This was his arrogance, the arrogance of a rebellious cultivator, and the dignity of an ancient god. Did the primordial 10,000 races have the right to compare themselves to the ancient god race? Even the powerful moon-devouring race, whom Wang Lin knew from Linger, was merely a servant of the ancient god before. If even the moon-devouring clan was like that, then those with lightning symbols on their bodies, clearly also from the outer realm, would also have to submit to him. Wang Lin's eyes widened, and an extremely arrogant look immediately burst forth within them. He snorted coldly and swung his right hand, forcefully striking the head of the stone statue. Suddenly, thunderous explosions echoed, but instead of shattering, the statue unleashed earth-shattering bolts of lightning. These bolts of lightning shot straight towards the horizon, transforming into a roaring dragon that lunged towards Wang Lin. As the dragon approached, the lightning all around was instantly absorbed. It carried a look of madness and ferocity, closing the distance to Wang Lin ever closer. This lightning dragon was ferocious, but Wang Lin was far more ruthless. This dragon was mad, but Wang Lin was 10, even 100 times more so. The moment the dragon lunged, Wang Lin's right eye flashed with thunderous lightning. These bolts of lightning shot out directly, and the primordial spirit also burst forth from the center of his forehead. The ancient thunder dragon descended into the 7-colored world. A earth-shattering roar echoed, and the primordial spirit of the ancient thunder dragon struck directly at the lightning dragon, devouring it furiously. As the ancient thunder dragon continuously devoured, a vortex containing ancient god star points vaguely appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. and the power of the ancient god instantly erupted throughout his body. Wang Lin raised his right hand and fiercely unleashed a claw attack forward. In that instant, a gigantic ancient god arm materialized. When Wang Lin's right hand grasped the body of the lightning dragon, it immediately squeezed tightly. The lightning dragon, which was also devouring Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon primordial spirit, trembled. It roared, trying to break free, but the ancient god's hand held it tightly. The more it struggled, the more furiously the lightning erupted. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial thunder dragon spirit instantly swept forward, its mouth wide open, swallowing the thunder dragon whole. The thunder in Wang Lin's right eye intensified many times over. At this point, his entire body began to blur, only his right eye blazing with terrifying light. All thunder existing in heaven and earth must obey my command. Wang Lin's voice was extremely calm, yet an invisible pressure enveloped him, causing thunder to erupt from all directions, shooting straight towards him. All of it converged in his eye, forming a lightning bolt symbol. The moment this lightning bolt symbol appeared in Wang Lin's eye, the stone statue below immediately cracked violently. These cracks started from the feet and spread wildly to other areas, as if dragons were leaping from the base to the top of the statue's head. Earth-shattering crackling sounds echoed, and countless lightning bolts flashed through the dense fissures. As all the cracks continuously shot forth, the stone statue immediately showed signs of shattering, yet it remained motionless. In an instant, the cracks concealing lightning bolts reached Wang Lin's side. A deafening explosion resounded, and suddenly numerous lightning bolts flashed from the top of the statue's head, merging to form a 100-foot wide ball of lightning. Wang Lin stood within this ball of lightning, the bolts struggling as if unwilling to obey his control, continuously contracting and then striking him. A cold snort rang out, and Wang Lin's entire body was instantly enveloped in lightning. His cultivation was insufficient to resist the stone statue, but his primordial spirit was the thunder dragon of heaven and earth. He was the one who controlled the lightning in the universe. Before him, any lightning had no right to resist. This matter has nothing to do with cultivation. It's a battle between lightning. The primordial thunder dragon, acting on behalf of the heavenly Tao, controls lightning. When it appeared on Wang Lin, because he didn't believe in the heavenly Tao, it seized control of the lightning, using its own Tao to control the lightning in heaven and earth. This stone statue is the ancestor of the ancient Thunder clan. Although dead, it spent its entire life befriending lightning, its body practically becoming lightning itself. All its enlightenment transformed into lightning symbols on its forehead, making it naturally unyielding to others. According to legend, the ancestor of the Thunder clan was formed from a bolt of lightning, a lightning that defied the heavens and refused to submit to the heavenly Tao. If ordinary people worshipped it, they might gain the right to control lightning, but if they resisted, they would surely be struck directly in the head by lightning. But Wang Lin wanted to resist. His right eye blazed with lightning, and the primordial thunder dragon flew out once more. After its primordial spirit circled around the outside, it quickly contracted and burrowed into the thunderball, roaring. The furious were carried the majesty of controlling the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. The thunderball continuously contracted, but could only stop about a meter away from Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the thunderball continuously emitted thunderous explosions, but still couldn't contract any further. Wang Lin's body stood upright like a thunder immortal. The aura of an ancient god erupted from Wang Lin. If the ancient god and lightning combined, he would be the ancient thunder god. Submit or destroy. Wang Lin transmitted his divine consciousness outwards. He knew that the lightning swirling around his body was no ordinary thing. It contained the will of thunder and lightning, and where there is a will, there is a soul. These lightning bolts were the lightning spirits formed from the consciousness of the person who sculpted this stone statue upon their death. Loud rumbling sounds echoed, and the lightning spheres swirling around Wang Lin's body trembled. As the lightning power enveloped his entire body, and the ancient god's power unleashed a terrifying attack, the lightning spheres outside succumbed. The lightning spheres transformed into streaks of lightning, shooting into the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit. A deafening roar resounded, and the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit suddenly grew enormous. At this moment, the stone statue below shook, as if about to shatter. Wang Lin took a step into the starry sky ahead, standing in the void before turning around, his eyes flashing. He stared intently at the lightning symbol on the statue's forehead that refused to shatter. From now on, your clan will never again be able to seize the right to control the lightning before me." Wang Lin's right eye flashed, and the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit roared and continued to swirl around him. At this moment, the lightning suddenly merged into Wang Lin's right eye, all condensing into a lightning symbol that shot straight towards the totem on the stone statue's forehead. A sudden roar resounded as the lightning symbol struck the totem, causing the stone statue to tremble even more violently. The moment the lightning struck, the statue's eyes suddenly burst with radiance, and Wang Lin saw within them a vast expanse of starry sky. Within that starry sky was a colossal formation, as large as a star field, sealing off all 4 directions. Outside the formation stood a multitude of strange figures, their expressions peculiar, clearly not cultivators. They all wore mocking and contemptuous smiles, each staring intently at the formation before them. The formation was enveloped in immortal energy, and streams of primal force emitted resounding explosions. At this moment, many cultivators and immortals were frantically attacking the formation, trying to break through and escape. But this formation was extremely bizarre. No matter how fiercely the cultivators and immortals attacked, it remained unmoved. Many immortals even chose to self-destruct, but the formation still wouldn't budge. The atmosphere within the formation was one of despair and sorrow. 9 beams of light flashed within the formation, one of which was a heaven-opening axe. Wherever this axe struck, all those it passed through would die. Wang Lin even saw many cultivators with sorrowful expressions choosing to self-destruct, trying to seal the heaven-opening axe, but ultimately all failed. Among the 9 beams of light, there was also a bolt of lightning. At this moment, lightning was flashing with a deafening roar, and all monks and immortals in its path were doomed to die. The people outside the formation looked in with expectant eyes, their mockery and coldness growing stronger. It was as if they were noble beings watching the wretched, insignificant ants inside struggling to survive. We are unwilling. Finally, there will be a day when we break through this formation, wipe out all the living beings of the outer realm. Let the outer realm be drenched in blood." A celestial being, struck by lightning, managed to let out a thunderous roar before dying. The image flashing in the stone statue instantly vanished. The moment the scene of the starry sky disappeared, the lightning within the formation struck directly outwards. The lightning seemed to shatter the void, shatter the starry sky and time, then fell into Wang Lin's right eye. Suddenly, thunderous explosions echoed in Wang Lin's mind. He quickly retreated 10 meters, staring intently at the fading image in the stone statue's eyes, his expression becoming extremely ferocious. The stone statue shattered into countless fragments on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The outside world. For some reason, when Wang Lin saw the scene reflected in the stone statue's eyes, his blood suddenly burned. He hadn't felt this way when witnessing the battle between Luo Jie and the Alliance, seeing so many cultivators die. He hadn't felt this way when he saw the Alliance and other forces fighting each other. But at this moment, for reasons unknown, when he saw the people outside the formation, especially the numerous seniors who had fallen within the formation, his blood boiled. In his ears, it was as if the dying cries of the immortals were constantly echoing. Unwilling, we are unwilling. Eventually, there will be a day when we break through this formation, wipe out all the living beings of the outer realm. Let the outer realm be drenched in blood. Wang Lin stared at the fragments of the stone statue, the lightning symbol flashing continuously. After a long while, he turned and rushed towards the mountain shrouded in the time-forbidden barrier. As Wang Lin absorbed the lightning from the stone statue, the 3 young men from the outer realm were in the distant mist. The young man with the lightning symbol on his forehead looked terrified. "What should we do?" The young man with the lightning symbol glanced at his 2 companions. "If the 3 of us break the seal, we can use the peak power of time to kill that guy. It's not impossible." The young man with the flame symbol slowly opened his mouth and said, "Why don't we leave and report the news of this spatial rift to the elders, letting them decide for themselves? I still have a bad feeling." The young man with the lightning symbol hesitated for a moment, then softly said, "To obtain treasures, one must put oneself in danger." The young man with the crescent moon symbol on his forehead seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, the young man with the lightning symbol fell silent again. A look of bewilderment flashing in his eyes, he didn't say much more, but instead searched for traces of lightning. At this moment, his body shot straight forward, the other 2 following behind, disappearing into the fog. Wang Lin's figure flashed like lightning, continuously shooting forward like an arrow through the fog. A moment later, he arrived at the place where he had previously competed with Kang Sanzi for the Jade Vase. He looked at the Forbidden's barrier in front of him, and his eyes suddenly flashed. If this Forbidden's barrier were still intact or a long time ago it had been broken, it would be extremely difficult for Wang Lin to open it, unless he had to discard a large number of magical treasures. But at this moment, the barrier had only been broken a few months ago. Before that, Wang Lin's mind was in a state of stupor, but he still clearly remembered a barely visible crack on this barrier. This crack was caused by Shang Sangzi and the old woman in green robes. It's not difficult to open this crack again. Wang Lin formed hand seals, and streams of the Annihilation Forbidden's barrier directly transformed into afterimages. In just a moment, the barrier was enveloped in the Annihilation Forbidden's barrier. All the outer barriers flickered, and the barrier suddenly echoed with vibrating waves. Wang Lin continued to stare straight ahead without blinking, his divine consciousness spreading out to observe closely. Soon after, his eyes became serious, and he immediately found the location where the barrier had been broken before. Although this crack had closed, the time-space forbidden seal above only lasted a few months. Unless many years passed, this loophole would remain forever. This was also a fatal flaw of the time-space forbidden seal. After finding the crack, Wang Lin swung his right hand into the void, and the crystal sword immediately appeared in his hand. Sweeping horizontally forward, the sword light suddenly flashed, and a wave of void nirvana aura resounded in all directions. The heavens and earth suddenly erupted with dazzling rays of light, and a roaring sword light shot towards the crack. Rumbling sounds immediately arose, and waves of vibrations reverberated violently. A very small crack appeared beneath the sword light. The moment the crack appeared, the crystal sword was already close. Wang Lin controlled the sword, unleashing endless sword energy that enveloped everything around it. Loud explosions resounded, and the golden crack grew larger and larger. At this moment, Wang Lin's body suddenly leapt up. He swung his right hand in the air, and the trident suddenly appeared in his hand. The trident erupted with endless black light. Holding the trident, he launched himself straight towards the crack, creating thunderous explosions like shooting stars. Wang Lin moved with incredible speed, almost instantly reaching the side. The trident suddenly exploded with a loud bang and pierced the crack. A terrifying force from within the Forbidden's barrier flowed through the trident into Wang Lin's body. At this moment, Wang Lin snorted coldly, the power of the ancient god enveloping his entire body. He pushed his right hand forward forcefully, and with a rumbling sound, the trident directly pierced through the barrier. As Wang Lin leapt up, a ripping sound rang out, and the crack, which had only closed a few months ago, was torn open again, creating a hole several meters long. Wang Lin swung his left hand, and the crystal sword flew back into his hand. He flashed forward, leaping straight into the crack and hurtling towards the mountain inside. Wang Lin merely glanced at the cave in the middle of the mountain, sweeping his trident forward. A rumbling sound suddenly echoed, and the void before him instantly flickered, revealing a spatial rift. Wang Lin knew this location well because of Shang Sangzi's memories and his careful observation from his first visit, and his consciousness had already entered this place. When the spatial rift appeared, Wang Lin stepped directly inside. Not long after he entered, the three young men from the outer realm arrived outside the Forbidden's barrier. The three exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they directly passed through the crack in the barrier that Wang Lin had torn open. After entering, they immediately sped towards the mountain. At this moment, Wang Lin entered a strange space, where he saw a gigantic stone tablet before him. His gaze focused, and he stepped forward, his eyes moving from the stone tablet to the base. He saw half a skeleton pinned to the tablet by 7 colored nails. A faint aura emanated from the skeleton, giving it an inexplicable, alluring quality that could drive anyone mad. Wang Lin advanced step by step, his spiritual sense becoming heavy as he approached the skeleton. He didn't look at the skeleton but instead focused on the stone tablet. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it was shrouded in an aura of ancientness, bearing the marks of time. After examining it carefully, Wang Lin frowned. No matter how he looked at it, he felt the material seemed familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had encountered anything similar. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the half-skeleton beneath the stone tablet. Despite his carefulness, his mind was still drawn to it. However, he was prepared. This wasn't the first time he'd seen this half-skeleton. He took a few steps back, and his mind instantly recovered. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he directly opened a spatial storage crack, and the illusory war character, emitting golden light, flew out from the crack. The moment the war character appeared, the half-skeleton instantly flashed with golden light. A stream of golden light erupted from the skeleton, and at this moment, the black and gold colors on the half-skeleton intertwined and continuously transformed. Finally, the golden light flashed within the half-skeleton and shot out, merging with the war character above. At this moment, the entire sky and earth were instantly enveloped in golden light. In an extremely short time, the streams of golden light emanating from the war character instantly rushed towards and merged into Wang Lin's forehead at an incredibly fast speed. At that moment, his mind was instantly shaken. I am Zhan Xinjie, and I know that the Grand Elder wants to make me submit, but I am a Luocha cultivator. I would rather shatter my Dao concept than collude with the outer realm. Whoever seizes my Dao concept must comprehend the battle intent. If they succeed, they must slaughter all the outer realm inhabitants to offer as a sacrifice to my soul. Wang Lin's mind was enveloped in an overwhelming surge of battle intent, and the scene of Zhan Xinjie battling against heaven and earth flashed through his mind. A series of images appeared, and an extremely profound understanding of the word battle erupted, causing his mental state to surge wildly. At this moment, his mental state vaguely showed signs of merging with the battle intent, undergoing astonishing transformations. While Wang Lin was still in a state of comprehension, the space here suddenly warped, and 3 people from the outer realm entered directly inside. The young man with the flame symbol on his forehead stared greedily at Wang Lin. At such close range, he could clearly feel the frenzied flame power emanating from the other man. After devouring him, I can level up. The young man with the lightning symbol beside him was even more shaken. He stared at Wang Lin, sensing the terrifying lightning power within him, and realized that the other man was in an extremely bizarre state. A heaven-sent opportunity. Only the young man with the crescent moon symbol on his forehead struggled to suppress his shock upon seeing Wang Lin's figure. His pupils contracted, and a scene long buried deep in his memory resurfaced. It's him! The 3 young men acted with lightning speed, each carrying a frenzied aura of killing intent as they charged straight towards Wang Lin. As they advanced, they simultaneously formed hand seals and slammed their palms against their foreheads. 3 small, rumbling sounds echoed, and their bodies underwent astonishing transformations. The young man with the lightning symbol suddenly grew larger, instantly transforming into a towering figure over 10 meters tall, his entire body enveloped in lightning. Behind the young man with the flame symbol, a pair of fiery wings appeared, and a horn sprouted from his head. His entire body was engulfed in flames, his face contorted with pain and ferocity. The young man with the crescent moon symbol was the most peculiar. His body didn't change much, but his skin became translucent like moonlight, making the surrounding golden light even more dazzling. But the moment they attacked, Wang Lin turned around, his eyes suddenly becoming clear, a mocking smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This smile was exactly like the one the outsiders had shown the cultivators in the formation years ago. Born to be an outstanding person, I must die a glorious death. I am a cultivator. Why should I fear a battle? A vague image of Zhan Xinjie facing the Grand Elder flashed through Wang Lin's mind, along with Zhan Xinjie's last words before his death. Fire? I am a cultivator. What am I afraid of in a battle? A fighting spirit blazed in Wang Lin's eyes. These 3 were all from the outer realm. When he saw the scene inside and outside the formation from years ago through the eyes of the stone statue, a surge of blood boiled within him. That scene had no cause and effect, only death and destruction. Wang Lin understood even more clearly that the process of slaughter must have been extremely terrifying. The young man with the lightning mark on his forehead was the fastest. He was the first to charge forward. His cultivation was originally only at the great perfection of pure nirvana, but after a strange transformation, it suddenly increased dramatically. He broke through pure nirvana and surpassed the early stage of shattered nirvana, advancing to the middle stage. Wang Lin had never encountered such a level of divine power in his life. This wasn't a concealment of cultivation. At this moment, the people before him were using some kind of magic to borrow the power of heaven and earth to enhance their own cultivation. To be precise, this wasn't the first time Wang Lin had fought against outsiders. Years ago, in the void beside Wang Yue, he had fought against outsiders outside the formation. But at that time, Wang Lin's cultivation wasn't enough to command respect, let alone have the right to decide his own fate. But now he had the right to mock them. He coldly watched the three men charging towards him with ferocious expressions. The young man with the lightning symbol charged forward, his entire body flashing with lightning, accompanied by crackling sounds and thunderous bolts. The deafening roar echoed as if his body had transformed into lightning. He moved with incredible speed, shattering the void as he advanced. With his hands forming a hand seal, lightning bolts from all directions instantly condensed into a gigantic figure. This figure was 100 feet tall, its entire body covered in blue lightning bolts, and a lightning bolt symbol even appeared on its forehead. Its eyes, in particular, would undoubtedly shock anyone who looked into them. Lightning Ice, the young man with the lightning bolt symbol suddenly let out a strange cry, closing the distance to Wang Lin. Lightning, the mockery in Wang Lin's eyes intensified, and in that instant, lightning flashed in his right eye. Within this lightning, a lightning bolt symbol also burst forth. Wang Lin took a step forward, and in that moment, the world in his eyes suddenly slowed down incredibly. Everything seemed to be frozen in place, as if submerged in water. Even the fastest of the three figures ahead, the young man with the lightning bolt symbol, slowed down considerably and was insignificant in Wang Lin's eyes. He took another step forward, and before the thunder could even roar, he was already standing in front of the man with the lightning bolt symbol. Wang Lin raised his right hand, his palm carrying lightning, and struck directly at the young man's chest. His right hand transformed from a palm strike into a finger strike, 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers, 4 fingers. In an instant, Wang Lin's two right fingers transformed into swords and pointed them out in quick succession. The deafening explosions echoed, and the young man with the lightning symbol suddenly turned pale, his eyes showing signs of shock. He spat out fresh blood, his chest becoming a bloody mess, a large chunk of flesh flashing with lightning. A network of lightning bolts centered on the young man's chest, spread throughout his body. In the eyes of the two remaining Outer Realm cultivators, Wang Lin had merely turned around, his body motionless, only a mocking smile flashing in his pupils. But in that instant, his companion's body was instantly thrown backward, blood gushing out. At this moment, the roaring thunder shattered the void and echoed in their ears. Borrowing the power of the ancestral lightning, help me devour this Wind Realm cultivator. The young man's body, marked with the lightning symbol, emitted rumbling sounds. More than half of his bones were broken, and his body, over 10 meters tall, recoiled backward. At this moment, the lightning that covered his entire body had shattered, and his body was enveloped in an electric net as if sealed. As blood covered his body, the young man raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, his ferocious face revealing a look of madness. But in Wang Lin's eyes, his madness concealed despair and fear. The moment the young man with the lightning symbol warded anger, 100-meter-tall illusory figure instantly appeared around him. The illusory figure suddenly solidified, the heavens and earth rumbled with thunderous explosions, and endless streams of lightning appeared and shot straight towards the illusory figure. As the lightning enveloped everything, the illusory figure suddenly seemed like the embodiment of heavenly thunder. Wang Lin's expression remained cold, and his body didn't stop moving forward. As he took that step, Wang Lin's true imitation intent erupted, stomping on the chest of the young man with the lightning symbol. A loud bang resounded, and the young man with the lightning symbol spat out blood, his right hand clutching his chest. His heart had been directly shattered by Wang Lin's single step of intent. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at him, taking another step as if soaring into the sky. He advanced towards the illusory figure, casually striking out with his right hand. At that moment, the lightning in Wang Lin's right eye flared fiercely, and the lightning symbol in his eye shot out. The moment the lightning symbol landed on the forehead of the 100-foot-tall illusory figure, he declared, "From now on, your tribe will never again dare to usurp the right to control lightning in my presence." A deep, majestic sound suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and earth, like a law, like a rule, yet concealing the power of determination and unwavering will that sealed an entire clan. These words were like lightning reclaiming the right to control the power of lightning that had once been granted to the lightning clan. The illusory figure trembled and then shattered, transforming into endless streams of lightning that descended upon the young man with the lightning symbol. The thunderous explosions reverberated, and the young man's body instantly disintegrated, then turned into a cloud of black dust that dissipated into the void. His primordial spirit was enveloped by the lightning, as if all the lightning in the heavens and earth had been absorbed. But when Wang Lin turned around, those lightning bolts immediately returned to his right eye, the lightning symbol within becoming even clearer. All of this happened in an instant. The young man's eyes, with the flame symbol on his forehead, immediately contracted, his face revealing an unimaginable fear. The figure, who had been charging forward, suddenly stopped and tried to retreat. When Wang Lin turned around, his gaze fell upon the young man with the flame totem symbol. Fire? The mockery in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. In that instant, his left eye blazed with overwhelming fire, and a sea of flames enveloped his body, covering an area of several hundred meters. The young man with the flame totem symbol immediately turned pale. He tried to retreat, but was surrounded by flames. He struggled and let out a low growl. The fiery wings behind him suddenly flapped, and numerous flames erupted from his body. These streams of red fire swirled around the young man, forming a firestorm that surged towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the sea of fire within a radius of several hundred meters suddenly flared up violently, sweeping furiously across the young man with the flame totem symbol. This was a battle between fire and fire. In that instant, two identical flames, controlled by two different individuals, clashed head-on, resulting in earth-shattering explosions. Finally, with a loud bang, the flame totem symbol on the young man's body burst forth from the sea of fire. His fiery wings, like those of a vermilion bird, also carried a purple flame as he lunged towards Wang Lin. You are neither human nor vermilion bird, merely an outsider. The flames in Wang Lin's left eye flared up, engulfing his entire body. A vermilion bird armor suddenly materialized around him. At that moment, he resembled an ancient fire god. The young man with the flame totem symbol, seeing the scene before him, went mad. His eyes blazed with disbelief as he cried out in terror, "Holy sect, burn!" A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his left hand and pointed a finger at the young man with the flame totem. The moment his finger touched the young man, the latter's body trembled violently, his terror beyond description. He let out a pained cry, and a massive flame erupted from his mouth, but it turned and consumed him. This man was a member of the Fire Sparrow clan, a lifelong companion of fire, yet he never imagined he would one day be consumed by it. At this moment, the flame he controlled seemed to betray him completely, as if it had found a true master. A sudden, agonizing scream echoed, followed by a deafening roar, and the young man's body turned to dust. But in the instant of his dissipation, the young man looked up to the sky and let out a cry, his burning soul instantly transmitting an incantation. In the capacity of the Fire Sparrow clan, I invoke the clan spirit. The moment this sound rang out, the person's primordial spirit shattered with a thunderous roar, but the sparks of fire that shot out formed an illusory vermilion bird. This vermilion bird was entirely black, enveloped in streams of intense heat. At first glance, it didn't resemble a vermilion bird at all, but rather a gigantic fire bird. This bird, with its vicious screeching sound tearing through the void, lunged towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin snorted coldly, his left eye flashing, and a true vermilion bird song immediately emanated from his body. At that moment, a white vermilion bird suddenly materialized outside Wang Lin's body. This was the real vermilion bird. As soon as the vermilion bird appeared, its gaze fixed on the approaching gigantic black fire bird, a look of disdain blazing in its eyes. Without needing Wang Lin's control, the vermilion bird directly launched itself forward with a deafening screech. At that moment, half the sky and earth here instantly turned into a sea of fire. The vermilion bird lunged straight towards the firebird, intending to devour it. The gigantic black firebird let out earth-shattering cries, but clearly intended to retreat. From now on, your clan will never dare to compete for control of fire in my presence. As Wang Lin's words rang out, the vermilion bird and the black firebird clashed head-on. Earth-shattering explosions resounded as the black firebird and the other creature collided. The black firebird instantly shattered. It had absolutely no power to resist, as if it had encountered its ancestor, as if the fake vermilion bird had officially met the real vermilion bird. After the firebird shattered, it transformed into a raging inferno and was immediately devoured by the vermilion bird. Moreover, even the soul of the black firebird was swallowed by the vermilion bird. At this moment, all the fire gemms born that day belonged to Wang Lin. The vermilion bird tilted its head back and let out a cry, its spirit extremely excited, as if vaguely showing signs of a third awakening. The flames all over the vermilion bird's body grew higher and more intense. This scene caught the eye of the young man with the crescent moon symbol, causing his expression to change drastically, finally turning pale, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. In that moment, he hadn't even seen the opponent's figure. Everything happened in an instant, ending too quickly. Especially when he thought about how the opponent had once severely injured his master in the void, even though his master had said this person's cultivation couldn't withstand a single blow from him. The young man with the crescent moon symbol immediately retreated without hesitation. He frantically tried to escape this place filled with terrifying beings. It seemed that the closer he got to the other man, the more terrified he felt, and the more his mind threatened to shatter. "Stay here, you slave, you dare to stand before me and call yourself the heavenly Tao." Wang Lin coldly stared at him, his words sending the young man's soul flying. "I am not a slave." The young man with the crescent moon symbol immediately spun around sharply and shouted at Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly looked at the young man, the vermilion bird flame beside him becoming even more intense. The first time he met this man was during the battle in the void with Wang Yue. This man appeared in the outer realm, creating a vortex to seize Wang Yue. At that time, this man used an unstoppable force, and he had arrogantly stood before Wang Lin and the other cultivators, proclaiming himself the heavenly Tao. At that moment, Wang Lin was extremely terrified, but the more he learned, the colder his gaze towards the man became. The slave tribe of the ancient gods, who in the primordial era borrowed the power of the ancient gods for protection, was the moon-devouring tribe. Wang Lin snorted coldly and charged straight towards the young man, his right hand striking directly forward. A surge of ancient god power instantly erupted, creating a howling, wine-tearing sound as if the heavens and earth were about to explode. This power rushed towards the young man. The young man's face turned pale. He knew he probably couldn't escape. If he wanted to live, he had no choice but to fight to the death. But he also felt bitter. Even if he fought to the death, his chances of survival were slim. If he were in the outer realm fighting other races, he could have surrendered. But the person before him was an inner realm cultivator, an ancient god, and moreover, a member of the ancient god royal family. He knew from the ancient texts that he was a traitor to the ancient god clan, and even if he surrendered, he couldn't avoid the fate of having his soul searched. What kind of godforsaken place is this? Why are there inner realm cultivators here? The young man's expression turned extremely ferocious. He let out a low growl, his hands forming a blue incantation, his entire body becoming translucent as if illuminated by moonlight. As Wang Lin's punch approached, the man's body suddenly spun, creating a whirlwind. Within the whirlwind, a crescent moon instantly appeared. The moment Wang Lin's punch landed, deafening explosions resounded, the crescent moon shaking, but not shattering. At this moment, fresh blood trickled from the young man's mouth, startling others. He gritted his teeth, channeling his strength throughout his body, then pushed forward forcefully and shouted, "The power of the moon!" Suddenly, the crescent moon within the whirlwind surrounding this person's body burst forth with dazzling rays of light. A phantom ancient god's fist shot out from within the roar and rushed towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He sneered, then raised his right hand and unleashed another punch. At the same time, his body moved forward, directly approaching with unimaginable speed. A punch struck directly at the ancient god's fist created by the power of the moon, and earth-shattering explosions echoed in all directions. The divine techniques of the slave tribe, how can they contend with an ancient god? As he lunged forward, another right fist roared out, continuously striking forward. When these punches reached the side of the whirlwind, they emitted resounding explosions. The young man in the whirlwind continuously retreated, each step causing blood to spurt out, his body trembling violently. At this moment, Wang Lin resembled a war immortal, carrying an endless surge of fighting spirit and passion as he advanced with thunderous steps. The two moved back and forth, each punch imbued with the power of the moon reversing force. In that instant, all sounds in this strange space were completely suppressed. "Break for me." Wang Lin's voice was extremely calm, yet it unleashed an incredibly powerful pressure. As he retracted his fist, his body suddenly spun, his right foot abruptly kicking straight up into the whirlwind. Amidst the thunderous roars, the whirlwind instantly shattered, the crescent moon within breaking into pieces. A blood-red shadow shot out from the whirlwind. The young man's body was covered in fresh blood, transforming into a crescent-shaped beam of light that shot into the distance. Wang Lin took another step forward and pursued him. The young man's pupils became unfocused, but as he struggled, he roared and uttered extremely complex incantations. At that moment, he used both hands to form a hand seal and quickly pointed to his forehead. Moon Forbiddance, Divine Wrath. This young man knew that his moon-devouring clan possessed a very ancient divine ability, a forbiddance technique, which could not be used unless it was an extremely critical situation. Because this divine ability was extremely humiliating to the moon-devouring clan. When this roar resounded, the moment Wang Lin arrived beside him, this person immediately knelt down on the ground, raising his hands to form a very strange hand seal. He knelt and bowed, borrowing the power of the soul to merge into the body of the moon-devouring clan. As this sound echoed, an extremely terrifying ancient god force suddenly appeared outside the young man's body. Immediately afterward, the space behind him suddenly twisted, and a phantom ancient god several hundred feet tall appeared. This ancient god's body was extremely indistinct, its eyes closed, but the 7 ancient god star points on its forehead shone brightly. I beg the souls of the ancient god clan to bestow power upon the moon-devouring slave to halt the enemy's advance. The young man felt immense anger and humiliation, but the situation was too perilous to ignore. His hoarse voice echoed. The illusory ancient god behind him suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a desolate and brutal light. The illusory figure slowly raised its right hand and unleashed a thunderous punch towards Wang Lin. A malevolent glint flashed in the young man's eyes. Inwardly, he was screaming, "If you are an ancient god, then I want you ancient gods to slaughter each other." A look of sorrow appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he glanced at the incoming punch from the illusory ancient god. He sighed softly, and an ancient god star point suddenly appeared on his forehead. As the point rotated, the aura of an ancient god instantly enveloped the surroundings. You are the protectors of the tribe that betrayed the ancient gods. Obey the orders of my ancient god royal family, Wang Lin, and disperse. The ancient god's words, emanating from Wang Lin's mouth, created a wave of vibrations that spread in all directions. The illusory ancient god's punch suddenly paused, a look of bewilderment and liberation flashing in his eyes before gradually fading away. The ancient gods had not had a royal family for a very long time. The ancient god souls protecting the Moon Clan were merely an idea, a stream of will. Years ago, the ancient god's royal family ordered the protection of the moon-devouring slave clan, and the entire ancient gods clan obeyed without hesitation. Many years had passed, and although they were dead, there will still existed in the heavens and earth. They continued to protect its slave clan. For this to end, a new royal family would have to appear and order them to abandon this protective will, thus erasing the agreement. At this moment, Wang Lin's words were the will of the ancient god clan. The young man was stunned with his knowledge. How could he have known the secret of the ancient god clan in front of an ancient god clan member like Wang Lin? From now on, the ancient god clan will no longer protect the moon-devouring clan. This was the last sentence whispered into the young man's ear. Wang Lin stepped forward and delivered a sweeping kick. The man's bones shattered, but his body remained intact. The man, struck by Wang Lin's kick, was instantly sent flying towards the skeleton beneath the stone tablet. A deafening explosion resounded, and the young man's body slammed directly onto half of the skeleton. Blood gushed from his shoulders, impaling him onto 7 colored nails. Suddenly, earth-shattering screams of agony erupted. As his body was impaled by the 7 colored nails, his spiritual power was frantically sucked away. At the same time, even his soul felt as if it were being crushed. This kind of pain was unbearable for anyone with a calm mind. Wang Lin didn't kill him directly, but instead subjected the young man to the same suffering that Zhan Xinji had endured years ago. The man was continuously tortured, awaiting death. The young man's body beneath the stone monument trembled incessantly. He wanted to break free but couldn't. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape, sealed within his body. Wang Lin slowly approached, raising his right hand and placing it on the young man's head. His divine consciousness burst forth, forcibly extracting his soul. After recovering his memories, the young man fell into a dying state, but the pain became so intense that he couldn't die immediately, nor could he self-destruct. He could only slowly perish in endless torture. Wang Lin retracted his right arm and sighed softly. At this moment, the vermilion bird fire jade on Wang Lin's body reached a new height, its flames burning furiously and continuously rising to the third transformation of the vermilion bird. Just then, in the vast void of the Wind Realm, beyond the heaven ceiling and earth-locking formation covering the entire star domain, the star domain known as the primordial star domain, also called the outer realm, existed. Within the primordial star domain, in this vast expanse, was an enemy of a renowned primordial tribe, the Lightning Tribe. Within the Lightning Tribe's territory were countless eternal lightning bolts, never dissipating for millennia. These lightning bolts originated from the void, constantly emitting thunderous roars. The Lightning Clan erected a shrine in the Land of Thunder, dedicated to the worship of lightning. However, when the young man with the lightning symbol on his forehead died in the seven-colored world, and Wang Lin withdrew his lightning power, the lightning within the Lightning Clan, which had never dissipated throughout eternity, once again emitted earth-shattering thunderous roars unlike anything ever heard before. These sounds terrified the Lightning Clan and simultaneously shook the minds of all Lightning Clan members in other star systems. Their expressions changed drastically. The moment they frantically scanned their consciousness, they discovered that the lightning that had existed for millennia had suddenly vanished, as if taken away. After 10 breaths, the lightning reappeared, but the scene before them filled the entire Lightning Clan with terror. In the primordial star realm, there was a region that housed the Fire Sparrow clan. This place was very similar to the Vermilion Bird's secret sect. It was enveloped in fire, as if constantly blazing. Even more similar to the Vermilion Bird's secret sect were the numerous structures resembling vermilion birds standing upright on a series of shrines. However, these vermilion birds were entirely black, like firebirds. The moment the person bearing the flame totem died and Wang Lin absorbed all their power, all the firebirds within the Fire Sparrow clan's territory shook violently, emitting ferocious cries that shook the heavens and earth. A series of creaking cracks appeared, and the 3 firebird statues instantly shattered, terrifying the entire Fire Sparrow clan. Legends say that when they are about to return to the Wild Goose sect, they will shatter. At the moment all the firebirds shattered, an old man on a planet belonging to the Fire Sparrow clan looked up at the sky and muttered. At this very moment, the Moon-Devouring clan, one of the 7 great powerful clans of the primordial star realm, also experienced an event that shook the minds of everyone in the clan. The Moon-Devouring clan members were all terrified by this earth-shattering change. The Moon-Devouring clan is one of the 7 great clans of the primordial star system, possessing a vast star domain. Because their ancestors rendered great services to the primordial star system, the Moon-Devouring clan holds a very high position within it. They have 3 grand elders, thus enjoying immense wealth and prestige for many years. To the north of the Moon-Devouring clan's star domain lies a Forbidden area, inaccessible to any clan member. The area is heavily guarded, and only a select few with high status are permitted to enter for cultivation. Within this secret Forbidden area are 9 colossal statues, each representing an ancient god. On top of each statue sits an elderly Moon-Devouring clan member, their hands performing strange incantations as if forcibly absorbing the power of the statues. From the primordial era to the present day, after betraying the ancient gods, the Moon-Devouring clan has constantly strived to find a way to obtain the power of the ancient gods and seize their authority. They hoped that one day they could erase the humiliations of their clan from the primordial era and enslave the ancient god clan. To achieve this goal, the entire Moon-Devouring clan continuously researched and deliberated, and after a very long time, they finally devised a method to devour the ancient gods. However, this method contained terrifying flaws and dangers, and to this day, none of them have fully succeeded. At this moment, the 9 old men sitting on the statues of the ancient gods are the most gifted individuals in the Moon-Devouring clan, possessing profound cultivation, which is why they were allowed to enter this place to practice. Everything unfolded in silence. This Forbidden area was extremely quiet, devoid of any signs of life, resembling a death zone. But at this moment, when the illusory image of the ancient god was summoned by the Moon-Devouring clan members in the 7-colored world, Wang Lin, using his identity as a member of the ancient god royal family, erased the covenants made since the primordial era. 9 statues in the Moon-Devouring clan's Forbidden area suddenly emitted earth-shattering roars, and terrifying cracks spread across them. This unexpected event instantly awakened the 9 old men meditating on the ancient god statues, their faces showing fear and bewilderment. However, they were unable to comprehend what had actually happened. But this catastrophe didn't end there. The moment the 9 old men leapt forward, the first ancient god statue collapsed with a thunderous roar, its power dissipating into the heavens and earth. At that very moment, the second statue also trembled, and cracks appeared on its surface. A moment later, the 9 old men watched in astonishment as this statue turned to dust. After seeing the remaining 7 statues showing signs of shattering, their expressions changed drastically. Spare no effort to prevent these enslaved ancient god statues from shattering. A deafening roar echoed through an unimaginable stream of divine consciousness. A weathered old man, clad in a moon-colored robe, rushed from afar, shouting. He waved his hand, and the starry sky was instantly enveloped in moonlight. The moon-devouring clan was extremely arrogant, daring to call the ancient gods slaves, but their words revealed their ambition. Several powerful auras also surged from afar. What exactly happened? This question simultaneously arose in the hearts of all those who rushed there. An ancient god royal family has broken the ancient covenant. The old man in the moon-colored robe looked up into the void, gritting his teeth as he uttered the words. But at this moment, a glimmer of fear and terror flashed in his eyes, growing stronger and stronger. Wang Lin was unaware of the events unfolding outside the ancient star realm. The groans of pain in his ears grew weaker and weaker, finally dissipating. The body of the young man from the moon-devouring clan turned into a pool of blood, flowing down to the ground along with half of Zhan Xinji's skeleton. The young man's bones had completely shattered and scattered, but two medicinal bones remained attached to the 2 7-colored nails. Wang Lin paid no attention to this situation. His gaze was fixed on the white vermilion bird, sensing the increasingly intense flames above it. Finally, the vermilion bird let out an earth-shattering cry, and at that moment, the bird swooped down and entered Wang Lin's left eye. In an instant, Wang Lin's entire body erupted in raging flames, engulfing the entire strange space. His body flashed, and he left the place, exiting the crack. After appearing outside the mountain peak covered in a screen, he immediately sat down cross-legged. When the 7-colored light shone down from the sky, he immediately showed signs of being burned and scorched. At this moment, the heat of the flames hidden within Wang Lin's body showed no signs of receding. A terrifying flame erupted from Wang Lin's left eye. Initially, the flame was a deep red, but in a short time, it turned white. At this point, Wang Lin's left eye had become almost entirely a white light. The vermilion bird is about to awaken for the 3rd time. After absorbing the feather from the Penglai continent market and devouring the ancestral soul of the firebird summoned by the Firebird clan, the opportunity for the vermilion bird's 3rd awakening has arrived. At this moment, the 7-colored light streams in the heavens and earth are continuously forced to retreat, and waves of heat, centered around Wang Lin, erupt in all directions, creating rumbling sounds. At this moment, the cracks outside the Forbidden's barrier have closed, but this has caused the flames to spread within the barrier, rising higher and higher. The crimson armor surrounding Wang Lin's body is continuously absorbing the terrifying heat erupting from within, and the surroundings are engulfed in a sea of heavenly fire. The sea of fire blazes as if vying for brilliance in the heavens and earth. The vermilion bird is said to control all fire in heaven and earth. No one knows its origin, but since the dawn of time, when the 5 elements were hidden, the vermilion bird has been one of the creatures with the power to control fire. Today, the veracity of this legend is no longer the most important issue. What matters is that from ancient times to the present, there has been a tribe called the Vermilion Bird, born from fire, immortal for millennia. All members of this tribe cultivate the power of fire and bear the Vermilion Bird symbol. When these symbols awaken, it represents another transformation of the Vermilion Bird, signifying an even more earth-shattering increase in firepower. From ancient times to the present, the Vermilion Bird tribe has had many individuals who have experienced their first awakening, but after countless generations, their bloodline has become extremely sparse and mixed, thus making the awakening process increasingly rare. Therefore, not to mention those who awaken a second time, even in the primordial era there weren't many, and today they are extremely rare. If someone could awaken a second time, it would be enough to shock all the Vermilion Bird clan members. But compared to the 3rd awakening, it's like a firefly compared to the moon. Those who had awakened a 3rd time were completely wiped out in ancient times. Only in the distant past, even many years before the primordial era, were there a few exceptionally talented individuals who surpassed this realm. but no one can say for sure whether they actually existed. Those who have awakened 3 times are the souls of the flames in heaven and earth, possessing the divine power to command all flames. At this moment, Wang Lin is in the state of his 3rd awakening, and even his outer armor cannot withstand the intense heat radiating from his body. In an instant, the armor turned into liquid, but instead of flowing out, it was all absorbed into Wang Lin's body. A sea of fire erupted from within Wang Lin's body, immediately engulfing the entire space within the Forbidden's barrier. This flame was white, possessing earth-shattering power. When all the flames erupted, it seemed to be refining Wang Lin's body. Dark energy burst out, but before it could dissipate, the flames shattered it. The flames within the Forbidden's barrier grew smaller and smaller, emitting deafening explosions. Even the stone door with the lightning symbol showed cracks, and the girl in the green dress, sitting cross-legged in the cave, suddenly trembled and vanished into thin air. Even more terrifying was that the 7-colored lights swirling around the beast souls in the cave were struck by the intense heat. Some shattered, and others were burned to ashes. However, all the spiritual thoughts did not dissipate but instead merged into the flames in an extremely bizarre way. Thus, the flames seemed to possess a will of their own, not just one kind, but an endless stream. Ultimately, they all surged into Wang Lin's mind, becoming his controlled object. In an instant, the mountain within the Forbidden's barrier completely shattered, the scattered debris being incinerated into nothingness. At this point, only the level 12 and level 13 spirit beasts within the cave, enveloped in 7-colored light, had a chance of survival, all soaring through the air amidst the raging sea of fire. The moment the mountain crumbled, the Forbidden's fire instantly reached an unimaginable peak. The sea of fire swept in all directions with terrifying force. After the outer barrier of time and space withstood several attacks, the previous cracks reopened. But the cracks didn't stop there. They were continuously torn apart, the sea of fire and heat waves inside seemingly creating a path, all rushing through the gaps and instantly incinerating the area outside the Forbidden's barrier. Suddenly, deafening explosions echoed, and the barrier of time and space instantly transformed into a blazing fireball before shattering with a resounding crash. The moment the curtain collapsed, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled, and an extremely terrifying flame erupted, sweeping out into the 7-colored world. At this moment, the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged in the deepest part of the 7-colored world suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with fear. He hurriedly stood up and looked in Wang Lin's direction. The palace floating in the vast starry sky of the primordial star god had lost its radiance and become dark, but the jade slips floating inside emitted soft, faint light, illuminating the entire palace. The great hall was an extremely quiet place, making one feel terrified, the crackling sounds of the burning flames echoing in the ears. The candles in the great hall suddenly flared up, the flames above flickering, causing the hall to alternately light and dark, becoming even more gloomy. The stronger the flame, the more powerful it would be if used to burn souls. The murdering voice echoed again. A withered, aged finger appeared beside the candlelight, gently touching the flame, making it burn even stronger. But the blazing flame couldn't illuminate the finger's position. Aren't you afraid that after that flame becomes strong, it will burn your own finger? A second voice suddenly rang out in the great hall, its words icy cold. Is that possible? The finger plunged into the candlelight, allowing the flame to burn at will. At this moment, the pupils of the white-haired old man deep within the 7-colored world suddenly contracted. As if receiving a command, his body flashed, transforming into a roaring rainbow that shot towards Wang Lin. The mountain where Wang Lin was sitting had vanished, leaving only streams of 7-colored light surrounding the floating beast soul in the air. The sea of fire continued to burn relentlessly below, the 7-colored light enveloping the beast's soul flickering, as if it could shatter at any moment. The outer Forbidden's formation had been shattered by the surging sea of fire, turning into countless burnt fragments scattered in all directions. Even the endless mist within the arc-shaped mountain range dispersed as the sea of fire roared forward, tearing it apart and dissipating. For the first time in many years, the arc-shaped mountain range was free of mist. The Mingi cultivators sat cross-legged, floating in the air, resisting the encroaching flames. At this moment, the distant mountain valley was also engulfed in raging flames, as if in a fiery hell. Crackling sounds echoed, shaking the earth. Numerous mountain valleys collapsed with a thunderous roar, turning into countless fiery rocks scattered in all directions. The old woman sitting in one of the valleys turned deathly pale. At this moment, Chen Tianjun was also rushing towards the areas where the mist-transformed beasts were located, risking his life to carefully search for the essence crystals. Even with the divine abilities of the beast transformation sect, harvesting the essence crystals of many level 12 mist-transformed beasts was difficult to do without facing extreme danger. And he had narrowly escaped death many times. Now, he was flying out from an area teeming with mist-transformed beasts, his heart pounding violently, a whirlwind of howling wind chasing after him. At that moment, a sudden burst of white light erupted from the distant horizon. The seven-colored light in the sky instantly dissipated, and a terrifying wave of heat surged from afar like a cataclysmic earthquake. The mist-transformed beast chasing Chen Tianjun suddenly froze, abandoning its pursuit without hesitation and plunging straight into the mist. In that instant, white flames enveloped the heavens and earth, and the terrifying heat waves roared, devouring all the seven-colored light. But the heat waves immediately passed by Chen Tianjun's body and continued forward. Chen Tianjun stood there stunned, his entire body drenched in sweat, his mind shaken. He could clearly feel that even he, in this terrifying sea of fire, could not endure much longer. Furthermore, Chen Tianjun sensed Wang Lin's aura within the sea of fire. The flames continuously erupted, eventually engulfing the entire seven-colored world. The mist-transformed beasts immediately let out earth-shattering roars, some directly leaping out of the mist and howling in the sea of fire, as if unafraid of the high temperature. Among them were several serpent-like beasts writhing their bodies, seemingly unfazed by the flames and even disdainful of them. As the sea of fire spread throughout the seven-colored world, the third awakening of the vermilion bird began. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, cracks appearing on his body like water evaporating in an instant. His skin became dry and withered, as if aged and weak, the crisscrossing cracks a shocking sight. The flames surrounding Wang Lin's body grew increasingly intense, and streams of hot air erupted from within him, swirling through the heavens and earth, forming a terrifying vortex of fire. At this moment, the vortex slowly rotated, turning the sky. A pained cry emanated from Wang Lin's body, and the white vermilion bird soared upwards as if struggling. Clearly, the third awakening of the vermilion bird was a test, a danger to itself. Wang Lin's mind went blank. He felt as if he had transformed into the vermilion bird, its body concealing an endless stream of flames and hot air. The vermilion bird continuously spewed out increasingly intense streams of hot air, eventually threatening to destroy its entire body. Wang Lin even felt that if the vermilion bird carelessly released the hot air even slightly slower, it would be burned to ashes. This was an endless cycle. As the hot air was released from its body, the hot air only increased, the process repeating itself endlessly. The vermilion bird let out an earth-shattering roar, like a final scream before death. This feeling was unprecedented for Wang Lin during his second awakening of the vermilion bird. Compared to the previous two, this third awakening was incredibly arduous. An extremely hot stream of energy erupted from his body, even reaching his primordial spirit and burning it. This was beyond Wang Lin's expectations. He hadn't anticipated such terrifying changes in the vermilion bird's third awakening. As Wang Lin saw the streams of hot energy within his body increasing, their outward eruption was far less intense than the internal condensation. At this point, the burning sensation became even more pronounced, his outer skin cracking and fraying, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Wang Lin opened his eyes wide, then tilted his head back and let out a deafening roar, as if wanting to release all the heat within him. As he frantically screamed, an extremely terrifying surge of heat erupted from his mouth, filling his 7 orifices with intense heat, every hair on his body writhing in the wave of heat. Vermilion bird, awaken, vermilion bird. Wang Lin's consciousness became hazy. He instinctively tried to expel the flames from his body, but this method was like drinking poison. It offered no solution. If things continued like this, he would surely die. His eyes were bloodshot, revealing a look of madness, not to be burned to death by the flames, but to be reborn from the flames. Wang Lin's character concealed a resolute and reckless spirit, and within him lurked a heaven-defying ambition. The more intense the flames became, the more the heat within his body roared, and the more intense his rebellious thoughts grew. If this flame wants to continuously condense, then I won't release it, but keep it all within my body. I want to see what this flame can do. Wang Lin laughed hysterically in pain, his expression becoming increasingly frenzied. He simply sealed off all the hair on his body and blocked all 7 orifices, completely sealing his body. At this moment, the flames within his body surged wildly, but there was no place for them to erupt. This kind of courage, seemingly simple, was something no one dared to do today. When Wang Lin sealed off his entire body, the flames within him suddenly flared up to a new height. Especially when sealed, the heat within his body surged violently, and his body immediately felt like it was about to shatter. But Wang Lin managed to suppress everything. As time slowly passed, the heat within Wang Lin's body intensified, his entire being a mixture of red and white, causing the surrounding world to shatter. At this moment, the flames within Wang Lin's body reached their peak, exploding violently within him. An unimaginable wave of heat instantly erupted, engulfing Wang Lin in a sea of fire. His body was now invisible within the flames. As the fire continued to burn, the white color gradually turned blue. When the blue flames appeared, they swept in all directions. Hidden within the blue flames were incredibly terrifying waves of heat, far surpassing the white flames, replacing everything in the heavens and earth. As flames continuously erupted in all directions, the heavens and earth instantly turned azure. The azure flames covered the sky and earth, surpassing all other colors born in this world. In just a moment, space transformed into a hell of azure flames. At this instant, the beasts in the seven-colored world, which had previously been enveloped in white flames, suddenly vanished, replaced by an eerie blue light. When the blue light flashed, all the flames in the area turned azure. The beasts, which had previously paid no attention, and some even unleashed their power within the white flames, now roared in terror. All kinds of beasts darted away like arrows, transforming into mist as they frantically resisted the flames, seemingly utterly terrified of the azure flames. In the blink of an eye, the previously disdainful serpent beasts, which had shown contempt for the flames surrounding their bodies, now roared and transformed into mist in resistance. Among them, one serpent beast, due to its slowness, was completely enveloped in blue light, turning into a sphere. Painful roars emanated from within the blue sphere as the serpent was burned to death, its soul merging into the flames to form a stream of consciousness. Flames capable of burning such powerful fire-element beasts were extremely rare in the world. As the blue flames erupted everywhere, many caves in the mountain valleys suddenly shattered. All the restrictions could not withstand a single attack from the blue flames. At this moment, the entire seven-colored world was engulfed in raging blue flames, as if the flames were roaring angrily towards the sky. The white-haired old man was shooting like an arrow from the deepest part of the seven-colored world, heading towards Wang Lin at an extremely fast speed. But before the old man could even approach Wang Lin, his expression underwent a drastic change. He saw a dazzling blue light flash before him, followed by a blue flame that engulfed the heavens and earth, hurtling towards him. His face instantly turned pale, and he quickly formed a hand seal and drew out his magical artifact, just as the flame swept past. He was fortunate to survive, but cold sweat drenched his forehead, and his eyes blazed with terror. What kind of fire is this? He had cultivated for a lifetime and possessed vast knowledge, yet he had never seen such a blue flame in the heavens and earth. This flame not only threatened, but could even burn the primordial spirit and body of a nascent soul cultivator. This kind of flame filled the white-haired old man with dread. At this moment, the place where Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged was the source of all the blue flames erupting, illuminating the heavens and earth with earth-shattering blue light. Within the extreme intensity of the blue light, a sudden roar of a vermilion bird erupted from the magnificent, invisible flames. The moment this sound rang out, a blue vermilion bird suddenly emerged from the blue flames in this world, becoming frenzied, as if cheering with all its might. Beneath the blue vermilion bird, a long, slender figure slowly stepped out of the blue flames. The vermilion bird's third awakening was like a rebirth from the ashes. At this moment, in the four sacred realms of the Star Alliance, the flames within the bodies of all the members of the vermilion bird sacred sect flared up and burned wildly. For the first time, they were unable to control the flames. They all surged out from within their bodies and swirled around.